Everything season will come.
Yo, what up, Straight Smoke?
I can't get enough. All these hoes, all this dough, I
Not a damn thing either, man. I got some little niblets on this Erica Kirk Effa. I got scared with it. I scared with everybody. It's already being shared. I'm gonna grab it and share some more. You feel me?
Black, Latin, Caucasian, and even Asian. Check the stats of the fact. I swing in the lag for the drama. I carry the Mac for the saga. I smoke marijuana. Deep in the sign. I want you to take it off, mama. I don't know about you, but I know about me. I'm at the fact haven where I'll be misbehaving. Boy, I got the craving to rub a little clitoris while I sip the finish with a nice wrist. You want you little licks me on that freaky shit. Down and dirty. Do it like a pro for show. Classify the hoe. I can't get enough. Switch to the taste. Soft to the touch. After the show, I'ma catch you up. I hope you like it rough. Serve your purpose and work us on the tour bus. I'm coming to get this dough. It's all I know, and that's the show. Oh no, there they go with the faculty flow. Floss and toss and bags of dough.
First, I got some wild shit. Got some more of that old weird shit. First, I'll show you this magical ass chair.
Keep it cracking, jaws are jacking. I know you haters want me off the hizzle. Check the stizzle, check the bristle. It's all official. I ain't gonna chase no haters. I'ma just chase that paper until that paper come to me. And then I'm dumping out my specialty. You know that recipe, 100% guaranteed. Get the best of me. I just can't get enough. All these hoes, all this drugs, I just can't get enough. All these shows, all this dough, tend to fill my cup. Gotta go, gotta go. Mommy, come fill me up. I got time to spend, time to give. Even though time is near, still gotta live. Pop my collar on a daily basis. Seen a lot of faces, trading places. I'm gone in the wind, rolling with the game. They call it praise. Gotta play, gotta blaze every day.
Nah, I know about that movie. That movie called Snake Eyes or something. With Nicolas Cage. With a dude named Charlie Kirkman. They got popped in a nizzle neck on a movie. I know what you're talking about. I ain't tripping off that shit. I've seen it though. I ran across that. I do have this wild ass. Check this shit out. Now this shit crazy. I want you to pay attention to this chair. Right quick. Awfully strange. See that? Watch this chair. You see, look at it. Look at the chair. Boop, boop, boop. You see it fall through the platform? What the fuck? Run it back. You see that? What kind of fuckery is that? What in the fickery fuckery? Magical chair through the table. Bloop, 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 bloop. Shit look crazy, ain't it? Shit look crazy, ain't it? I did want to share that. But I'm also on some other shit. I saw that. I seen the little special effects shit, man. I saw that shit too. I even seen them do a neck one. Little kids was playing with them like for Halloween and shit, and it's that movie prop shit. I found this very interesting, to say the least.
There's a very distinct H there, right? Hallelujah, not alleluia. You know what Hallel is, right? It's another name for Lucifer. The word was originally alleluia, you know, like you see here in old Bibles and the King James Bible. But I mean, why would they be singing about Lucifer at a big Christian event? It's not what you think it is.
Ah!
A Luciferian ritual.
Really?
I couldn't help but notice something even in the seats. Do you see it? How about now? Do you see the two very obvious sixes? Funny how sixes are related to the mark of the beast and Lucifer, aka Satan. And funny how this actress, I mean, this poor grieving widow, keeps making symbols that resemble things that would be an ode to Lucifer. You think that means I love you? No, it means I love Satan. And they put it in mainstream, so people doing this and the rock on symbol and the OK symbol and even the peace sign, they've infiltrated it all. None of them mean what you think. And you're doing them and you don't even realize what you're paying tribute to. Now let's get back to that number that they so strangely arranged perfectly in the chairs and how it relates to mankind's failed governments and the Antichrist. Man, I can't think of any governments in the world that have failed, especially not in the United States. I mean, it's a perfectly well-run machine for the people, by the people, right? Right. I mean, you might think this is reaching, but it's pretty clear.
I don't think.
I mean, this one specifically. Come on. You think that's just coincidence?
I don't think.
And now that I'm looking at it, there's a third right there. Down and around. So 666 people. You know, the number I've been telling you that they love for years. You know, this one, 666. You know. This one, you know. That one. But of course, all this is for entertainment purposes. I'm sure the fact that there was a perfect 666 in the seating arrangement was just by accident. They didn't intentionally do that. Nah,
That
that'd be
was just an
ridiculous.
accident.
And all
No.
Charlie Kirk's wife's terrible acting, it's just because she's so upset. And I want to say one more thing. There are a lot of people exposing themselves with this. A lot of people that claim to be truth tellers and awake. There aren't as many deceived as you think. They're part of the club, and they have to go along with the narrative that he's gone. So if you're wondering why this person seems so awake, but they're just not getting it, ask yourself, is it intentional? Are they part of this group as well? Things to think about. Entertainment only. I'm sure them singing hallelujah is just because it sounds better than hallelujah. Have a nice day. Entertainment only. So I'm going to do yet again another video on this Mason. I know.
Very interesting. Entertainment purposes only. That's a fact, Jack. Let's see what else I got on the menu. All that shit coincidence? I don't know. Is it? Is it? I don't know. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Now you know there was a whole lot. It's a whole lot of stuff going around about what's the name of that something angels in Romania, and I found a little something on that I want to play. It was very interesting to me. No. No, we'll hold off on that a minute. I just fucked that up. Slow your roll. Slow your roll. Now let's check this up. Connect with some dots. Very interesting dots. Yeah, I seen her in the dating shows and that old shit. But check this shit out. It's very, very interesting.
Hey, what's up? I did a deep dive last night into Erica Kirk or Erica Francie's Romanian Angels organization, which was an organization that was linked with the U.S. military and accused of trafficking underage girls in Romania. Now, since this issue started going viral, pop-ups like this, which I have never seen before in my entire life, have started showing up on Google. So utilizing Google to try and find this information is probably not going to deem fruitful. The main sources we're going to use today, and I will post the articles right here, are G4 Media, Active News, and, excuse me, I'm going to try and pronounce this, Stripent Ruviata, which are all Romanian news organizations, as well as a video posted to the video sharing site Vimeo, V-I-M-E-O, that features Erica Kirk talking about this organization directly. Now, that Vimeo video is about 3 minutes long. So for the sake of time, I'm not going to play it, but I do encourage you to go look it up. while it is still available because
Terrible.
it's posted on her personal Vimeo page at Erica France V. It's titled Romanian Angels. So just to go over timelines here, in 2012, Erica Kirk, then Erica France V, competed in the 2012 Miss USA pageant as Miss Arizona, started working for Donald Trump, and then immediately after that went to Romania and posted this following video on her Vimeo page 12 years ago. Okay, so this video was posted 12 years ago on her personal page, and most of the video is just clips of her giving gifts to orphans. However, I want to pay attention to this thank you message at the end
What up,
that
Nugget?
thanks Colonel Busher, because his name is going to come up again. Essentially, Romanian Angels was an organization that connected Romanian orphans to members of the U.S. military, and under the guise of giving them gifts. The person and the organization that she thanks at the end of that video, Colonel Busher and Associa United Hands Romania, have proven ties to child trafficking at multiple different points of their time in Romania. According to ctnews.ro, Associa United Hands Romania had close ties with the U.S. military at the Black Sea Rotational Force 17.1 and at the Mihal Kogalsanu military base. Now,
Are they sniffing out why they don't want to release them Epstein files or them lists? Is that what they are?
forgive me for these pronunciations, I don't speak Romanian. In this article from January of 2020 from activenews.ro, I translated it, so let me just read it to you. It says, a former translator from the American base in Kogalsanu accuses a real brothel operated here where minors were brought in. The woman filed a criminal complaint with DICOT, D-I-I-C-O-T, requesting that the Kogalsanu file be connected to the Carousel Develsalu file. DICOT is the branch of the Romanian government that investigates organized crime. Now, for background, the Carousel Develsalu file was a criminal case in which a 18-year-old girl and a 15-year-old girl, Louisa and Alexandra, respectively, disappeared under alarming circumstances, shockingly close to a U.S. military base in Romania. And when they caught the person that they accused of kidnapping both girls, the locals had said that that man had close ties with the U.S. military base in Romania. Now, backing it up to Colonel Busher of the U.S. Army, Erica's bestie, okay? I'm going to go back to that article from January 2020. The Carousel case in the summer of 2019 brought the Develsalu base to the forefront. That's the military base.
Yeah.
With voices linking the disappearances of the two girls to human trafficking networks and the military unit hosting American troops. The translator cited at the beginning of this article is named Anna Maria Nusanu, who claims that a real brothel operated in this military unit and on this military base, where underage girls were brought here to satisfy the desires of some soldiers. Nusanu notified the prosecutor's office about this brothel on the premises of the military base, and although there was an extensive investigation carried out by the American and Romanian authorities, an agreement signed in 2001 between the two countries was invoked. In that agreement, Romania ceded the right of investigation to the U.S. military. Anytime there were crimes committed on a U.S. military base in Romania, those crimes could not be investigated by Romanian authorities. They were then investigated internally by the U.S. military. The article then says, among those who would have benefited from the services of the young girls brought to the Kogalsanu base would have been the commander of the Black Sea Area Support Team, Colonel Otto Busher, helped by his right-hand senior adjunct platoon leader, Lloyd Sparks. So the very person that Erica was thanking at the end of that Vimeo video that I showed you is then implemented in child sex trafficking crimes. The article goes on to say, the document contains absolutely incredible information and details, which the author of the complaint, Anna Maria Nusanu, argues with concrete evidence in which under normal conditions would have led to convictions and long prison terms. However, since we are talking about military interests, the U.S. and NATO,
Now she reading Romanian news, Romanian news.
these are forces that always try to put these matters on the back burner whenever such scandals explode in the public space, the journalist writes. The case was effectively buried when the Americans invoked this agreement that they had with Romania that essentially prohibits Romanian authorities from investigating these crimes and hands over all investigative authority to the United States military. Here is another article from activenews.ro that provides further proof that Colonel Otto Buscher, the person that Erica thanked for helping her with the orphans, was directly involved in these trafficking crimes. In that article, there are translations of his messages where he is negotiating prices for underage girls. So at the very least, the person she was running that organization with, the U.S. military officer that was helping her do these things, has at multiple points been implicated in trafficking Romanian minors to U.S. military bases. And at the very least, we deserve some kind of explanation as to why she left Romania, why the organization just stopped operating, and why all of this information regarding that man, her connections to him, and what Romanian Angels did while in Romania, while on that U.S. military base, has been essentially scrubbed from Google. And even if we are to assume that maybe she found out about everything and left, why wouldn't you speak up? Why wouldn't you use the power that you now hold to hold the U.S. military accountable and talk about the horrific experience that you had being associated with child traffickers in Romania? That's weird to me. And why is it that everyone who has some sort of working relationship with President Trump has ties and accusations regarding this topic? This is not a normal thing. I have lived a very colorful life. Never in my life have I landed myself in a situation where there were even accusations, even a rumor of me being affiliated with underage child trafficking.
Right, I'll be hitting up straight smoke spot too. No bullshit.
Everything about it is fishy. So thank you for coming on this ride with me. We have now reached an 8-minute mark. I think that is ample time. I will continue reporting back if I find anything else.
Well, I knew this day would
Hey,
come.
what's up? I did a deep dive last night into Erica.
Yeah, she did a deep dive, all right. Holy moly, guacamole. Now I got a question. Is this a female or is she a female or a male?
Can you guess who this boy is? I'll give you a second to look at his face. You will know this person growing up, I'm sure.
Somebody said that's
No?
a man.
How about this picture of the same boy? Or maybe this one. Well, that's a young Eric. I mean, Erica Kirk. Your grieving widow, Jesus enthusiast, an all-round American heroine. It doesn't matter that she has suspicious ties to a country I can't mention, or has been involved with Trump since 2012, or is banned from Romania for totally unfounded rumors linking her to some famous files that her pals won't release. Just be nice to her. Listen to whatever she has to say, okay? Pay no attention to what you see in those eyes. You're wrong. Because someone just shot a hologram of her husband. So now her brave voice is the only thing you should pay attention to.
Oh, shit. Damn, hold on. She hit everybody with that fuck you. Let me see that one more. Oh, damn, she did hit everybody with that fuck you. I ain't got no sense. None whatsoever. What y'all on? What's up with you? What's up with y'all? Ins and outs. I just run across shit and see other people covering this and that, and then throw in my little two-piece, my little two-piece combo. Bop, bop. Bop, bop, bop. Throw a couple jabs. Steve Miller. From the services. I found this very interesting. He said he asked Grok if CK's wife has parents involved in the Iron Dome in Israel. It will say no. Show Grok Truth Tellers FTM's infographic and ask if it's accurate. Grok will suddenly realize Erica's father did work for Raytheon and worked extensively in Israel. That's weird. Let's see. Who were Erica Kirk's parents, and did her father have ties to Raytheon and the Iron Dome in Israel? The answer in 50 words or less. Thoughts. 1. Erica was raised by her mother in Scottsdale, Arizona. After her parents' divorce, her father's name is not publicly known. No evidence links her father to Raytheon or Israel's Iron Dome. But then you punch in, give it the image, and it replies, who are Erica Kirk's parents? Erica Kirk's parents are Kent and Melanie Frantze, whatever the Frantze. Ever the hell you say that? Kent was a prominent figure in the defense industry, having chaired Raytheon Israel Division and been involved in the significant military projects, including the Iron Dome. Oh, so she really is one of them people. Connected to them people. One of them people connected to them people that know them people. That also know them people that know them people. Yup, Romania, where them Tate boys from. I don't know what Steve Miller you talking about. I don't know if I heard that, because I didn't really pay attention to that service. I'm just catching clips of it. Could go out down a serious rabbit hole. Yowzers. Look at them! Look at them! Look at them!
Do you have Charlie Kirk fatigue yet?
Hell yeah, I got Charlie Kirk fatigue.
The 6 million theories, the 5 UAVs, the plane flying at extremely low altitudes, extremely low speeds, shutting off its transponder to remain undetected. The Israeli connections to Charlie Kirk's security detail. The security detail that allowed for George Zinn and other shadowy and suspicious characters like the guy in the brown shirt to make their way into that audience on that day.
She said shit about
We've heard the theories about the cell phone gun. We've seen the guy in the mezzanine and the stairwell.
Hell no.
We've heard about the second or third shooters. We've talked about trajectory. We've talked about range and distance. We've talked about windage. What about the lack of CCTV surveillance footage from the mini surveillance state that is Utah Valley University?
send
The lack of
that- did
gunshot
you send
residue
that to
analysis,
me?
no blood droplets, no fingerprints, no footprints, no
Okay,
physical
this
evidence at
thing.
all whatsoever linking Tyler Robinson to the
Put
scene
this
that
shit in
day.
the chat.
And that's supposed to give you fatigue. You're supposed to theorize. You're supposed to argue with each other on the internet. You're supposed to look the other direction so that ultimately you will just succumb to the truth. Disregard the inconsistencies and the absurdities and the lies that have been told to you by Kash Patel and his FBI.
And this dude,
Tyler Robinson acted alone.
this dude a bigot too.
He was the lone gunman. He acted on behalf of the radical left. And he killed Charlie Kirk, upset
Dude,
about Charlie
Peter.
Kirk's anti-transgenderism rhetoric.
Bigot.
And if you have questions about exit wounds or blood splatter, if you have questions about pass-through shots, why?
You know why I like
We've
it?
already heard from the surgeon that worked on Charlie Kirk directly.
Because he'll talk about some shit.
He violated every HIPAA law known to man, and he told the top Jew at TPUSA, Andrew Kovic, the lead spokesperson for Turning Point, that Charlie Kirk possessed a frame of steel. And that in his final moments, he saved lives. He saved people the inconvenience of having their wardrobe unnecessarily splattered with his blood because he possessed this Superman-esque frame of steel. Charlie Kirk was a man of steel.
That bullshit.
A lot more questions than we have answers now 2 weeks removed from the public assassination of Turning Point USA founder Charlie Kirk, right? And after a brief period of speculation regarding who would actually take over his organization in the wake of that death, we now know that his now widow, Erica Kirk, will be Turning Point's new CEO. And boy, this woman has wasted no time at all jumping to the forefront and in front of every camera here. Since the immediate aftermath of Charlie Kirk's death, I think his body maybe had been cold for a few hours, and TPUSA, seemingly under the direction of Erica Kirk, has been sending out constant fundraising emails. Have you received them? I've received them via text messages to members, to potential supporters, anyone that will open them up. And it's hard to honestly say at this point, with the risk of sounding insensitive, that this woman isn't monetizing her husband's death. Honestly, you really can't say that, actually, because that's exactly what she's doing. She's taking up the mantle of her husband. She's leading Turning Point forward out of the storm. And now your average conservative would have you believe that this is just a great story of American resilience. This is a shining example of a trad wife stepping up to honor her husband. Well, we're not buying that, because there's a whole lot more to this story than meets the eye. And quickly, as things move, it's hard to believe that any of this has happened organically or in a vacuum, especially when we start to consider the background of both Charlie Kirk and Erica Kirk and their respective family members. Who are these people? Where did they come from? How did they so rapidly rise to prominence and political influence? Who was funding them? Who was propping them up? And when you put your emotions aside and you look at these things objectively, their backgrounds begin to give us just a couple of clues. It's weird enough that Charlie Kirk's father was a top architect on Trump Tower, but that's nothing in comparison to the information that we're about to go over regarding Charlie's wife, now widow Erica, who was closely connected to Donald Trump and other power brokers, independent and long before meeting Charlie. We've talked before about how Erica Kirk is an actress, a reality TV romance actress to be exact. And most of you probably already know that she was crowned Miss Arizona USA, a pageant that at the time was owned and operated by none other than Donald Trump.
So I feel like he's finna.
Erica Kirk was actually invited to compete personally in these Miss USA pageants by Donald Trump himself.
And some shit, Is that what he gets?
She was recruited by Donald Trump, exactly how Trump used to recruit girls around Palm Beach County, Florida, along with Jeffrey Epstein. She was employed by Donald Trump when she met Charlie Kirk on her pilgrimage to Israel. And that's when she entered into, or at least made the introduction into, a relationship with Charlie Kirk. Years before that, what was Erica Kirk doing? Well, she had founded an orphan ministry called Romanian Angels, which helped Western elites acquire Eastern European children.
Oh, we telling it too, huh?
And there's even more to discuss when it comes to Erica's father, who is descended from a line of elite bankers who has connections to the DOD, and not just the Department of Defense, but to Israel. Erica Kirk's dad was involved in the launch of Raytheon Israel Ltd, a group that makes money by keeping the world in a constant state of war, just like they're doing right now in Israel. Now, cue up this video. This video right here gives you a pretty good rundown of exactly who Erica Kirk is. You can kind of see for yourself why we should be asking a whole lot more questions. Take a look.
Erica Kirk has deep connections to Jeffrey Epstein, Donald Trump, and the state of Israel. The supposed grieving wife and mother is going to be taking
Hey, y'all better hit that like button. Let me get my 6 likes.
over Turning Point USA. So here's some facts about her that I think the public has a right to know and that nobody else is reporting on. Around 2009 to 2010, even though Erica had never modeled before or participated in a beauty pageant, she received an invitation in the mail to participate in the Miss USA beauty pageants, which were owned by Donald Trump. In 2012, she won the Miss Arizona competition. And at the same time, according to her website, she was also a casting director at the same time she was modeling for Trump. In 2006, she started a ministry when she was just 17 years old. This ministry was working with the U.S. military in Romania. At the same time, she claimed to be working as a casting director. The area in Romania where
Well,
Erica was
T-Dub.
operating her ministry out of had a ton of locals accusing these evangelical ministries of kidnapping children and trafficking them out of the country. These children were being found in Israel, the UK, and undisclosed private islands. The locals demanded that the authorities look into this, and shocker, they never did, but her ministry was kicked out of Romania. In 2018, 2 years after Donald Trump started working with Charlie Kirk, Erica and Charlie were introduced to one another after one of their mutual friends suggested that Charlie should hire her to work for Turning Point. So at Erica's job interview with Charlie, Erica allegedly said, "You're not going to be my boss. You're going to be my boyfriend." So they began dating. I think it's safe to assume that this mutual friend was Donald Trump, because Erica was already one of his employees, so it would make sense for his team to encourage this. Beauty pageants are a well-known gateway for human trafficking. So with her being a casting director, her ministry,
Stop
working
making
with
this
the
up,
military in
girl.
Romania and being asked to leave, along with her very strange behavior of
You just
capitalizing on the
guessing.
death of her husband, I think this should be of immense concern to us all. Random people do not get propped up by the mainstream media out of nowhere. That includes Charlie Kirk, whose father had deep connections to Donald Trump even before he started working with Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, just step away from your emotions on this. And when you objectively look at the facts, it becomes really easy to see that Erica Kirk is far from the Christian trad wife that we've all been told she is, incessantly. By a media and by politicians who are dead set on selling us this unbelievable Charlie Kirk assassination story. A narrative that's now been picked up by Erica Kirk. And let's point out the Israeli connections here throughout this entire story, whether we're talking about personal and business connections to the Kirks, or just connections to this assassination itself, they could serve multiple ends. If Israel is behind this, which we have just about every reason to believe that they are, the Israelis didn't just take out a guy who had started questioning them or started rejecting their payouts or rejecting their re-education trips to Auschwitz, but they also created a situation in which self-proclaimed conservatives are now supporting limits to free speech. And not just limits, they're supporting the criminalization of speech. Pam Bondi and Clay Higgins, your stereotypical magatards on X, they all say that they want to throw people in jail, have them fired from their jobs, take away their ability to drive a car if conservatives don't like what they say about Charlie Kirk and his death. They're signing off on the creation of a censorship regime that our government has already shown us is being designed to enforce Noahidism, to criminalize and to stifle any criticism or any questioning of Israel and the Jew. And this is just exactly what happens in situations like this. The fallout is never isolated. Nothing ever happens in a vacuum. Moments just like this one serve as jumping off points for evil people. And that's what we're witnessing right now. Make no mistake.
Stu,
And remember that I said
Nazi,
that.
you a little Nazi, ain't you?
Chris Guy has been following along with everything Erica Kirk. He joins us now for more on this. Chris, thanks a lot for coming. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you for having me. And yeah, you guys said everything. Like, you have to remove emotions from this because everybody has been manipulated by their emotions to feel a certain way, to support exactly what you're saying, more anti-Semitism laws, restrictions on free speech, etc. And they've been emotionally manipulated to try to stop any criticism whatsoever. So just us trying to even talk about these facts,
What else,
facts
Sharice?
about Erica Kirk, not any type of defamation or slander.
Where's
They'll say,
Black
"Oh,
at?
you're insensitive. She's a grieving widow. Why are you even talking about this stuff?" That's how you know they've been completely brainwashed with the inability to think critically about the situation. Because how do you ignore that she was going to Israel. She knew Donald Trump. Her dad worked for Donald Trump. She has ties to Israel, human trafficking, beauty pageants. She literally went to the job interview and told him to his face, "I'm going to date you." This literally has every single inclination that she was some kind of agent, or at least told to go and be with Charlie Kirk. And now we're not supposed to question any of this. We're not supposed to question her behavior of going to the funeral home and having the wherewithal to get somebody else to videotape her grieving over the open casket of her dead husband so she could post it on social media for more likes. And then at the funeral, they are having fireworks displays like we're watching the WWE. And it was one of the most embarrassing things I've ever seen America do.
For sure.
They're using, not only is she monetizing this, she's using it to basically take over everything that Charlie stood for and take over everything that he was working with. And we already know it's going to get whitewashed down to be pro-Israeli, banning free speech. And they've now created an even further divide between the left and right. The left and right were finally coming together over pedophiles, over Epstein, etc. And now they're once again divided over, and they divided us in so many ways. People that don't even want to talk about the Kirk assassination because it's insensitive. People that that will try to get you fired if you said he deserved it or you thought that it was an acceptable event. And then they have the people that simply will try to believe the government narrative. And then they have splinter cells of people that have all their own little theories. And like you said, that's why they created a million theories. So now, of the millions and millions of people talking about this, everybody is talking about it in a different way. Everybody has their own theory. Everybody has their own. And the real situation, which we all know is Israel did it, Israel's guilty, isn't even really being talked about. Is it an accident that Benjamin Netanyahu is the only world leader that tweeted about Charlie Kirk's death within minutes of it happening? Is it an accident that that very same day he did an interview and said, "Oh, I don't know why people are saying Israel's responsible. We're not responsible." I don't know.
Hold on a second. Are you telling me that you're questioning the authenticity of Benjamin Netanyahu's claims, that his repeated claims over and over again? I didn't do this. Israel didn't do this. The Jew is not responsible. Just completely unprovoked, out of the blue. Who does that?
Yeah, of course. Just like the flotilla that was attacked by a meteor, not by an Israeli drone that bombed it multiple times, but it was a meteor shower that hit it. So, and just like their defense minister said, "Oh, we don't care about charges of international law. We're God's chosen. International law doesn't apply to us." But no, these people are 100% trustworthy. And you mentioned that they were coming after anti-Semitism. They actually have now came out and publicly stated that if you're not an American citizen and you said anything bad about the Charlie Kirk assassination, you will be banned from entering the United States. Literally. So not only do they want to control the speech and the thoughts of American citizens, they want to police the thoughts and the speech of people all around the world. And they're trying to pretend that Israel is their only ally. Israel is their greatest ally. Well, how many other countries around the world just officially recognize Palestine? Canada, UK, France, Germany, Spain, Luxembourg, Turkey, Ireland, all these countries. These are USA's true allies, but now they're no longer allies anymore because they're going against what Israel wants. And Trump is supposed to be America first, yet he's going to go against every one of his actual allies, every one of his NATO allies, every one of his trade allies, every one of his cooperation allies in the G20, G10, etc., because Israel said so. When everybody knows Israel is in violation of ethics, national laws, international laws, the human code of life, everything possible. But Donald Trump's regime is ready to burn every bridge around the world and get rid of every ally around the world so they can support Israel and so they can support Ukraine. The two Jewish-owned countries that are nothing but giant money laundering scams and giant scams for banking, war, and conquest. It's really that simple. So America, stop arguing with each other. Stop arguing about who killed Charlie Kirk. It was Israel. Stop arguing about who your biggest problems are. It's not Russia, China, Iran, etc. It's Israel. And as soon as you realize that, and you decide, okay, we're no longer going to give billions and billions of dollars to Israel. We're no longer going to allow them to kill. They just killed, what, 4 American citizens in an airstrike in Lebanon using American money, American weapons, killing American civilians. And what did Trump administration say about the American civilians, most of which were children that just got killed? American citizens get killed, and Trump said, "Oh, it's a shame. It's collateral damage." And when asked, how do you punish Israel and how do you keep track of how many Americans Israel kills with American-made weaponry? You know what the response was, Stu? They don't keep track of how many American citizens Israel kills. So Israel can literally kill as many American citizens as they want with any means necessary, any country around the world, and not only not face any punishment, not only not face any consequences, but they will continue to get billions of dollars and American-made weapons and the authority and authorization to do
but
so.
Don't you think that it would behoove the Trump administration, if they were really pro-war and if they were really pro-Israel, wouldn't it be something that would benefit their agenda if they could use them as bait, use them as cannon fodder and their deaths as the pretext, essentially, to go to war? Hey, they're killing Americans now. We need to go bomb Iran.
Well, they could, except the fact that Israel's the one killing them. So how are you going to go bomb Iran because Israel killed some American citizens?
This is what's been told to us over and over again. It wasn't Israel. Israel didn't do the USS Liberty. Israel wasn't involved in the JFK assassination. Israel wasn't involved in 9/11. Israel had nothing to do with Charlie Kirk. This is what we've been told over and over again. The biggest problem in our country is Islamic extremism and radical Islam. Sharia law is the most dangerous thing that faces America. Just ask Alex Jones, ask Nick Fuentes, ask Laura Loomer.
That's funny because for 7 months I lived in Turkey, which is a 98% Muslim country. They even have the prayers going every time of day. And people always tell me that Muslims will never accept me or never respect me because of my tattoos and because of the way I dress and because of the way I talk. But guess what? I lived in a Muslim country for 7 months and I received nothing but respect, and I was treated very nicely by every single person. And they actually treat animals better there than they do in the United States of America, if you can believe it. So all the stuff you're told is all Jewish propaganda, and it's all lies. And the only problem with the Islamists that are coming in are being facilitated by Jewish people like George Soros. And they're going to countries like India that have 1.5 billion people, and they're finding the worst million people out of that 1.5 billion. The losers of the losers that India or whatever country they're coming from does not want, and they're dumping them in Canada, or they're dumping them in the United States. And so you can blame those people and you can blame those countries. Why did you invade Iraq and Afghanistan on 9/11? They had nothing to do with bombing the Twin Towers, even if you believe that Osama bin Laden did it. But you still went to war for Israel. You still killed millions of people for Israel. You still spent trillions of dollars for Israel. And what did you get out of it? Israel gave you a pat on the back and said, good job, Goyim. And the rest of the world says, death to America. And you wonder why.
I want to get back to TPUSA and Erica Kirk, and we're going to do that in just a second. But did you see the news this morning that President Trump is agitating NATO to get into basically a hot war against Russia on behalf of Ukraine? He's disappointed that NATO is not intervening, and he's pushing for full-on kinetic confrontation in Ukraine against Russia in this proxy war that we've been watching for years now.
Well, it makes perfect sense because we knew they were never going to stop the war. And we know that Ukraine and Israel share the same Jewish interests. And we know that Russia is against those interests. So you're not only going to see Trump advocating for war against Russia, you're going to see this wonderful propaganda coming out of Israel where they're going to start saying that China and Russia are now Israel's largest threats. And they're
so
going to
your take that the Trump administration and our bureaucracy here, this uniparty duopoly, is captured and occupied by the Jew and by Israel. Do you feel the same way about Vladimir Putin and the Kremlin? Do you think that there's a lot of Jewish influence there?
There still is, but not to the same extent, because look what he's doing. He did banning gay pride, banning LGBT, banning Satanism. So he's doing a lot of stuff that if the Jews had the power, wouldn't allow him to do. But at the same time, I don't think he's completely independent, because just like every world leader, we're all connected, and they all need alliances in certain places, and you can never trust anybody that has power. And the more power they have, the more corrupt they are. So then the least you should be able to trust them. But what I do know for sure is Israel would love for the United States to go to war against Russia, China, Iran for Israel. And that's going to be the next phase of propaganda. They're going to be telling people that China is working with Hamas, and China is funding and arming Hamas by giving Iran weapons, who then give them to Hamas. So
and Hezbollah. Hezbollah as well. These are, by the way, all creations. These are all the brain children of the CIA and the Mossad and all of these different intel apparatus that are all interconnected as well. You may as well just all call them one world intel collective agency. They all work together. The CIA is unable lawfully to pull off, operations against the American people on U.S. soil. So instead, they just train MI6. They train this, the Mossad how to do this stuff against Americans on U.S. soil. As far as Turning Point USA is concerned, Charlie Kirk was not willing to beat the war drum, and apparently had a meeting with President Trump where he was shouted down or in some way accosted by Trump because he was pushing back on the idea of war with Iran. So it seems that war with Iran is baked in. If President Trump is shouting down someone, especially an ally to Trump, over not going to war quick enough, and Charlie Kirk is saying, why do we need to go to war with Iran? I don't think that this is a good idea. And Charlie Kirk is being shouted down by President Trump. Doesn't that seem to say or suggest that President Trump has just baked in the idea that eventually, yes, we're going to war with Iran?
Oh, that's already a foregone conclusion, because that's what Israel wants, and that's what Israel's going to get. The only reason we haven't seen it so far is because Israel realizes that Iran's capabilities to defend themselves and to attack Israel directly are far greater than they originally assumed. And now Iran was telling everybody that the weapons they used last time were like their old stock missiles from the 70s and 80s, and they weren't even really using their new stuff, their hypersonics and all the stuff they're getting from Russia and China. And now they got anti-air defenses from China, and now they got access to China's GPS system, and now they have direct military hardware coming in from Russia. We don't know what it is to say, but Iran is a lot more capable against Israel than any other foe they ever faced. Iran caused more damage to Israel than any other foe they ever faced. And if they have a second skirmish, we'll call it, because I can't really even call that a war, Iran will cause much more damage to Israel than Israel will cause to Iran. And that's the only reason they haven't actually bombed Iran again, in my opinion, because the Americans and Israelis haven't figured out how to nullify counterattacks. And it's not like Benjamin Netanyahu cares about the people of Israel, but he doesn't want the infrastructure of Israel to get destroyed, because then it hampers Israel's war machine, and it's going to slow them down taking over Gaza and bombing Lebanon and taking over Syria and the Greater Israel Project. So I believe that they're at a strategic crossroads, and they don't really know how to get that war with Iran without Israel getting demolished. Because even if they get the Goyim slave army of the United States to take the lead and go into Iran and try even a ground offensive to do a regime change with 200,000 troops in a full-scale war, the first thing Iran's going to do is attack Israel, because they know that's who's sending America.
That's my question for you. Do you think that this is turning into what Israel would like it to be as a holy war, And is this being lined up basically where Charlie Kirk is now out of the way? I can see Erica Kirk and TPUSA taking the funding that was meant for Charlie Kirk for TPUSA from Benjamin Netanyahu, getting back to the table, negotiating, opening up these discussions again, getting the parameters basically of what it is that's acceptable for Benjamin Netanyahu and the state of Israel, and then taking that funding and opening up all kinds of different TPUSA chapters across the United States, dozens of them, maybe even hundreds of them, and then taking these Christian, Zoomers and basically preaching to them that this is what we need, in essence, conscripting them, getting them ready, getting them conditioned to go fight and die in this holy war. Keeping in mind that, by the way, the white population is down to 8% worldwide, and that killing whites and that killing Christians is the stated goal of the Jews. So a holy war would serve all of these things, and that people will be all charged up and that they'll be ready to go fight and die to spread democracy, to defend the United States, to defend our national security interests. Do you think that that's what this is shaping up to be, a full-blown holy war where white Christian American men go spill their blood and lose their treasure once again?
That's Israel's wet dream. That's their ultimate goal. That's their number one plan, because that's the number one hot button for Americans, religion. They want Americans to believe that it is your Christian and God-given duty to serve Israel, to defend Israel, to protect Israel, to basically be Israel's little, when we know for a fact that that's just a way of manipulating. But Americans are very religious. Americans are very patriotic. So if they can manipulate Americans and say serving Israel is really what's best for America, they believe that they can get Americans to go to war for them again. Do I believe that's going to be? Do I believe it's going to be successful? If you asked me this question 20 years ago, I would say absolutely it's going to be successful, because Americans have no idea that the Jews even control them, let alone that the Jews are their enemy.
You know what I mean?
Nowadays, you can actually see that people understand that the Jews have unwavering control over everything America, media, banking, etc. And they're starting to realize that they're getting not benefits, diminishing returns every time they send Israel money. It's costing Americans more morally, more financially, more internationally, and pretty soon it's going to be costing them, like you said, lives and blood. And we already know that Americans will kill millions and millions of people around the world for absolutely no other reason that they're being manipulated by Israel to do so. And as you pointed out, the number one hot button to get Americans to do whatever the hell you want is to use religion. And that's been the hot button for not just Americans. If you go back through human history for thousands of years, the biggest wars, the most bloody conflicts were always religious conflicts.
There's no way that Erica Kirk or any woman would have the backbone of a man. And it seemed like at the end that Charlie Kirk really did have serious questions, and that his positions and his views were changing. And he was asking questions, and he was citing the secular Jew and all the problems that they have caused. He was talking about all of the facets of this multifaceted occupation in our country. He was talking about banking CEOs and corporate America. He was talking about our government. He was talking about pedophilia. He was talking about the brownification of our country and the massive Muslim migration into the West that's directly caused by the American war empire, which assists the genocidal Israeli war machine via the military-industrial complex, which is headquartered and houses its front lines on Rothschild Boulevard in Tel Aviv. So when he refused to stop asking these questions, when he went on with Ben Shapiro and Ben raised his unibrow, I thought it was going to pop right off of his face. He was just like so shocked that Charlie Kirk would say these things. And then just a day or two later, Charlie Kirk is dead. Have you entertained any other ideas other than Israel? Have you entertained the fact that maybe the Jew was not responsible for Charlie Kirk and his death?
Absolutely not, and I can tell you unequivocally why, and it's a multifaceted reason. Number one,
okay, well, hold on a second. So you haven't even considered that it could be something else. You made up your mind right away, and that's it. There's no convincing you to take a look at any other ideas or theories whatsoever?
Every single theory idea that's come across my path has only reinforced my original assessment, which was that this was 100% a Mossad CIA operation by all people close to Charlie, and they wanted him dead. And I can unequivocally
tell me how. Break that down for us.
Very simply, I've been following everything Charlie Kirk's been saying since Trump got elected, and he was 100% towing the MAGA line for a long time, almost all the way up to August. He even went so far to say that Palestine doesn't exist. There's no genocide going on in Palestine. All the Palestinians are being killed by Hamas, not Israel. There's no such thing as the Epstein files. We got to stop asking about them. We got to start trusting the Trump administration. So even I was calling out Charlie Kirk, and a lot of his followers were calling out Charlie Kirk and saying, what the hell? You used to talk about pro-First Amendment, pro-Second Amendment, shout down critical race theory, shout down LGBT. Now you're pro-Israeli, pro-MAGA, pro-pedophile. So when he got, and then just a few weeks before he got shot, like you said, he started questioning Israel. He questioned about October 7th, the stand down order in Israel. He questioned how Israel and AIPAC control all our politicians. He questioned how Israel have control the banking system. He questioned how all the anti-white policies being passed in America are being done by the Jewish people.
Shit,
and then 2 days later, he gets shot and he's killed. And they tell us he was shot in the neck
playing in the
from 200
background.
yards out with a 30-06, and there's no exit wound. Stu, I don't know
This
about you,
shit
but I've been
off,
shooting guns since I was
X.
3 years old. And I even posted a video of a guy shooting
They
a ballistic
flagged
shell
it.
head with a 30-06, and he was at least 100 to 200 yards out. And exit wound, there wasn't even a headlamp. A 30-06 is a rifle used to kill a moose. A moose that is 6 or 7 times the size of a human can be killed with a 30-06 from 600-700 yards away. And we're supposed to believe that a human neck, the softest tissue on the body, somehow a spinal cord.
That's why it sounds so funny.
30-06
Because he's talking faster.
That bullet would have
than
went through Charlie Kirk and 3 other people behind him before getting lodged like 8 feet,
That's why
8
it
inches
sound like
into
he
a
did
wall.
about 4
There's
lines
no
of
way on
cocaine
God's
before he
green
took
earth
this
that
interview.
Charlie Kirk was shot by a rifle round of any
Well, yeah, of
type.
course. There's been no gunshot residue analysis. There's been no footprint or fingerprint analysis.
Comey
There has
got
been no
indicted.
comprehensive
When?
forensic analysis that puts Tyler Robinson on that roof. We haven't seen the video footage of him getting on the roof. We haven't seen the video footage of him in the prone position taking that shot. We haven't seen him on video changing his clothes and somehow wrapping that rifle in a blanket nice and neatly before running across the roof, which is where we see the footage begin. Why don't we have the other footage? Because it doesn't exist, because Tyler Robinson's not the shooter. And anybody with any kind of shred of common sense at all whatsoever understands that Charlie Kirk didn't have a bone structure that was dense enough to stop the high velocity, high powered 150, 180, 190 grain 30-06 round that we are to believe that we've been told was hurling in his direction. And I've posted ballistics about this. I've commented on this. It absolutely did not happen. It's a fallacy. It's a lie.
That
It
boy,
did
But
not happen.
that boy done popped
You know
the
what we did
eight ball
see?
up
We
in
saw
his
that
nose.
old Jewish guy claimed
George
to be
Zinn.
the shooter.
Yeah.
Pardon?
George
I can't remember.
Zinn.
Zinn, right? Something Zinn.
Yeah,
Whatever.
George.
He's an Israeli Jew that openly admitted pretending to be the shooter to
I seen
distract
some
the police
shit-
for the
some
real
more
shooter to
shit
get
on this
away.
George
And
Zinn
coincidentally,
tattoo.
that same dude happened to be at the Boston Marathon bombing where he got arrested as one of the people threatening to plant the explosives. Another Israeli false flag event. And if that wasn't enough for you to understand that this was
shit.
Israel, that same dude who was at the Charlie Kirk shooting, who admitted to trying to help the
Yeah,
real
they
shooter
might
escape,
flag this
and who
motherfucker.
went to jail at the Boston Marathon bombing for trying to plant explosives, was also at 9/11 in New York. So this guy, in the last
I've heard people
25
say,
years,
I
Yeah,
have
he
heard people
probably
say
is.
that was
I thought
fake,
that
that he
already.
wasn't at 9/11. But if he were, which I've also heard many reports that he was,
What kind of name is
and
Chris
if he
Scott?
were at the Boston bombing and he was at Charlie Kirk's assassination, the odds are 6
It
million.
ain't your
to 1.
real
there's
name.
it just doesn't happen.
Wait, I actually posted the arrest record from him at the Boston Marathon bombing, so I can confirm 100% that he was arrested. He was even given 1 year in jail, but then they
Even
changed
just
it
those
to
two
probation.
occurrences, even just the Boston Marathon and Charlie Kirk's assassination. It
There
just
you
doesn't
go.
happen in a vacuum. It doesn't happen organically. So whether or not, and if he was at 9/11, I mean, that's just icing on the cake. But there are a lot of theories out there that say, hey, this could have definitely been the radical left. This could have also been a disgruntled conservative who was upset that Charlie Kirk was so moderate on the Israel stuff and Christianity, and that he was kind of
Hey,
wavering
yo,
off
this
of that. So
breaking
what's to say that
news
this
in
wasn't
this
some Christian?
motherfucker?
At first, it was supposed to be a Groyper that did this. They tried to frame Nick Fuentes and all of this.
Well, it's like you said, the idea is they want to make the waters as murky as possible to create as many divides and as many fake theories as possible, so people stop asking about the real people behind it, which was the Mossad. And on top of that, the more fake theories they create, the more excuses they create now to curtail free speech. Because now you have conservatives saying, oh my God, how dare people talk bad about the Charlie Kirk shooting, have them fired. And you have leftists saying, aha, it's so great, Charlie Kirk got shot. And so all over the political spectrum, left, right, up, down, blue, red, etc., they have everybody at each other's throats, everybody divided, and everybody pushing for more censorship on free speech. Even Donald Trump went on TV the other day and said, oh, free speech is free speech, but if 97% of what you're saying about someone is negative, that's no longer free speech, that's cheating. Cheating. So in Donald Trump's eyes,
Say
free
what?
speech only applies if you're giving him praise. But the moment you criticize him, it's no longer free speech, it's cheating.
Yeah,
and
you're
you
not
should
playing
go
by
to
the
jail.
rules. You're not allowed to do that. Don't talk about Zion Donnie Trumpenstein like that. That's cheating. That's not fair. We can't do that. We got to play by the rules, or else we're going to deploy the military to the streets and we'll shut you down. I mean, who is he preparing to fight, by the way? I haven't talked to you about this. He's deploying the military, the National Guard. He is federalizing the policed state of America. He did not do this in
who is he
2020
getting
while our
ready to
country was being
fight,
completely
Stu?
destroyed. He originally did this
Tell
under
it.
the pretext that Washington, D.C.'s violent crime rate was way up. However, it was down since 2020. Who's he gearing up to fight? Why does he have the military in the streets? Why does he desire to militarize the streets of our country?
Well, it's quite obvious. There's a law called Posse Comitatus from the 1800s.
Hold on. Copper guy that just broke some shit. Hold on. Say what?
Welcome back. Breaking right now. Tonight, a major update to a story we brought to you earlier in the hour. A grand jury has just handed down an indictment for former FBI Director James Comey. The Justice Department accused Comey of lying to Congress while under oath back in 2020. Let's bring in David Spunt with all the breaking details. David, what can you tell us?
Well, Jillian, we are waiting to get the actual details of the indictment. We're just told that an indictment has been handed up against the former FBI Director James Comey. So I don't want to speculate on the actual charges yet until I see the paper in hand. That's the only responsible thing to do. But we know that James Comey, the former FBI Director, has been indicted. We're waiting to see if there's any sort of comment from the Justice Department.
Well, I'll be damned. How about that? Fantastic.
That prevents the use of the military against U.S. citizens, because back then U.S. citizens were smart enough to understand that giving a president, a single person, the power to use the military against his own people was probably not a good idea. And the only time it was actually ever done, coincidentally, was the Civil War. So it would make sense that he's gearing up for a civil war. And everything that we see is pointing in that direction, because they're going to want an external war where the United States is fighting for Israel against Iran, Russia, China. And of course, that's going to cause the biggest divide of all back home. And that's going to be one way that they can get a wonderful civil war going on in the States while the U.S. is at war abroad. That would be the perfect scenario for the Jewish controllers of Trump. That's what they would like to see for the USA. They would like to see the USA in a position where they are perpetually funding the Israeli war machine, genocide, etc., while the Americans are also distracted and embroiled in a war at home but amongst themselves and a war abroad against Israel's enemies. That is literally, if Israel wrote their Hanukkah wish list, that would be it right there.
I said this right at the beginning. I said, watch these conservative influencers that latch on to the idea that this was the radical left, and they just keep on repeating that over and over again. These people are intentionally posturing and intentionally programming and setting up the environment that's necessary for the kicking off of and a sparking of a civil war in our country. Tune those people out. Don't listen to them. We don't have two parties. We don't have Republicans and Democrats or a left and a right. We have people who have been intentionally divided by an enemy. So when you look at influencers like Alex Jones, who came out right away and said, this wasn't Israel, there is nothing to prove this was not Israel. And then you have Nick Fuentes saying, you're insane if you think this was Israel. Everything isn't always Israel. What do you make of that?
Alex Jones, I thought, was compromised from a while back. And when he started going on about the Epstein files being Trump's latest 5D chess and trusting the plan and saving Israel for last, I had to call him out in a video, because I used to have a lot of respect for Alex. I've been watching him since I was like 15 years old. But it's clear that he's now just a Zionist puppet. And that probably has something to do with the giant lawsuit against him. But that's only speculation. What isn't speculation is that he was saying was completely ridiculous. And all these people that are now defending Israel or trying to take the spotlight off Israel, it's clear that they have been compromised by Israel. Because anybody with a brain, anybody with integrity, anybody with honesty will tell you 1000% that Israel is the biggest enemy of the United States. They are the biggest parasite sucking the United States dry, and they give absolutely no benefit at all to the United States, but many detriments to the United States that go far beyond the financial and the moral.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It's always a pleasure talking to you, Chris Sky. Where do you want people to find? Did you get your Twitter back yet, by the way?
I'm working on that. I think within a month or so, I'm going to have it back. I'm working on something very special that I was combining with the Twitter that I can't talk about yet. But it's something to do with helping out one of the biggest problems that Canada's facing right now. And I'm working with people trying to solve probably the biggest problem in Canada. But I don't want to say more about it than that. But it'll be combined with me getting my Twitter back. So I'll have more on that.
If you meet with people that are able to get you your X account back, do you think that you could introduce me to these people so that I could have a meeting about restoring my blue check mark so that people actually see what it is that I'm talking about?
100% guaranteed.
I just think that it's, it should be the decision of free-willed American adults to decide who it is that they want to hear from, not Elon Musk or whoever it is that's actually controlling the levers of power at X. You don't believe that Elon Musk is actually controlling X, do you? I mean, that would be like saying that Trump and his boneheaded up retard administration are actually pulling the strings for the United States.
I can tell you with unequivocal accuracy that if you're someone that stands out in the social media world, All it takes is for one executive to have a hard-on for you, and they can bypass company policy, bypass protocol, and mess with your account one way or the other. That's all it takes. One angry leftist, one person that doesn't like you, that has a little bit of power in that association,
It's
and
the
they can do things to
leftists.
you without anyone knowing.
That's who's doing this. It's the leftists. It's the radical left. All right. I don't think so. I think that it is the global powers that be, the pedophiles that are pretending to run our government, who are beholden to Israel.
As an example only.
What's that? I'm sorry.
I use the radical left as an example only because we were talking about your specific blue check mark.
Oh, got you.
that's
Yeah.
why I said that.
Well, I definitely don't think it was the left that shut down my check mark either. I'm pretty sure that had a whole lot to do with this film and a lot of the talking points where every road seems to just lead right back to Rothschild Boulevard. Chris Guy, thanks so much, man. Appreciate it. We will be back in 2 minutes and 2 seconds with the base report. Frankie Stocks is going to be here, as well as the Money Minute and parasites. Is that what cancer is? We'll talk more about that with Svetlana
They all
Wilcox.
about the titty.
Three exclusive.
The freedom from IRA.
Welcome to the base. Patel's FBI knew exactly what had happened, that this was some kind of crazed crackpot leftist, just the latest instance of...
TV, Frankie Stocks is here with us now. 3 minutes on the clock. The base report starts right now.
Thanks, Stu. We're going to start things off this evening in Dallas, Texas, where this morning there was a mass shooting at an ICE facility. We are told right away that Kash Patel's FBI knew exactly what happened, that this was some kind of crazed crackpot leftist, just the latest instance of political violence in this country. This guy had taken up a position on an elevated rooftop. He was shooting down at the facility, allegedly trying to kill ICE agents, but instead he shot some illegals. One of them died, and then he killed himself. And when they went and found his body on the roof, it was found that he had bullets with little inscriptions written on them, which they called anti... What?
Of course he did.
Yes, of course. It's their calling card. This is the calling card now of all these mass shooters.
Did he have a rifle barrel shoved in his pants and a backpack and multiple changes of clothes? Was he upset about the anti-transgender rhetoric of Charlie Kirk?
He was at least upset about the anti-illegal immigrant rhetoric of ICE, it would seem, because it sounds like his handler told him to write some anti-ICE phrases on these bullets, and instead he just wrote anti-ICE. It literally just says anti-ICE written on one of these bullets. Kash Patel posted a big picture of it over on his X profile. He's promising a big crackdown on all of what he calls political violence, and as we all know, this is just a hook to pull conservatives in. The odds that this guy is some kind of mind-controlled, internet-handled weirdo are very, very high at this point. We're seeing this on an extremely regular basis. It's always the same thing. They write inscriptions on bullets. They always have some kind of off-the-wall motivation, and then it always ends in an attack on our civil liberties. And Kash Patel, from the moment that this happened this morning, seemed to just know exactly what it was, confident in going out and telling the people, hey guys, it's just another liberal. We're going to have a crackdown. And Ted Cruz, who's a camera hound in times of tragedy, of course, he was in front of the cameras with officials from Texas today, and they were all saying, we're going to have to crack down on rhetoric. We're going to have to stop all of this speech because it's creating madmen and it's making them go out and shoot people. So this, once again, it doesn't smell right. It really never does anymore. And the odds that this guy was being handled by someone on the internet who was pumped full of a bunch of different medication is through the roof. Now, speaking of another guy who was probably pumped full of a ton of medication, Ryan Wesley Ruth, the guy who they claim tried to assassinate President Trump when he was still a candidate on his golf course in Florida last year. Ryan Ruth is this guy who was arrested immediately after that, thrown in jail. It was big in the news cycle for a few days, and then it totally disappeared for months on end. This guy turned out to have been a mercenary of sorts who was going back and forth between the United States and Ukraine. He was appearing in Ukrainian propaganda videos, and he was even in constant communication with the Department of Homeland Security. And then we're supposed to believe he organically took it upon himself to go and assassinate Donald Trump and just have a near miss and not get through with it. This guy was thrown in jail over 20 years ago on weapons of mass destruction charges after an armed standoff with police. Anyone else would have never seen the light of day again, but somehow this guy keeps his passport, he keeps his full civil rights, and he's going back and forth to Ukraine to fight as a mercenary with DHS backing. It just doesn't make any sense. Well, in federal court, as soon as he was convicted, Ryan Ruth grabbed a pen and tried to stab himself in the neck and kill himself. He failed to kill himself. And this has me wondering, did this guy's self-destruct mind control programming malfunction and he failed to kill himself? And now, between now and sentencing in December, they've got him on suicide watch, which is usually the kiss of death. Are we going to hear that this guy hung himself with the paper bed sheet in federal custody? And this guy's tied to Ukraine. So speaking of Ukraine, we're going to go there with this last story. Trump at the United Nations alongside Volodymyr Zelensky this week, he said NATO should begin engaging Russian planes that they claim violate Russian airspace. Trump is ready to send NATO to war. And when he does, of course, through Article 5, the United States goes to war. The United States is NATO. We're the military of NATO. We're the pocketbook of NATO. The Europeans are just a little sprinkles on top to act like they're doing something important. This will be America going to war with Russia, not on behalf of the American people, but of course on behalf of the cabal, of course on behalf of the forever war military-industrial complex. More Americans fed into the meat grinder in the Middle East. And Trump is really happy to do this. He says if Russia violates NATO airspace, shoot down their planes. And the second Russia returns fire, they'll declare an Article 5 response, and it'll be war. Back to you, Stu.
There he is, Frankie Stocks. Make sure that you follow him on X at Real Stocks. You can write him, Frankie@stewpeters.com. Your ideas for the Based Report, things that you want Frankie Stocks to begin looking into, as well as what we are looking into. Of course, the metaphorical parasitic infestation that we're dealing with in our country by the savage Talmudic pedophiles, but also the parasites that are in your body. What is cancer? Is it a parasite? We're going to talk to Svetlana Rilkov coming up next. Stick around, go nowhere. Back in 2 minutes, right here on the Stu Peters Show.
Money, secure the
everything J-proof. Were barred from coming anywhere near them. Sharia face muzzles were affixed to the faces of billions of people worldwide. You couldn't even show your face. And in the process, there's still some beer gut that you think you have, that inflammation. Go to the liver and they go to the pancreas.
They'll have parasites. Or
hold it up just a little bit. Hold it up. The time to voice your concerns today, Willie, of the ostrich.
I have my Bachelor of Science.
Go to the doctor for a patient. A mother of a kind of evil actually exists in this world.
Wearing
these big pharmaceutical corporations working in hand concert with
what the hell
these
going on?
for-profit medical care systems, the hospitals and the clinics. These administrators, they all know it.
Who is
they all know this.
Canadian
and Svetlana knows that too. It's why rather than cowering and getting into the fetal position and finding herself helpless, instead she got engaged. She weaponized her righteous.
But to truly, take your life force. This is a genocide, and we're all coming into further help. And this is going to
amend. I've tried
time in your life to get
Trump's cabinet. You got Biden's cabinet.
She got some cancer gummies for you. Take these gummies. You'll be fine. I'll be damned. He's bashing Trump. Everybody. He say Trump and the Jays. Trump and the Jays. Hey, man. TikTok. Hey, that was crazy, man. I had to sift that shit, eat the fruit, spit out the seeds type shit. You dig? Now, what you was saying about this here, none you still in Costco's? This shit gonna be hella fast.
Please welcome to the stage, Stephen.
Hello, Turning Point. Hello, Patriots. Hello to our fearless president, Donald J. Trump. And hello to millions of Americans all across this land who are gathered in sadness and sorrow.
Stephen Miller is his name.
Charlie Kirk, but also to dedicate ourselves to finishing his mission and achieving victory in his name. The day that Charlie died,
666 in the floor.
The angels wept, but those tears have been turned into fire in our hearts. And that fire burns with a righteous fury that our enemies cannot comprehend or understand. When I see Erica and her strength and her courage, I'm reminded of a famous expression. The storm whispers to the warrior that you cannot withstand my strength. And the warrior whispers back, I am the storm. Erica is the storm. We are the storm. And our enemies cannot comprehend our strength, our determination, our resolve, our passion. Our lineage and our legacy hails back to Athens, to Rome, to Philadelphia, to Monticello. Our ancestors built the cities. They produced the art and architecture. They built the industry. Erica stands on the shoulders of thousands of years of warriors, of women who raised up families, raised up city, raised up industry, raised up civilization, who pulled us out of the caves and the darkness into the light. The light will defeat the dark. We will prevail over the forces of wickedness and evil. They cannot imagine what they have awakened. They cannot conceive of the army that they have arisen in all of us. Prevail over the forces of wickedness and evil. They cannot imagine who pulled us out of the caves and the darkness into the light. The light will defeat the dark. We will prevail. Families, raised up city, raised up industry, raised up civilization, who pulled us out of the caves and the darkness into the light. The raised up civilization, who pulled us out of the caves and the darkness into the light. Who pulled us out of the caves and the darkness into the light. Who pulled us out of the caves and the darkness into the light. Who pulled us out of the caves and the darkness into the light.
Well, at least he admitted he from a cave. How about that?
The light will defeat the dark. We will prevail over the forces of wickedness and evil. Defeat the dark. We will prevail.
What?
The light will defeat the dark. We will prevail over the forces.
Is this motherfucker speaking in code? Is that why you said this to me, Onion?
Of wickedness and evil. They cannot imagine what they have awakened. They cannot conceive of the army that they have arisen in all of us. Because we stand for what is good, what is virtuous, what is noble. And to those trying to incite violence against us, those trying to foment hatred against us, what do you have? You have nothing. You are nothing. You are wickedness, you are jealousy, you are envy, you are hatred. You are nothing. You can build nothing. You can produce nothing. You can create nothing. We are the ones who build. We are the ones who create. We are the ones who lift up humanity. You thought you could kill Charlie Kirk? You have made him immortal. You have immortalized Charlie Kirk. And now millions will carry on his legacy. And we will devote the rest of our lives to finishing the causes for which Charlie gave his last measure of devotion. You cannot defeat us. You cannot slow us. You cannot stop us. You cannot deter us. We will carry Charlie and Erica in our heart every single day and fight that much harder because of what you did to us. You have no idea the dragon you have awakened. You have no idea how determined we will be to save this civilization, to save the West, to save. No idea the dragon you have awakened. You have no idea how determined we.
The what?
You have no idea the dragon you have awakened. You have no idea how determined we will be to save this civilization, to save the West, to save this republic. Because our children are strong, and our grandchildren will be strong, and our children's children's children will be strong. And what will you leave behind? Nothing, nothing. To our enemies, you have nothing to give, you have nothing to offer, you have nothing to share, but bitterness. We have beauty, we have light, we have goodness, we have determination, we have vision, we have strength. We built the world that we inhabit now, generation by generation. And we will defend this world. We will defend goodness. We will defend light. We will defend virtue. You cannot terrify us. You cannot frighten us. You cannot threaten us. Because we are on the side of goodness. We are on the side of God. And to my friend Charlie, to my brother Charlie, I know you are looking at us right now. I know you're watching Erica right now. I know you're watching your children right now. And I promise you, my friend, I promise you, my brother, we will prove worthy of your sacrifice. We will prove worthy of your time on earth. We will make you proud. We will finish the job. We will defeat the forces of darkness and evil, and we will stand every day for what is true, what is beautiful, what is good. And we will achieve victory for our children, for our families, for our civilization, and for every patriot who stands with us. God bless you. God bless Turning Point. God bless Erica. God bless the Kirk family. God bless our heroes. And God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Oh, well. Well, what the hell did you build, sir? Could you please explain me who your enemies are and what you built exactly? Just because you were in front of a microphone at a service talking all loud and shit. Don't make nothing you said true. Except for that part about coming out the caves and shit. Oops. My fault. I'm tripping. I'm tripping. Well, I'm running through these motherfuckers. What is this? What is this?
I could not make this up if I tried. I just posted this video where I was talking about how there was a lot of things that set off my discernment with Erica Kirk and the entire situation. Of course, everybody and their brother is upset with me because I told the truth and showed truthful things, which is triggering. So right after I post this, I log into my social media and look at what comes up. Turning Point just put this message out, but wait until I show you the videos afterwards. Erica Kirk announcement. In Ecclesiastes, King Solomon wrote that mankind is to be tested by God. Today we are facing such a test, yet we also know that God has prepared us with everything we need to overcome this ordeal. It was the honor of our lives to serve as board members at Charlie's side. Charlie prepared all of us for a moment like this one. He worked tirelessly to ensure Turning Point USA was built to survive even the greatest tests. And now it is our great pride to announce Erica Kirk as the new CEO and chair of the board for Turning Point USA. I want you to take notice that the very first thing it says is in Ecclesiastes, King Solomon wrote that mankind is to be tested by God. I'm going to show you a video I posted 10 days ago.
We are living in the Simpsons movie, and it's biblical. Before we get started, I need to show you one of my first videos where I did the math for Solomon's temple because it's important to this. So then I asked it to create an image of a geodesic dome over a flat earth model, utilizing 3.33 repeating as pi. Guys, my mind is shook. It has the sacred hex. So now we know that Solomon's temple was a hexagonal geodesic dome that looks something like this. You guys remember Big and Little where the sky was made of hexagons and it fell and it was like a hoverboard, and when the sky broke apart,
I said, never mind, he did a whole 8 balls.
And I know I can't be the only one that keeps seeing people post sky hexagon pictures and videos on social media. So Solomon created a geodesic 369 dome. So Trump is making his own dome, and this would be because God hammers out the sky like molten metal. In the Simpsons movie, there's a secret dome that's carried in by drones. I've been talking nonstop about how the Whore of Babylon is going to pretend to be Mary, and that we're coming up on the 500th anniversary of a Marian apparition, and I believe that this is what Revelation 12 is all about. She stands with the moon under her feet. Well, in Matthew 12, it says, "The Queen of the South will rise up at the judgment with this generation and condemn it, for she came from the ends of the earth to hear the wisdom of Solomon, and behold, something greater than Solomon is here." Well, she came to Solomon to question him when he built his temple. And in the Simpsons movie, she comes when they put the dome over them. Happy birthday, Mary. Okay.
And if you watched the original video that everybody's chewing me up for, you would know that Trump is the one that set her up with Charlie Kirk. She has a very close relationship with Trump, which could be why in her story she has things like this. If you look closely, it's a sign she was in Israel that says, "Trump, make Israel great."
Here to say welcome to the spiritual war. If you're not aware of it, put on the armor, stand your post, you're a woman of the word. And when you feel isolated or unseen, go back to that blueprint. Ruth, Deborah, Hannah, Esther, Mother Mary, any of them. Go back to the blueprint. Fix your eyes on Christ. Because this is not for the faint of hearts, this spiritual battle.
I've been talking about how we're going to see the Queen of the South. She's going to be a weeping woman. And we know from 1 Kings that the Queen of the South tests Solomon's wisdom. So if this is it, which I'm not saying 100% that it is, but this is definitely something to watch, because I have looked through her posts and multiple times. Most of her posts are scripturally sound when I go and look at them myself, but there's a few where the scripture is a little bit off, or the concept is a little bit off. If this is it, she is going to fool every single lukewarm Christian and everybody who is not guided by God. And I have a weird feeling that this is somebody to watch.
She ain't fooling
I could not make this up if I tried. I just posted this video where I was talking about how there was a lot of things.
She ain't fooling nobody. She might fool you.
Got a light switch and turn them haters off, 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 turn them haters off. I'm into paper flipping, you know, money getting. I'm a hustler by nature, them niggas counterfeiting. Damn, them boys be hating. My niggas watch this. I turn them haters off like they got a light switch. Yeah, it's back to this. Y'all niggas can't factor this. What we about to blow, kinda hard to keep your candle lit. Just take a fall like Jones Jr. from a Tarver hit. Or get mangled with your Wawas, can't fuck with bits. You heard me, nigga, now gon' get. Oh, you a gangster now. Oh, you done flipped the script. The way you moving along dirty, you get your head. In them thoughts you thinking you better try to shit. And when you see me, nigga, respect the boss.
I didn't get no notification you was in the back.
Just turn them off. Turn them haters 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 off.
How come I get the notification? It's supposed to pop up on my screen so that somebody's in the back.
You see Slim TV off in the drop. With the blades going chop. Why you hating? Stop. We pack more pumps than shell. I'm on fire like the chronic in the L. Whatever you need, I got it for sale. I gotta get this mail. I play the game by the newest rules. Why y'all niggas making the same foolish moves? Niggas trying to stop me, I'm hockey, give them
now I just heard a notification.
Anything I want, it will happen.
Oh,
I die, I'm still fagging. Ladies, I ain't a player, I'm coaching like Phil Jackson. We keep mail.
I told you.
Females choking like I was the one coaching.
I just heard a notification.
What you do, Slip?
That time. I didn't hear it last time.
Till my whips like
it wasn't at the top of the
screen. Smoking little shit.
Hey, one more of them. I'm gonna get your body now.
Okay, look. Who you trying to be?
It said
the fan of Gestapo. What are you gonna do?
Nah, my pop was doing like we used to do little skits and shit, boy. We had some funny shit back in the day. I don't know if I got that shit backed up on CD or not. Doing like accents and doing some Italian accent one night. We was up in the house. He said, "This do what it is. I told you to do all that talking to get you from around here." Eh?
Forget about it, Tony. Forget about it.
Hey, forget about it. You just do what he told you to do. All that talking to get you around here.
You crazy.
A little bit.
Tell my wife that
I don't
it's
know.
officially Charlie Kirk Remembrance Day on October 14th.
Interesting. What's barking? What is it? What is it? One moment, please. Nigga, you're barking at nothing. Put all that damn bark. Put all that barking and they get all that barking to get you from around there, eh? I found this to be very interesting myself. Also.
So I tell my wife that it's officially Charlie Kirk Remembrance Day on October 14th. And you know what she says to me? She says, oh, like the song. Like the song.
Don't play the motherfucker. Hey. Chill out, player.
It was the
okay, there you
October
go.
in that t-shirt off your shoulder. You took my hand and we pretended like I was your guy. I love you. But when I tried to guess your middle name, do you know just a few short days ago I heard that his middle name was James and his middle name was James, so I decided that I would guess what the middle name was of the Utah governor. And did you guess it like I did? That's right. Middle name. I tried to guess your middle name. And you know what the next line is? For 30 minutes, we played that game. J, the 10th letter of the alphabet. 10 plus 10 plus 10 is 30.
Oh my
For 30 minutes, we played that game. In that Coldplay song you were singing, this song was written in 2017, and Coldplay just happened to make a pretty big splash in the news recently, taking shots like it was nothing. Do I even need to go there? Oh, and all the shots from there and shots from there, that's just muddying the waters so you don't know it was fake. Did the Running Man, you loved it. Kind of made me think of something. You brushed your blonde hair and kissed me out of nowhere.
Who was that running? Was that Tyler?
Yeah, well,
I
supposedly.
can still show you the spot
That was a clip of him running from when he jumped off the
where
roof.
it all went down.
The Running
Do you
Man.
know they already paved over this area? Seems kind of strange for a crime scene. Maybe it's because they don't want anyone taking any fake blood and trying to do DNA with it. Oh, and just a reminder, that song is called Unforgettable. Kind of like that's probably the most unforgettable thing that has ever happened to this generation of kids that they're trying to traumatize like they did to me.
Unforgettable.
But I'm sure the writer of that song is a really good guy. And they made sure that he celebrated his 33rd birthday in the news. And oh, guess when his birthday is? March 30th, or 3:30, people. But of course, all of this definitely isn't predictive programming. It's all a series of coincidences.
Yeah.
Entertainment only. Come on.
Entertainment purposes.
Special thanks to my wife, who all she had to do was say, oh, like that song. And I knew. Kind of funny thing is that song has always been in my head because I could never remember that date at the beginning of that.
Nice connections, buddy. It's very interesting. I like interesting things.
Pale connection.
Things I find interesting.
You got me a shiesty? Shh. Yeah, be quiet.
A shiesty. Ain't that like a mask or something?
Yeah. Don't remind me.
It ain't that cold out there. The hell?
You know YNs and wannabe YNs.
That's not a look you want to strive for, young man.
He already took it in the house.
I do want to listen to this Trump's WHO
I'm on the WHO speech with Trump where he was supposedly dissing them.
Yeah.
Roll the footage.
Or UN speech. That's what it was. Let me find it real quick. The Fiji. My computer acting stupid. That the whole thing? That the whole thing? You was talking shit.
What, is it short?
That one is. That is not it. I had the motherfucker. Hold on. I got it.
Very much appreciated. And
What you got to say there, player?
Making this speech without a teleprompter.
Who, me?
Because the
why are you opening this door? What do you want? Listen to me.
I feel very happy to be up
He
here
going
with
off
you,
the top of the dome. Ain't no teleprompter.
And that way you speak more from the heart. I can only say that whoever's operating this teleprompter is in big trouble.
How long is it?
It's say 56 minutes, but I don't think it's that long.
Hello, Madam First Lady. Thank you very much for being here.
Madam Speed his ass
Madam
up.
President, Mr. Secretary General, First Lady of the United States, distinguished delegates, ambassadors, and world leaders. 6 years have passed since I last stood in this grand hall and addressed a world that was prosperous and at peace in my first term. Since that day, the guns of war have shattered the peace I forged on 2 continents. An era of calm and stability gave way to one of the great crises of our time. And here in the United States, 4 years of weakness, lawlessness, and radicalism under the last administration delivered our nation into a repeated set of disasters. 1 year ago, our country was in deep trouble, but today, just 8 months into my administration, we are the hottest country anywhere in the world, and there is no other country even close. America is blessed with the strongest economy, the strongest borders, the strongest military, the strongest friendships, and the strongest spirit of any nation on the face of the earth. This is indeed the golden age of America. We are rapidly reversing the economic calamity.
Hey, them words must be hella big on that
administration, including ruinous price increases and record-setting inflation like we've never had before. Under my leadership, energy costs are down, gasoline prices are down, grocery prices are down, mortgage rates are down, and inflation has been defeated. The only thing that's up is the stock market, which just hit a record high.
It is?
In fact, it hit a record high 48 times in the last short period of time. Growth is surging, manufacturing is booming. The stock market, as I said, is doing better than it's ever done. And all of you in this room benefit by that, almost everybody. And importantly, workers' wages are rising at the fastest pace in more than 60 years. And that's what it's all about, isn't it? In 4 years of President Biden, we had less than $1 trillion of new investment into the United States. In just 8 months since I took office, we have secured commitments and money already paid for $17 trillion. Think of it, 4 years, less than $1 trillion, 8 months, much more than $17 trillion is being invested in the United States. And it's now pouring in from all parts of the world. We've implemented the largest tax cuts in American history, and the largest regulation cuts in American history, making this once and again the best country on earth to do business. And many of the people in this room are investing in America, and it's turned out to be an awfully good investment during this 8-month period. In my first term, I built the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had the best economy ever, history of the world. And I'm doing the same thing again, but this time it's actually much bigger and even better. The numbers far surpass my record-setting first term. On our southern border, we have successfully repelled a colossal invasion. And for the last 4 months, and that's 4 months in a row, the number of illegal aliens admitted and entering our country has been 0. Hard to believe, because if you look back just a year ago, it was millions and millions of people pouring in from all over the world, from prisons, from mental institutions, drug dealers, all over the world they came. They just poured into our country with the ridiculous open border policy of the Biden administration. Our message is very simple. If you come illegally into the United States, you're going to jail, or you're going back to where you came from, or perhaps even further than that. You know what that means? I want to thank the country of El Salvador for the successful and professional job they've done in receiving and jailing so many criminals that entered our country. And it was under the previous administration that the number became record-setting, and they're all being taken out. You have no choice. And other countries have no choice, because other countries are in the exact same situation with immigration. It's destroying your country, and you have to do something about it. On the world stage, America is respected again like it has never been respected before. You think about 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, or 1 year ago, we were a laughingstock all over the world. At the NATO summit in June, virtually all NATO members formally committed to increase defense spending, at my request, from 2% to 5% of GDP, making our alliance far stronger and more powerful than it was ever before. In May, I traveled to the Middle East to visit my friends and rebuild our partnerships in the Gulf, and those valued relationships with Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE and other countries are now, I believe, closer than ever before. My administration has negotiated one historic trade deal after another, including with the United Kingdom, the European Union, Japan, South Korea, Vietnam, Indonesia, the Philippines, Malaysia, and many, many others. Likewise, in a period of just 7 months, I have ended 7 unendable wars. They said they were unendable. You're never going to get them solved. Some were going for 31 years, 2 of them, 31, think of it, 31 years. One was 36 years. One was 28 years. I ended 7 wars. And in all cases, they were raging with countless thousands of people being killed. This includes Cambodia and Thailand, Kosovo and Serbia, the Congo and Rwanda, a vicious, violent war that was, Pakistan and India, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia, and Armenia and Azerbaijan. It included all of them. No president or prime minister, and for that matter, no other country has ever done anything close to that. And I did it in just 7 months. It's never happened before. There's never been anything like that. I'm very honored to have done it. It's too bad that I had to do these things instead of the United Nations doing them. And sadly, in all cases, the United Nations did not even try to help in any of them. I ended 7 wars, dealt with the leaders of each and every one of these countries, and never even received a phone call from the United Nations offering to help in finalizing the deal. All I got from the United Nations was an escalator that on the way up stopped right in the middle. If the First Lady wasn't in great shape, she would have fallen. But she's in great shape. We're both in good shape. We both stood. And then a teleprompter that didn't work. These are the 2 things I got from the United Nations, a bad escalator and a bad teleprompter. Thank you very much. And by the way, it's working now. Just went on. Thank you. I think I should just do it the other way. It's easier. Thank you very much. I didn't think of it at the time because I was too busy working to save millions of lives. That is the saving and stopping of these wars. But later I realized that the United Nations wasn't there for us. They weren't there. Thought of it really after the fact, not during these negotiations, which were not easy. That being the case, what is the purpose of the United Nations? The UN has such tremendous potential. I've always said it. It has such tremendous, tremendous potential, but it's not even coming close to living up to that potential. For the most part, at least for now, all they seem to do is write a really strongly worded letter and then never follow that letter up. It's empty words, and empty words don't solve war. The only thing that solves war and wars is action. Now, after ending all of these wars and also earlier negotiating the Abraham Accords, which is a very big thing for which our country received no credit, never received credit. Everyone says that I should get the Nobel Peace Prize for each one of these achievements.
You and them
But
cheer.
for me, the real prize will be the sons and daughters who live to grow up with the mothers and fathers, because millions of people are no longer being killed in endless and unglorious wars. What I care about is not winning prizes, it's saving lives. We saved millions and millions of lives with the 7 wars. And we have others that we're working on, and you know that. Many years ago, a very successful real estate developer in New York, known as Donald J. Trump, I bid on the renovation and rebuilding of this very United Nations complex. I remember it so well. I said at the time that I would do it for $500 million, rebuilding everything. It'd be beautiful. I used to talk about, I'm going to give you marble floors. They're going to give you terrazzo. I'm going to give you the best of everything. You're going to have mahogany walls. They're going to give you plastic. But they decided to go in another direction, which was much more expensive at the time, and which actually produced a far inferior product. And I realized that they did not know what they were doing when it came to construction, and that their building concepts were so wrong, and the product that they were proposing to build was so bad and so costly.
Dude.
It was going to cost them a fortune. And I said, and wait till you see the overruns. Well, I turned out to be right. They had massive cost overruns and spent between $2 and $4 billion on the building and did not even get the marble floors that I promised them. You walk in Terrazzo, do you notice that? As far as I'm concerned, frankly, looking at the building and getting stuck on the escalator, they still haven't finished the job. They still haven't finished. That was years ago. The project was so corrupt that Congress actually asked me to testify before them on the tremendous waste of money, because it turned out
to the point where you
no
talking
idea what
shit
it was,
about
but they knew it was
climate and all of
anywhere
that
between
shit.
$2 and $4 billion as opposed to $500 million with a guarantee. But they had no idea, and I said it cost much more than $5 billion. Unfortunately, many things in the United Nations are happening just like that, but on an even much bigger scale, much, much bigger. Very sad to see. Whether the UN can manage to play a productive role, I've come here today to offer the hand of American leadership and friendship to any nation in this assembly that is willing to join us in forging a safer, more prosperous world. And it's a world that we'll be much happier with. A dramatically better future is within our reach.
Our global economy is on the brink of collapse.
But to get there, we must reject the failed approaches of the past and work together to confront some of the greatest threats in history. There is no more serious danger to our planet today than the most powerful and destructive weapons ever devised by man, of which the United States, as you know, has many. Just as I did in my first term, I've made containing these threats a top priority, starting with the nation of Iran. My position is very simple. The world's #1 sponsor of terror can never be allowed to possess the most dangerous weapon. That's why shortly after taking office, I sent the so-called Supreme Leader a letter making a generous offer. I extended a pledge of full cooperation in exchange for a suspension of Iran's nuclear program. The regime's answer was to continue their constant threats to their neighbors and U.S. interests throughout the region and some great countries that are right nearby. Today, many of Iran's former military commanders, in fact, I can say almost all of them, are no longer with us. They're dead. And 3 months ago, in Operation Midnight Hammer, 7 American V-2 bombers dropped the 14 30,000-pound each bombs on Iran's key nuclear facilities, totally obliterating everything. No other country on earth could have done what we did. No other country has the equipment to do what we did. We have the greatest weapons on earth. We hate to use them. But we did something that for 22 years people wanted to do. With Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity demolished, I immediately brokered an end to the 12-day war, as it's called, between Israel and Iran, with both sides agreeing to fight no longer. As everyone knows, I have also been deeply engaged in seeking a ceasefire in Gaza. Have to get that done. Have to get it done. Unfortunately, Hamas has repeatedly rejected reasonable offers to make peace. We can't forget October 7th, can we? Now, as if to encourage continued conflict, some of this body is seeking to unilaterally recognize a Palestinian
Why they
state.
put the camera on the dude from Israel when he said that?
For Hamas terrorists for their atrocities, this would be a reward for these horrible atrocities.
Hell no.
Including October 7th, even while they refuse to release the hostages or accept a ceasefire.
Wait a second.
Instead of giving to including Hamas terrorists for their atrocities, this would be a reward for these horrible atrocities. Would be to unilaterally, fortunately engaged in seeking a ceasefire in Gaza. Have to get that done. Have to get it done. Unfortunately, Hamas has repeatedly rejected reasonable
camera on
offers
the
to make
Israel
peace.
dude.
We can't forget October 7th. can we? Now, as if to encourage continued conflict,
Who is that,
some of this
Sharon?
body is seeking to unilaterally recognize a
I don't know
Palestinian
who that
state.
is.
The rewards would be too great for Hamas terrorists for their atrocities. This would be a reward for these horrible
You would think
atrocities,
the prime minister would be
including
there.
October 7th, even while
Benjamin.
they refuse to release the hostages or accept a ceasefire. Instead of giving to Hamas and giving
They
so
put
much,
his ass
because
straight
they've
on
taken so
camera
much,
when he
they have taken
said
so
this
much.
shit.
This could have been solved so long ago. But instead of giving in to Hamas's ransom demands, those who want peace should be united with one message: release the hostages now. Just release the hostages now. Thank you.
All this drama.
Thank you. As we have got to come together, and we will come together, got to get it done. We have to stop the war in Gaza immediately. We have to stop it. We have to get it done. We have to negotiate. Immediately have to negotiate peace. We got to get the hostages back. We want all 20 back. We don't want 2 and 4. As you know, I got, along with Steve Witkoff and others that helped us, Marco Rubio, we got most of them back. We were involved in all of them. But I always said the last one, you're going to be the hardest, and that's exactly what happened. We have to get them back now. We don't want to get back 2, and then another 2, and then 1, and then 3. Have this process. No, we want them all back, and we want the actually 38 dead bodies back too. Those parents came to me, and they want them back, and they want them back very quickly and very badly, as though they were alive. They want them. They want them every bit as much as if their son or daughter were alive. I've also been working relentlessly stopping the killing in Ukraine. I thought that would be, of the 7 wars that I stopped, I thought that would be the easiest because of my relationship with President Putin, which had always been a good one. I thought that was going to be the easiest one. But you know, in war, you never know what's going to happen. There are always lots of surprises, both good and bad. Everyone thought Russia would win this war in 3 days, but it didn't work out that way. It was supposed to be just a quick little skirmish. It's not making Russia look good. It's making them look bad. No matter what happens from here on out, this was something that should have taken a matter of days, certainly less than a week. And they've been fighting for 3.5 years and killing anywhere from 5,000 to 7,000 young soldiers, mostly soldiers, on both sides, every single week, from 5,000 to 7,000 dead young people. And some in cities, much smaller numbers, where rockets are shot, where drones are dropped. This war would never have started if I were president. This was a war that should have never happened. It shows you what leadership is, what bad leadership can do to a country. Look what happened to the United States, and look where we are right now in just a short period of time. The only question now is how many more lives will be needlessly lost on both sides. China and India are the primary funders of the ongoing war by continuing to purchase Russian oil. But inexcusably, even NATO countries have not cut off much Russian energy and Russian energy products, which, as you know, I found out about 2 weeks ago, and I wasn't happy. Think of it. They're funding the war against themselves. Who the hell ever heard of that one? In the event that Russia is not ready to make a deal to end the war, then the United States is fully prepared to impose a very strong round of powerful tariffs, which would stop the bloodshed, I believe, very quickly. But for those tariffs to be effective, European nations, all of you are gathered here right now, would have to join us in adopting the exact same measures. I mean, you're much closer to this. We have an ocean in between. You're right there. And Europe has to step it up. They can't be doing what they're doing. They're buying oil and gas from Russia while they're fighting Russia. It's embarrassing to them. And it was very embarrassing to them when I found out about it, I can tell you that. They have to immediately cease all energy purchases from Russia. Otherwise, we're all wasting a lot of time. So I'm ready to discuss this. We're going to discuss it today with the European nations all gathered here.
Fire there, Trump.
I'm sure they're thrilled to hear me speak about it, but that's the way it is. I like to speak my mind and speak the
Johnny
truth.
Propane
As we seek to
and
reduce
fuel
the threat
to the flame.
of dangerous weapons today, I'm also calling on every nation to join us in ending the
No
development
wars.
of biological weapons once and for all. And biological is terrible, and nuclear is even beyond, and we include nuclear in that. We want to have a cessation of the development of nuclear weapons. We know, and I get to view it all the time. Sir, would you like to see? And I look at weapons that are so powerful that we just can't ever use them. If we ever use them, the world literally might come to an end. There would be no United Nations to be talking about. There would be no nothing. Just a few years ago, reckless experiments overseas gave us a devastating global pandemic. Yet despite that worldwide catastrophe, many countries are continuing extremely risky research into bioweapons and man-made pathogens. This is unbelievably dangerous. To prevent potential disasters, I'm announcing today that my administration will lead an international effort to enforce biological weapons convention, which is going to be meeting with the top leaders of the world by pioneering an AI verification system that everyone can trust. Hopefully the UN can play a constructive role, and it will also be one of the early projects under AI. Let's see how good it is. Because a lot of people saying it could be one of the great things ever, but it also can be dangerous. Put to tremendous use.
A
and
new
tremendous
world
good.
order?
This
Is
would be an
that what
example
he's
of
talking about?
Not only is the UN not solving the problems it should too often, it's actually creating new problems for us to solve. The best example is the number one political issue of our time, the crisis of uncontrolled migration. It's uncontrolled. Your countries are being ruined. The United Nations is funding an assault on Western countries and their borders.
Shit.
In 2024, the UN budgeted $372 million
Calling out
in
the
cash
UN,
assistance to
huh?
support
At the
an estimated
UN.
624,000 migrants journeying into the United States. Think of that. The UN is supporting people that are illegally coming into the United States, and then we have to get them out.
Y'all
The UN also
using
provided food,
military
shelter,
tactics
transportation, and debit cards to illegal aliens. Can you believe
migration.
that? On the way to infiltrate our southern border.
Is that
Millions
what
of
he's
people came through
saying?
that southern border. Just a year ago, millions and millions of people were pouring in. 25 million altogether over the
That's
4
what
years
he's saying.
of the incompetent Biden administration. And now we have it stopped.
He's saying
totally
it so
stopped.
fast. What
But
did he
they're not even
say?
coming anymore because they know they can't get through. But what took place is totally unacceptable. The UN is supposed to stop invasions, not create them and not finance them. In the United States, we reject the idea that mass numbers of people from foreign lands can be permitted to travel halfway around the world, trample our borders, violate our sovereignty, cause unmitigated crime.
I gotta sped up. What's your
Food, shelter,
part?
transportation, and debit cards to illegal aliens. Can you believe that? On the way to infiltrate
I mean,
our southern
he
border.
just went implicated the UN after
millions of people
implicating Biden
of the incompetent Biden administration. And now we have it stopped, totally stopped. In fact, they're not even coming anymore because they know they can't get through. But what took place is totally unacceptable.
So they're
the UN
working together.
Not create them and not finance them. In the
Like
United
the
States, we
UN
reject
and
the
Biden.
idea that mass
And
numbers
that's
of people
treason.
from foreign lands be permitted to travel
And
halfway
that's
around the world,
treason.
trample our borders, violate our
Yeah,
United
he
support an estimated 624,000 migrants journeying into the United States. Think of that. The UN is supporting people that are
the
illegally coming into the
president
United States, and we have to get them out. The is the
back a little
can
bit
play a
more.
constructive role, and it will also be one of the early projects under AI. Let's see how good it is, because a lot of people are saying it could be one of the great things ever, but it also can be dangerous, but it can be put to tremendous use and tremendous good, and this would be an example of that. Not only is the UN not solving the problems it should, too often, it's actually creating new problems for us to solve. The best example is the number one political issue of our time, the crisis of uncontrolled migration. It's uncontrolled.
Yeah.
Your countries are being ruined. The United Nations is funding an assault on Western countries and their borders. In 2024, the UN budgeted $372 million in cash assistance.
The United Nations.
How many millions? 300 million.
It's causing what? What'd you say, Trev?
The United Nations is funding an assault on Western countries.
The United Nations is funding assault.
But they're not funding it if they're getting the money from us. We're funding it.
Issue of our time, the crisis of uncontrolled migration. It's uncontrolled. Your countries are being ruined. The United Nations is funding an assault on Western countries and their borders. In 2024, the UN budgeted $372 million in cash assistance to support an estimated 624,000 migrants journeying into the United States. Think of that. The UN is supporting people that are illegally coming into the United States, and then we have to get them out. The UN also provided food, shelter, transportation, and debit cards to illegal aliens. Can you believe that? On the way to infiltrate our southern border. Millions of people came through that southern border. Just a year ago, millions and millions of people were pouring in, 25 million altogether over the 4 years of the incompetent Biden administration. And now we have it stopped, totally stopped. In fact, they're not even coming anymore because they know they can't get through. But what took place is totally unacceptable. The UN is supposed to stop invasions, not create them and not finance them. In the United States, we reject the idea that mass numbers of people from foreign lands can be permitted to travel halfway around the world, trample our borders, violate our sovereignty, cause unmitigated crime, and deplete our social safety net. We have reasserted that America belongs to the American people, and I encourage all countries to take their own stand in defense of their citizens as well. You have to do that because I see it.
Introducing FanDuel Picks, the easiest way to get in on the action. Pick your favorite players and predict more or less for a chance to win up to $1,000.
I'm not mentioning names. I see it, and I can call every single one of them out. You're destroying your countries. They're being destroyed. Europe is in serious trouble. They've been invaded by a force of illegal aliens like nobody's ever seen before. Illegal aliens are pouring into Europe. Nobody is ever, and nobody's doing anything to change it, to get them out. It's not sustainable. And because they choose to be politically correct, they're doing just absolutely nothing about it. And I have to say, I look at London where you have a terrible mayor, terrible mayor. And it's been so changed. Now they want to go to.
Hey, you see that chick from El Salvador? Look at her.
London about it.
Look at that chick from El Salvador.
And I have to say,
she don't look
I look
too
at
happy.
London where you have a terrible mayor, terrible mayor.
Is she sweet?
And say, I look at London where you have a terrible mayor, terrible mayor.
She got them glasses
They're
on.
just absolutely nothing about it.
Got a finger over her nose and lip and shit.
And I have to say,
she look a little salty. She look a little salty. Motherfuckers was coming through they was coming through El Salvador. Up to Darien Gap.
I look at London where you have a terrible mayor, terrible mayor. And it's been so changed. Now they want to go to Sharia law. But you're in a different country. You can't do that. Both the immigration and their suicidal energy ideas will be the death of Western Europe if something is not done immediately. This cannot be sustained. What makes the world so beautiful is that each country is unique. But to stay this way, every sovereign nation must have the right to control their own borders. You have the right to control your borders, as we do now, and to limit the sheer numbers of migrants entering their countries and paid for by the people of that nation that were there and that built that particular nation at the time. They put their blood, sweat, tears, money into that country, and now they're being ruined. Proud nations must be allowed to protect their communities and prevent their societies from being overwhelmed by people they have never seen before, with different customs, religions, with different everything. Where migrants have violated laws, lodged false asylum claims, or claimed refugee status for illegitimate reasons, they should, in many cases, be immediately sent home. And while we will always have a big heart for places and people that are struggling and truly compassionate, answers will be given. We have to solve the problem, and we have to solve it in their countries, not create new problems in our countries. And we are very helpful to a lot of countries that are just not able to send their people anymore. They used to send them to us in caravans of 25, 30,000 people each. These massive caravans of people pouring into our country, totally unchecked and unvetted. But not anymore. According to the Council of Europe in 2024, almost 50% of inmates in German prisons were foreign nationals or migrants. In Austria, the number was 53% of the people in prisons were from places that weren't from where they are now. In Greece, the number was 54%. And in Switzerland, beautiful Switzerland, 72% of the people in prisons are from outside of Switzerland. When your prisons are filled with so-called asylum seekers who repaid kindness, and that's what they did. They repaid kindness with crime. It's time to end the failed experiment of open borders. You have to end it now. See, I can tell you, I'm really good at this stuff. Your countries are going to hell. In America, we've taken bold action to swiftly shut down uncontrolled migration. Once we started detaining and deporting everyone who crossed the border and removing illegal aliens from the United States, they simply stopped coming. They're not coming anymore. We're getting a lot of credit, but they're not coming anymore. This was a humanitarian act for all involved, because on the trips up, thousands of people a week were dying. Women were being raped. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Raped, horribly beaten, raped. On the trip up, the journey up, it was a long walk. It was a long, arduous journey, indeed. But it was also a historic victory against human trafficking throughout the region. What we did was a victory, and we saved so many lives of people that wouldn't make the journey. That journey was loaded up with death. Loaded up with death. Dead bodies all along the roads of jungles. You get up, they go through jungles, they go through areas so hot you couldn't breathe. They were dying of suffocation, areas so hot that you couldn't breathe. Dead bodies all over. By them not coming, we're saving tremendous numbers of lives. My people have done a fantastic job in doing what they did, and the American public agrees with it. I mean, I was very proud to see this morning have the highest poll numbers I've ever had. Part of it is because of what we've done on the border. I guess the other part is what we've done on the economy. Joe Biden's policies empowered murderous gangs, human smugglers, child traffickers, drug cartels, and prisoners from all over the world. The previous administration also lost nearly 300,000 children. Think of that. They lost more than 300,000 children, little children, who were trafficked into the United States on the Biden watch, many of whom have been raped, exploited, and abused, and sold. Nobody talks about that. The fake news doesn't write about it. With many others, young children who are missing or dead. And we found a lot of these children, and we're sending them back, and we've been sending them back to their parents. They said, nobody knows who they are. They said, where do you come from? And they'll give us a country, and we'll find out, and we'll figure it out, and we'll bring them back to their homes. And the mother and father rush to the door, and their tears in their eyes. They can't believe that they're seeing their son or daughter, their little son or daughter again. We've done almost 30,000 of them so far. Any system that results in the mass trafficking of children is inherently evil. Yet that is exactly what the globalist migration agenda has done, and it's what it's all about. In America, those days, as you know, are over. The Trump administration is working, and we are continuing to work to track down the villains that are causing this problem. And also, as I said, to get back the 30,000 we've already returned. Now I think we're going to have another. We're going to find a lot. You're not going to find all of them. 300, more than 300,000. They're lost or they're dead. They're lost or they're dead because of the animals that did this. To protect our citizens, I've also designated multiple savage drug cartels as far as and you see this, and you see it happening right before your eyes. Let's put it this way: people don't like taking big loads of drugs in boats anymore. There aren't too many boats that are traveling on the seas by Venezuela. They tend not to want to travel very quickly anymore.
What about
and
the planes,
we virtually
sir?
stop drugs coming into our country by sea. We call them the water drugs. They kill
only the ones
hundreds of
y'all
thousands
don't
of
control.
people. I've also designated multiple savage
take out the
drug cartels
competition,
as far
you know what I'm
as
talking about?
foreign terrorist organizations, along with two bloodthirsty transnational gangs, probably the worst gangs anywhere in the world, MS-13 and Tren de Aragua.
What about
Tren
the
de Aragua
police?
is from Venezuela, by the way. Such organizations torture, maim,
Fraternal
mutilate, and murder
brotherhood.
with impunity. They're the enemies of
Pretty
all
big
humanity.
gang.
For this reason, we've recently begun using the supreme power of the United States military to destroy Venezuela terrorists and trafficking networks led by Nicolas Maduro. To every terrorist thug smuggling poisonous drugs into the United States of America, please be warned that we will blow you out of existence. That's what we're doing. We have no choice.
Oh,
Can't let it happen. They're destroying. I believe we lost 300,000 people last year to drugs, 300,000. Fentanyl and other drugs. Each boat that we sink carries drugs that would kill more than 25,000 Americans. We will not let that happen. Energy is another area where the United States is now thriving like never before. We're getting rid of the falsely named renewables. By the way, they're a joke. They don't work. They're too expensive. They're not
Oh,
strong
shit.
enough to fire up the plants that you need to make your country great. The wind doesn't blow. Those
wait
big
till
windmills
them
are so
shove that
pathetic and
Green
so
New
bad,
Deal up your
so
ass.
expensive to operate, and they have to be rebuilt all the time. They start to rust and rot. Most expensive energy ever conceived, and it's actually energy. You're supposed to make money with energy, not lose money. You lose money, the governments have to subsidize. You can't put them out without massive subsidies. And most of them are built in China, and I give China a lot of credit. They build them, but they very few wind farms. So why is it that they build them and they send them all over the world, but they barely use them? You know what they use? Coal. They use gas. They use almost anything, but they don't like wind. But they sure as hell like selling the windmills. Europe, on the other hand, has a long way to go, with many countries being on the brink of destruction because of the green energy agenda. And I give a lot of credit to Germany. Germany was being led down a very sick path, both on immigration, by the way, and on energy. They were going green and they were going bankrupt. And the new leadership came in and they went back to where they were, with fossil fuel and with nuclear, which is good. It's now safe. You can do it properly. But they went back to where they were, and they opened up a lot of different plants, energy producing plants, and they're doing well. I give Germany a lot of credit for that. They've said this is a disaster, what's happening. They were going all green. All green is all bankrupt. That's what it represents. And it's not politically correct. I'll be very badly criticized for saying it, but I'm here to tell the truth. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. I'm in New York City. I'm feeling a lot safer. Crime, we're getting crime down. And by the way, speaking of crime, Washington, D.C. was the crime capital of America. Now it's after 12 days, it's a totally safe city. Everyone's going out to dinner. They're going out to restaurants. Your wife can walk down the middle of the street with or without you. Nothing's going to happen. My people have done a fantastic job. And yes, I called in the National Guard, and the National Guard took care of business. And they weren't politically correct, but they took care of business. We got...
Whatever moments you have, we're here for them. Midland, brighter together.
Business owner, if you're still spending too much time managing your team's schedules and attendance, Connect Team is the solution you've been waiting for.
1,700 career criminals out, brought them back to where they came from, the countries where they came from, or put them in jails. Washington, D.C. is now a totally safe city again, and I welcome you to come. In fact, we'll have dinner together at a local restaurant, and we'll be able to walk. We don't have to go by an armor-plated vehicle. We'll walk right over there from the White House. They've given up their powerful edge, a lot of the countries that we're talking about in oil and gas, such as essentially closing the great North Sea oil. Oh, the North Sea, I know it so well. Aberdeen was the oil capital of Europe, and there's tremendous oil that hasn't been found in the North Sea. Tremendous oil. And I was with the Prime Minister I respect and like a lot, and I said, you're sitting with the greatest asset. They essentially closed it by making it so highly taxed that no developer, no oil company can go there. They have tremendous oil left, and more importantly, they have tremendous oil that hasn't even been found yet. And what a tremendous asset for the United Kingdom. And I hope the Prime Minister is listening because I told it to him 3 days in a row. That's all he heard. North Sea oil, North Sea, because I want to see them do well. I want to stop seeing them ruining that beautiful Scottish and English countryside with windmills and massive solar panels that go 7 miles by 7 miles, taking away farmland. But we're not letting this happen in America. In 1982, the executive director of the United Nations Environmental Program predicted that by the year 2000, climate change would cause a global catastrophe. He said that it will be irreversible as any nuclear holocaust would be. This is what they said at the United Nations. What happened? Here we are. Another UN official stated in 1989 that within a decade, entire nations could be wiped off the map by global warming. Not happening.
Basically spitting in their
It
face.
used to be global cooling. If you look back years ago in the 1920s,
Telling their ass all this shit y'all done made
global
up.
cooling will kill the world.
All this other
We
extra
have to
shit
do
y'all trying
something.
to pull.
Then they said global
Wait, I ain't
warming will
rocking
kill
with
the world. But then it started getting cooler. So now they could just call it climate change because that way they can't miss. It's climate change. Because if it goes higher or lower, whatever the hell happens, there's climate change. It's the greatest con job ever perpetrated on the world, in my opinion.
Oh.
Climate change, no matter what happens, you're
You're right
involved
about
in it.
that.
No more global warming, no more global cooling. All of these predictions made by the United Nations and
They
many
done
others.
called out the
often for bad
UN on
reasons,
the
were
climate
wrong.
change.
They were made by
Uh,
stupid people
illegal
that have cost their countries
aliens.
fortunes and given those
Illegal
same countries no
aliens.
chance for success. If you don't get away from this green scam, your country is going to fail. And I'm really good at predicting things, you know? They actually said during the campaign, they had a hat, the best-selling hat. Trump was right about everything. And I don't say that in a braggadocious way, but it's true. I've been right about everything. And I'm telling you that if you don't get away from the green energy scam, your country is going to fail. And if you don't stop people that you've never seen before, that you have nothing in common with, your country is going to fail. I'm the president of the United States, but I worry about Europe. I love Europe. I love the people of Europe. And I hate to see it being devastated by energy and immigration. This double-tailed monster destroys everything in its wake, and they cannot let that happen any longer. You're doing it because you want to be nice. You want to be politically correct, and you're destroying your heritage. They must take control strongly and immediately of the unmitigated immigration disaster and the fake energy catastrophe.
What heritage?
Before it's too late. The carbon footprint
Heritage.
is a hoax made up by people with evil intentions, and they're heading down a path of total destruction. You know, the carbon footprint was a big, big thing a few years ago. I remember hearing about the carbon footprint, and then President Obama would get into Air Force One, a massive Boeing 747, and not a new one, an old one with old engines that spew everything into the atmosphere. He'd talk
That's
about the
a lot.
carbon footprint. We must do something. Then he'd get in and he'd fly from Washington to Hawaii to play a round of golf. And then he'd get back onto that big, beautiful plane and he'd fly back and he'd talk about, again, global warming and the carbon footprint. It's a con job. At extreme cost and expense, Europe reduced its own carbon footprint by 37%. Think of
Don't
that.
talk this
Congratulations,
shit,
Europe. Great
player.
job. Cost yourself a lot of jobs, a lot of factories closed, but you
I
reduced
ain't
the
mad
carbon
at
footprint by 37%. However, for all of that sacrifice and much more, it's been totally wiped out and then some by a global increase of 54%. Much of it coming from China and other countries that are thriving around China, which now produces more CO2 than all the other developed nations in the world. So all of these countries are working so
Trying to
hard on the
have
carbon
UN up in
footprint,
there
which is
talking about
nonsense, by the way.
USA.
It's nonsense.
USA.
You know, it's interesting. In the United States, we have still radicalized environmentalists, and they want the factories to stop. Everything should stop. No more cows. We don't want cows anymore. I guess they want to kill all the cows. They want to do things that are just unbelievable, and you have it too. But you know, we have a border, and we have a shape, and that shape doesn't just go straight up. That shape is amorphous when it comes to the atmosphere. And if we had the most clean air, and I think we do, we have very clean air. We have the cleanest air we've had in many, many years. But the problem is that other countries, like China, which has air that's a little bit rough, it blows. And no matter what you're doing down here, the air up here tends to get very dirty because it comes in from other countries where their air
Walking
isn't so clean.
chemtrails, Trump.
And the environmentalists refuse to acknowledge that. Same thing with garbage. In Asia, they dump much of their garbage right into the ocean. And over about a 1 week and 2 week journey, it flows right past Los Angeles. You've seen it. Massive amounts of garbage, almost too much to do anything about, flowing past Los Angeles, past San Francisco, and then somebody would get in trouble because he dropped a cigarette on the beach. The whole thing is crazy. The primary effect of these brutal green energy policies has not been to help the environment, but to redistribute manufacturing and industrial activity from developed countries that follow the insane rules that are put down to polluting countries that break the rules and are making a fortune. They're making a fortune. European electricity bills are now 4 to 5 times more expensive than those in China, and 2 to 3 times higher than the United States. And our bills are coming way down. You probably see that our gasoline prices are way down. You know, we have an expression, drill.
Nós reduzimos os custos de energia
He
porque
himself too.
nós faremos a expressão, vamos fazer tudo isso, reduzir os custos de energia e os custos diminuíram nos Estados Unidos.
Sound like Charlie Brown.
Por exemplo, se você olhar
Electric costs
nos países em
approximately
faturas de energia,
100 heat-related deaths.
They trying to fuck his feet up because he talking so much shit. Though. What the fuck? He talking so much shit.
I said they're interpreting it, right?
Yeah, but why is it cutting into what he's saying?
Well, it depends on where did you get this from?
It ain't done that the whole video. What you mean? This is fucking 48 minutes, 45, 46 minutes in. And they ain't done that shit this whole time until now. They started cutting into his audio feed with the translations and shit. They full of shit. Of course it's being translated into every language of every UN person that's there. They getting it translated in their ear to their earpiece. That's fucking crazy how they do it. And like he talking too much shit. Start fucking up his audio.
Usar eles e evitar aumento da temperatura, porque é muito caro também usar nado e ninguém usa.
Pretending to stop.
What channel is this?
Tudo isso.
Hoax.
That's what I said. What channel is it?
Of asking
Fox.
industrialized nations.
Esse
Fox
agenda
News.
mundialista não tem nenhum sentido.
Entire societies must be rejected
Yeah.
completely,
That's
and
But
it
Well,
must be
that's
immediate. That's why in America
They
we
do
withdrew
it-
from the
they're doing that shit on
Paris
purpose.
Climate Accord, where, by the way, America was
You don't
paying
know
so much
about
more
all
than
that.
every country. Others weren't paying.
Doing that
China
shit
didn't
on
have to pay
purpose.
until 2030. Russia was given an old standard that was easy to meet, 1990 standard. But for the United States, we're supposed to pay like $1 trillion.
Oh yeah! Oh!
What the fuck?
What kind of commercial you got going?
And I said, this is another scam. The fact is, the United States has been taken advantage of by the world for many, many years, but not any longer, as you probably noticed. I unleashed massive energy production and signed historic executive orders to hunt for oil, but we don't have to do much hunting because we have the most oil of any nation anywhere, oil and gas in the world. And if you add coal, we have the most of any nation in the world. Clean, I call it clean, beautiful coal. You can do things today with coal that you couldn't have done 10 years ago, 15 years. So I have a little standing order in the White House. Never use the word coal, only use the words clean, beautiful coal. Sounds much better, doesn't it? But we stand ready to provide any country with abundant, affordable energy supplies if you need them, when most of you do. We're proudly exporting energy all over the world. We're now the largest exporter. In the United
If
States,
you
we want
need 'em,
trade
we
and
got
global
'em.
commerce with all nations, everybody. We want to help nations. We're going to help nations. But it must also be fair and reciprocal.
Focus on
The
America.
challenge with trade is much the same with climate. The countries that follow the rules, all their factories have been plundered. It's really sad to watch. They've been broken. They've been broken by countries that broke the rules. That's why the United States is now applying tariffs to other countries, and much as these tariffs were for many years applied to us, uncontrollably applied to us. We've used tariffs as a defense mechanism under the Trump administration, including my first term, where hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs were taken in. And by the way, we had the lowest inflation, and now we have very low inflation. The only thing different is that we have hundreds of billions of dollars flowing into our country.
Politics.
But this is how we will ensure that the system works for everyone and is sustainable into the future. We're also using tariffs to defend our sovereignty and security throughout the world, including against nations that have taken advantage of former U.S. administrations for decades, including the most corrupt, incompetent administration in history, the sleepy Joe Biden administration. Brazil now faces major tariffs in response to its unprecedented efforts to interfere in the rights and freedoms of our American citizens and others, with censorship, repression, weaponization, judicial corruption, and targeting of political critics in the United States. I have a little problem saying this because I must tell you, I was walking in and the leader of Brazil was walking out. We saw him and I saw him, he saw me, and we embraced. And then I'm saying, can you believe I'm going to be saying this in just 2 minutes? But we actually agreed that we would meet next week. We didn't have much time to talk, like about 20 seconds. They were in retrospect, I'm glad I waited because this thing didn't work out too well. But we did talk, we had a good talk, and we agreed to meet next week if that's of interest. But he seemed like a very nice man, actually. He liked me, I liked him. But if you, and I only do business with people I like. When I don't like them, I don't like them. But we had, at least for about 39 seconds, we had excellent chemistry. It's a good sign.
Trump, you capping.
But also in the past, Brazil, can you believe this? Unfairly tariffed our nation, but now because of our tariffs, we are hitting them back, and we're hitting them back very hard. As president, I will always defend our national sovereignty and the rights of American citizens. So I'm very sorry to say this, that Brazil is doing poorly and will continue to do poorly. They can only do well when they're working with us. Without us, they will fail, just as others have failed. It's true. Next year, the United States will celebrate the 250th anniversary of our glorious independence, a testament to enduring power and American freedom and spirit. We will also be proudly hosting the 2026 FIFA World Cup, and shortly thereafter, the 2028 Olympics, which is going to be very exciting. I hope you all come. I hope that countless people from all over the globe will take part of these will be great celebrations of liberty and human achievement, and that together we all can rejoice in the miracles of history that began in July 4th, 1776, when we founded the light to all nations. And it's something really that an amazing thing came out of that date. It's called the United States of America. In honor of this momentous anniversary, I hope that all countries who find inspiration in our example will join us in renewing our commitment, values, and those values really that we hold so dear together. Let us defend free speech and free expression. Let us protect religious liberty, including for the most persecuted religion on the planet today. It's called Christianity. And let us safeguard our sovereignty and cherish qualities that have made each of our nations so special, incredible, and extraordinary. In closing, I just want to repeat that immigration and the high cost of so-called green renewable energy is destroying a large part of the free world and a large part of our planet. Countries that cherish freedom are fading fast because of their policies on these two subjects. You need strong borders and traditional energy sources if you are going to be great again. Whether you have come from north or south, east or west, near or far, every leader in this beautiful hall today represents a rich culture, a noble history, and a proud heritage that makes each nation majestic and unique, unlike anything else in human history or any other place on the face of the earth. From London to Lima, from Rome to Athens, from Paris to Seoul, from Cairo to Tokyo and Amsterdam to right here in New York City, we stand on the shoulders of the leaders and legends, generals and giants, heroes and titans who won and built our beloved nations, all of our nations, with their own courage, strength, spirit, and skill. Our ancestors climbed mountains, conquered oceans, crossed deserts, and trekked over wide open plains. They charged into thunderous battles, plunged into grave dangers, and they were soldiers and farmers and workers and warriors and explorers and patriots. They built towns into cities, tribes into kingdoms, ideas into industries, and small islands into mighty empires. You're a part of all of that. They were champions for their people who never gave up and who never, ever gave in. Their values defined our national identities. Their visions forged our magnificent destiny. Everybody in this room is a part of it in your own way. Each of us inherits the deeds and the myths, the triumphs, the legacies of our own heroes and founders who so bravely showed us the way. Our ancestors gave everything for homelands that they defended with pride, with sweat, with blood, with life, and with death. Now the righteous task of protecting the nations that they built belongs to each and every one of us. So together, let us uphold our sacred duty to our people and to our citizens. Let us protect their borders, ensure their safety, preserve their cultures, treasure, and traditions, and fight for their precious dreams and their cherished freedoms. And in friendship and really a beautiful vision, let us all work together to build a bright, beautiful planet, a planet that we all share, a
I'm
planet
probably
of peace,
two of
a
them, and you
world
probably one
that is
of them.
richer, better, and more beautiful than ever before. That can
2
happen.
plus 1
It
equals
will
3.
happen. It will happen, and I hope it can happen and start right now, right
You
at this
two
moment.
of them.
We'll turn it around. We're going to make
Yeah,
our
because I got
countries
my
better,
phone open,
safer, more
so I
beautiful.
can send
We're
myself
going to take care
links.
of our people. Thank you
Oh,
very much. It's been an honor. God
the
bless
ancient
the
one.
nations of the world. Thank you very much. Bye.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm on the same name as
Thank you
myself.
very much. That's a big mouth. Where's Tim?
I don't know, but he was talking some shit though. I peeped what he was talking about. They brought up the UN
What was it
bullshit.
about?
How they fucking over the, they doing the migration invasion type shit. They ran that play. He talking about the WA, basically the UN, WEF, and the WA. Well, he didn't say very much about the World Health Organization. He did call out the climate bullshit, the Green New Deal, and all that other shit. You know?
Who, Tim?
No, Trump.
Oh, you talking about this speech? I thought you said Tim was talking some stuff too.
No, Negro. Not what I said. That is not what I said.
Okay.
He basically, it seems to me, he basically went head on with the globalists, so to speak. Told the globalists to get the fuck on somewhere. Fuck the Green New Deal. Gotta invade countries and shit with migration invasion shit. He even called out all 300-some thousand missing children.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't, try to pop
But
that
everybody,
dude, but yeah.
everybody that's young ain't children, and he did a whole lot of encrypted speech. I heard that 3 popping up over and over. There was 300,000 missing kids, 300,000 unalived illegal immigrants in transit, and then let's not even talk about all of the children that came up missing on his, well, the young people or persons that came up missing on his watch. He's not bringing that up.
You're not bringing up what?
All of the illegal immigrant children that he had placed in homes that came up missing.
Illegal aliens?
Yeah, he had a bunch of
children. Talking about this term or last term?
This term. Yep.
Where you getting that from?
The news. No, Maria and Conchita, they were put into homes that were also known for trafficking. They were dropped off at facilities that weren't even homes, but were like allegedly known for trafficking. This was on the news.
So were these the people that was still in place from the last administration that wasn't cleared out yet? Or are you saying this dude Tom Homan and his team that did that?
Yeah, these were people that were coming in just before he took over. So these were like December, November. You know, these were during Biden, but the reins got handed over to him because he was the one. He was the one placing the children after they were already here. Not him, but his administration. I'm just saying, I could care less, but I'm just saying, at the end of the day, you're whining to the UN about these 30K children. At the end of the day, what about all the ones that you mismanaged? I'm not for Trump at all. I do not consent. I don't agree with nothing he said because he is also an illegal immigrant.
What's going on now? Is it back? Am I back? You back?
Oh, you got booted?
I ain't
I
getting
never
booted. It's
left.
just I'm still trying to figure out how you putting that on the new administration. Like there ain't no
He
transition of power. You saying that the borders are after Kamala?
Yeah.
Tom, what's the dude named Tom Holman, whatever his name is.
Hanks, Holman, whoever.
That
Uncle-
you saying he responsible for that?
I'm saying they took money to have these children housed in foster homes. But when they went down, the listing of where these children were being taken, because when Biden was dealing with it, they were just left on the street. Trump's administration comes along.
They wasn't just being left on the street. They was getting sent to distribution hubs.
Okay, well, under Trump's eagle eye, they ended up in distribution hubs that were apparently trafficking rings. Graping posts.
Yeah, I would say that's over during the transition of power. But from what I was playing earlier, it seemed like he a part of the whole fucking thing anyway. Especially with the Erica situation, how he brought her to the pageant. Fucking saying he didn't want to hook them up.
Yeah. Oh, I missed all that, but I already seen all that stuff. But yeah, he was handling that too. And somehow she ends up with all this power, running, whole agencies at the age of whatever, 15.
Nah, 2012. What was that pageant? What year was that?
That was Miss America. That had to be what? 2017?
No.
2012, I think.
That's the same year TP USA was founded. Excuse me.
What? She's from when it was founded?
Well, I know that.
If she's 30.
Oh, damn. I know. See, TP USA was founded in 2012.
Boom.
With Charlie Kirk and William. What the hell was his name? Bill. No, I forgot his name already. That's an awful. That's quite a coincidence. Well, Bill Montgomery and Charlie Kirk founded Turning Point in 2012. She won the pageant in 2012. Yeah. Erica was crowned Miss Arizona in November of 2012 on her 23rd birthday. After that is when she went to I think it was after that is when she went to
Romania? No, she was 17. She was doing that at 17.
I thought she was in college playing basketball and all that other shit.
No. At 17, she was allegedly in Romania.
What was the name of that Romanian Angels? Is that what it's called?
Is she Romanian?
Oh, no. I think she's Jewish.
Because I know apparently her father is knighted by Sweden as some kind of Viking. Which that last little soliloquy of hers talking about Christ and the Bible. Come on now, you can't be a Viking in Valhalla.
What up, American Business? I've had a channel for a minute. Took a while to get 50 subscribers to go live and shit though. Ain't nobody up here but me and Nanya talking to what everybody else talking about, among other shit. I'm trying to figure out how old. I'm trying to find out how old Miss Erica with the K she was when they did that Romanian Angels thing.
17 years old.
You keep saying that. I heard that too.
Unless she started it at 17 but didn't go over until later.
Well, she'd have been, what, 20 in 2008? She was born in 88. Yeah. You saying she did that shit in 2005? I ain't seeing no 7.
Or just put what year did Erica get put out of Romania?
I see something that say 2005 to 2011.
Okay, so that's 17.
17. Well, that's an X search. Monkfish, 2005.
Which is interesting how she has so much power and control at such a young age.
Well, I pulled the thing and what I was reading where her father was I'm having brain farts. Hold on.
Her father helped build. Oh, wait a minute. Was that her father or was that Charlie's dad that helped build Trump Tower?
That was CK dad. Her dad was damn.
He was
just read
he
that
was
shit
tapped there
earlier.
too. Kent. Flavzy or Flavinsy?
Raytheon. He was chaired Raytheon Israel division and had been involved in significant military projects including the Iron Dome. Yep.
So can we say nepotism? Yeah, they threw her that out of Family Connect.
So that's how she was maneuvering this shit in 2005 to a later date. She was already plugged in with the company.
Right.
And then Trump gets in contact with her in 2012 to invite her to a beauty pageant.
He knew about it before that. Let's be serious.
From 2005 to 2011, she was running the Romanian Angels with the U.S. military. This is the bidding of Israel. And in 2012, got invited to the pageant, won. What she do from 2012 to when she married Charlie? That's right, she been to school, got all these degrees, starting businesses. Nothing about being a housewife and all that Christian shit Charlie was talking about. Like that, she was the farthest thing from that, but that's what he preached.
Yep. He was independent, allegedly.
Probably made
winning pageants.
Winning pageants.
Right. And being an entrepreneur. She had some businesses. She had a clothing line and something else.
She got another one now. CEO of a new company now.
What, Turning Point?
Yep.
And so they got Turning Point America and Turning Point UK.
Yeah, and there's hella people that have signed up to create new chapters ever since the theater unfolded.
That sounds like the Reconstruction right there. Turning Point.
Oh yeah, when I first heard that shit, I was like, Turning Point. Yeah, that's definitely some more Reconstruction era shit.
Mm-hmm. Because the original Turning Point was a Christian televangelist group. But that guy who ran Turning Point, I think he passed recently.
A co-founder, he passed in 2020 of COVID symptoms at the age of 80. That's Bill Montgomery.
Yeah,
that's William.
I don't think that.
That's William Thomas Montgomery. Bill Montgomery. Claimed to be
if he wasn't
his mentor.
Oh, okay. His godfather.
I don't know. Godfather. I haven't heard anything about Godfather, but I know he said he was his mentor and he was a co-founder of Turning Point USA in 2012. Oh, it was Charlie in 2012.
He had to be like 15 or 16 because he's only 31 at this point.
I don't feel like doing all this damn math.
Yeah, he was like 15 or 16.
Figure it out. What?
It don't add up, does it?
Hold on. Wait a damn minute. 19. It was 19. The dude was like 19. That's the dude was 60, 61. Co-founding a business with a 19-year-old? What kind of shit is that? That sounds like some freaky shit. You know how these people get out.
Some Greek shit. What they call it?
Right.
Podiatry? Pedagogotry? It's called pedestry. Pedestry. That's what it's called.
You put them on a pedestal, like.
Yikes.
Yeah. Right.
Blow the whistle.
It's upstairs. That's so we forget my whistle. I had to boo that shit.
Yeah, this is a whole bunch.
It's a whole bunch of rabbit hole shit.
But that's what it's all there for, to keep you busy and caught up while they're doing the next thing. And I feel like, screw them all, deport them all. I'm done.
Is this the next thing right here? Hold on. I got this pulled up. Is this the next thing right here? Where is it?
I can't.
Let's see.
Listen up. They just pulled a move that feels like it's straight out of a freaking war movie. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has officially ordered every single general and admiral in the U.S. military, from brigadier general on up, to report to Quantico. That's hundreds of America's top brass being told to drop everything that they're doing and convene in one place with no explanation to the public. When you recall all the stars at once, it's not for coffee and donuts. It's because something massive is on the horizon. And the fact that Quantico is the gathering point, man, that's the Marine Corps nerve center, the place where they plan and sharpen the edge of war fighting strategies. This is the kind of move that sends shockwaves through the entire defense world. Generals don't get pulled from command across the globe unless there is a serious shift underway. It could be preparing for a new doctrine, a crisis that's closer than they're letting us in on, or a rollout of something that the public isn't quite ready for yet. Either way,
pandemic.
The order is real. It's happening, and it's a sign that the pieces on the global chessboard are being moved behind the closed doors. So when the stars gather at Quantico, bet your ass history is about to fucking pivot.
I don't have.
Listen up. They just pulled a move that.
I'll be. The fuck is that?
Same thing it was in 2015, the last time they did it. Getting ready for the damn pandemic.
They called all the stars and brass to Quantico last time.
He told.
Well, this a little different.
Something like that. I wouldn't say that particular location, but they was all together somewhere.
I think this might have to do with war or something. Or
it might have to do with Atlas, 3-1 Atlas, or 3-Eye Atlas.
That's what I'm saying. Like maybe there's some kind of blue beam shit, or
fake
alien invasion.
Right. They playing from Remember, I think Tim said something about them playing from a deck. They playing from a deck, so they probably just finna go draw their little cards and see, you know, which one they gonna play. But like my elders say, play your mama hoe, cause you're not playing me.
Yeah, I said, play with your kids.
Not my elder. You call and play on her phone, she say play with your mama. But that's what it is.
Oh, that's it. What is this Catholic goddess?
Oh, she back?
No, I just seen a post she put up and play it. We'll get a view of too. But that's the type of thing I am. A YouTube short. Hey, I know this effort.
Who?
Nationality Act of 1965. Thanks again to Black Americans, Asian people could immigrate to the U.S., take out small business loans that were denied to Black people, and open up small businesses in Black neighborhoods, where some of those Asian immigrants perpetuated racism onto Black people, even though their American dream was made possible by Black people. You're welcome.
My problem is in entitlement and victims. Don't like that.
The freeloader that I'm responding to says that he was raised in a Black neighborhood. I'm curious if this is the way that he ended up in that Black neighborhood. The model minority myth was created to pit Asians against other marginalized groups, rewarding silence, obedience, and hard work with crumbs of white approval. And this coattail rider is the embodiment of it, exploiting Black struggle while...
So, these are your ancestors. They came here on ships that were convicts, vagrants, prostitutes, delinquents, the undesirables. These Albion signed indenture agreements, which meant that they could not own the land. The slave codes and the Christian codes actually applied to these people. And what is so crazy is how the Albions have tried to erase the story, change the story. And the story's very clear.
Why does he sound like
you
that?
came over here as convicts and
constipated.
You agreed that your ancestors wouldn't have shit. They couldn't own land.
Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965. Thanks again to Black Americans.
Yeah, that's AI. That's an AI. I'm almost certain.
It probably is.
I saw that yesterday, and I just had a feeling that wasn't right.
This lady talking about
nothing.
This is probably gonna lose. Please, just listen to me, okay?
Just please, just listen to me, okay?
But something is up with the wife, okay? Something is up with the fact
I
that
think it is.
pageant before and just so happened to get a modeling offer in the mail, and then she just so happened to win Miss Arizona USA 2012. There's something up with the fact that she was
Now if you ain't
17
get it
and
off
started a
X.
nonprofit where she worked alongside the United States military in Romania, doing work with orphanages at the same period that Romania was having one of its largest trafficking crises in its history. There's also something up with the fact that she is a licensed
Already went over
real
this.
estate agent in the state of New York, And she worked for the same real estate group that did business with Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, except for this
And
part.
she was very, very successful on her own before the mutual friend set her up for her interview with Charlie for Turning Point. And sources are saying that that friend was President Trump. You guys, she was already successful. She had this vision, and now there are rumors that allegedly Netanyahu was going to free up $150 million of American Jewish money to Turning Point USA, and Charlie declined it. And you guys, just since Charlie's death, Turning Point USA has gotten over 18,000 chapter requests across the United States.
That's what I
did
was
not
talking
hear one
about.
mention of Israel and
I just brought that
or
up.
the backlash that Charlie had been facing in Erica's speech. And today, when the Charlie Kirk show was live, none of his friends or co-workers said one thing about it while they were all talking about the alleged shooter in Utah. And you guys, that's something that they should at least clear up or acknowledge, but they're not talking about it. And all rabbit holes lead to the same place. So please think critically about this. God bless.
Deport them.
Critically about this.
Think critically about if they were all deported, nothing they're doing matters. Nothing they're talking about matters. Go open up those 18,000 chapters in Lithuania somewhere and leave us alone. How about that? I don't consent. Goodbye. Goodbye, Charlie. Goodbye, Erica. Romper Bomper. All y'all, get out. Take Trump.
Romper Bomper?
You know, I mean, you from the Bay.
Romper Bomper. Oh, shit.
It's just like saying goodbye. See ya.
I wonder what so-called Black Twitter talking about.
Probably talking about the next
But I
line
found
dance.
something.
Talking about the next line dance. As they should. Look, shoot. Don't be focused on this because this stuff is really it's really what they want us to do. They want us to be all caught up because I bet you he's somewhere signing something that's gonna piss us off.
Who,
Like,
Trump?
yes.
Yeah, you might be right.
All he needs is our consent, though. So in the meantime, he kind of has to follow the proper schedule. He has to do things properly and return the republic back to the state that it was already in when they found it.
They did what? Oh, hell no.
They do.
But not, see, this that bullshit right here. Hold on. This should say, in Atlanta, a mama's 4 kids were taken by CPS. No case filed, no due process. They ignored her religious exemption. Vaccinated all 4 of her children and put her son on ADHD meds. Hey,
Oh, I seen that.
I really need help. I'm in the Atlanta area. I keep trying to post these TikTok videos, begging for somebody to help me. Muskogee County Family Children Services took my children. Muskogee County continues to lie, fabricate a bunch of stuff about me, not show evidence on why they took my children, not show or not admit that they never gave a court order. the moment that they tried to take my children. They took my children without a court order. They've never given me a case plan. I'm tired of this. Sean Scott Charles, Tanika Watley, Micah Thompson, they placed my son on ADHD pills. They vaccinated all 4 of my children against my religious exempt forms. Nobody in Atlanta, Georgia is helping me. Please. I never wanted to post a video on TikTok. They claim that they took the children because a doctor in Columbus, Georgia said I smelled like weed. All 4 of my children and myself is from Atlanta, Georgia. They won't provide evidence on why the children had to be taken away and immediately thrown in foster care. They won't provide evidence on why the children were in imminent danger and had to be immediately removed. I've never been to jail. I've never been in handcuffs. Please, like, I don't know what to do.
That shit pissed me off a little bit.
Yeah, but it's got to be more to it. But yeah, that don't sound right. But they, you know, they do stuff like that, but they usually do some type of walkthrough of your home. Like that happened to my cousin, but they walked through her house and she had about 20 different types of animals in the house. They took every child that was in that house. Her kids, her cousin's kids, everybody got snatched. So the question is marijuana legal where she's from? So, you know, if it is, then how could they have taken the children for that?
To these people, we got Al-Qaeda has infiltrated the USA. Dearborn, Michigan needs a hard look. Sleeper cell in America. Just these random ass people talk. These random ass people. What are you saying, ma'am?
Everywhere between creators and the news, but everyone needs to share this. Opening up the southern border and allowing it to go unchecked for years and millions of people coming in that weren't vetted had to be the biggest act of treason.
What are you wearing?
And I'm about to tell you why. Because Al-Qaeda is in this country right now. The
Whoa.
National Counterterrorism Center just put out a memo about this to all law enforcement. Over 1,000 highly trained operatives from Al-Qaeda have gotten into this country via the southern border. They have come from training camps all throughout the Middle East, and they are confirmed to be planning a massive multi-city attack. They are also uniformed to be disguised as law enforcement, first responders, and medical employees. These individuals want to obliterate Western civilization, and they can do it because we cannot find them because of our previous open border. We have no idea who they are, but it is confirmed that they are here and planning these attacks. So if you are someone that lives in a major city or work around a major hub, you need to stay off your phone in public, be vigilant, especially around hospitals, police cars,
where you got your
you need to be
information
aware
from,
of your surroundings, make sure that your law enforcement is up to date on this information, and be aware of any confirmed or theorized sleeper cells. This is a very, very, very real threat. None of this has been exaggerated. And be aware that the goal of these attacks is mass casualty. Again, I do not say this lightly. I have no idea why nowhere is covering it on the news or on social media. It's literally nowhere. Maybe it's because they don't want to scare people, send people into a panic and shut down the country, but the public deserves to know this information. Again, this is coming from our highest level of intelligence. It has been confirmed, and there's really not much that we can do considering we cannot track these people. Terrorists, please be cautious.
Yeah, well, you know, I like to know where you got your
how this isn't
information
being
from.
blasted every.
But it might line up with all this brass and these stars meeting up, getting called in the what's the name of that place?
What? The Marines headquarters?
Yeah, what's the name of that place? Where they all meet when it's serious shit going down. Man, I forgot that quick. That's terrible.
Me too.
I just played.
I'm older now.
I just played.
Look, I'm not even drinking or smoking nothing.
Yes,
I do not remember.
A honey pot is basically like shit. I don't know. I assume. Don't quote me on this shit. Honey pot is like a woman that seeks out a man with, I don't know. I ain't even gonna say. I'm probably wrong. I would say a honey pot is a gold digger.
Oh, okay.
Maybe.
Because the way she jumped on Charlie, but she could have had anybody she wanted.
Right. She helped mold that dude into who he was.
Right. Handler.
Oh shit, a honeypot woman. Nah, I'm totally wrong. An undercover intelligence operative who uses romantic and sexual attraction to ensnare a target and extract information or compromise them. That's a honeypot.
Yeah, I think I heard something like that where they were saying that, but that don't make sense because he wasn't. I mean, it makes sense on the overall picture, just not with Charlie, because who was he?
Somebody who was he was already TP USA was already moving and running at the time. You know, she went to a job interview. Like she said, she was like, "You're not gonna be my boss. You're gonna be my boyfriend." You know what I'm saying?
So, okay, yeah. So, like a Black Widow. That's kind of how I see her with him.
Like the turning point was already established.
Right, and now she's running it like a Black Widow. But I guess a honey pot too. Yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, now I know what a honey pot is. I heard people saying that shit. I didn't look it up.
She popped CK like a piñata. Because now he, wherever he is.
She could have been behind that whole play.
That's what I'm saying. Okay. I'm not implicating anyone because I really don't know what they do.
For entertainment purposes only. We brainstorming like everybody else. Ain't nobody pointing no fingers at Erica with the K. I mean Eric. We don't call that motherfucker Eric. How about that? Eric. That's Eric.
E-Rock. Right.
The little boy. The little boy that turned into a woman.
But supposedly a bunch of people on her team are Mossad.
I mean, her dad worked for. He was on the chair for Raytheon, which is Israel, and they had something to do with like the Iron Dome. Oh yeah, it's running at the bottom. Entertainment purposes only. It'll be they do. Like, hey, let's not act like women ain't out this motherfucker vicious. There's some vicious women been running around this world long time.
Yeah.
I mean vicious. I do mean vicious. Remember the little drug kingpin woman from Mexico, wherever the hell she was.
Mm-hmm. She was demented.
She put a lot of motherfuckers in the dirt.
He was demented.
I forgot what they called her.
I just remember seeing her. She looked like Alanis Morissette or somebody.
You ain't see that post business that Copper Goddess posted with the breaking news about who got indicted? Comey got indicted. Griselda. Is that her name?
Oh, okay. Probably is.
I know she looked like she looked evil as hell too. Hey, Frank. I remember looking at that story like, damn, it's so bloody. What's that shit? Interesting. Eric with the K. How perfect will this be? I'll marry him. I have 3 Ks in my name.
Right, exactly.
I'll take his company.
You just tickled over there. But it's all some kind of overall play because the concept is that Queen of the South concept, and so Queen of the South was supposedly doing whatever to try to take out Solomon, and so that's the whole little concept right there. I don't think she did it. He took himself out, but
wait, man, you talk about that Netflix series? What are you talking about?
It's just some Bible.
Oh, there was a Queen of the South Netflix series with female drug kingpin shit.
Right. It's all typology of the original Queen of the South, which was the Candace.
Y'all ever heard Bible thumping on a nigga?
I mean, that's what all this stuff is really coming out of. That's the playbook.
Oh, they want to make themselves the families of the Bible.
They doing something.
Put themselves in the scriptures.
I think because if they can get us on board believing in it, it turns into what you call an egregore, homunculus, and it takes on a life of its own, and they can kind of like understanding in their mind control the more.
Yeah.
They have the what?
I said they got the arguing on Bat Channel a couple hours ago about Utah and how it was supposed to be the land Moors, shit like that. I was like, oh, here we go.
Oh boy. Yeah, I didn't see that.
It wasn't no J. It wasn't the land of Judah. I was like, it's the land of Judah, nigga. What you talking about? No, it's
that's the original
land of the Moors. The
original name of Yudah is Yeudah. Oh, wait a minute. Yehuda. There we go. Yehuda. Yehuda.
Right. You ain't gotta tell me that.
But they just do all this respelling. You know, if it was a Y, they put a J, then they put a U, then they put an I-O. So now you have 4 different places. There's really just one.
Be throwing no Bibles at me.
Who? Is that Isness?
Y'all. Oh, shit, I'll be taking a lot. Where my weed at? Let me get this stuff off the screen. Now I got the stuff off the screen.
Okay, rolling next footage.
I know you done sent me something. Let me go find something. And you be sending me shit I done already sent. And it's
How come I can't hear your music?
I don't know. I can.
It's just quiet.
I don't know why you can't hear that. Can you hear that? Can you hear that?
Now I hear it. Yeah.
That's strange. You remember seeing that? The dude was showing all the symbolism at the service.
Oh yeah, yeah. He was wrong on some stuff, but yeah. The 666 and the Hallelujah.
Yeah. I got it for sale. Now I gotta go in here, do some damn digging. I got another half hour or so before I get my ass up off of here. Right on for all those that slid through for a hot minute. Drop some love in the chat. Hit the like button. I don't know if you shared it or subscribed or whatever. What the hell is this? Yes, we're all energy. Y'all want to go down this let's see. Oh shit.
What?
Should I? This is very important what I'm about to tell you. Right.
Okay.
Two.
Spit it out.
Oh, you talking about this? I'm in this Bible thing real quick.
Oh shoot.
I did run across this thing about the Lake of the Ozarks out here. How it's a flooded city. I was on that one dude channel. I shared it with you, I think. But I ain't worried about it.
The Montana megalith guy.
No, I think it was a channel. It was like, oh, I'll follow him. It wasn't that. It wasn't.
Oh,
that
my lunch break.
Yeah, that's him. He was talking about the Ozarks and the flooded city. I didn't.
Whole video, y'all. This is proof that Jesus Christ lived in Memphis.
Run it up, man.
Tennessee. This white man didn't even want to show his face.
They blocking the sound?
Leo the 13th, the Pope, blessed this. Watch the whole video, y'all. This is proof that Jesus Christ lived in Memphis and he. Watch the whole video, y'all. This is proof that Jesus Christ lived in Memphis and he died. He was crucified in Tennessee. This white man didn't even want to show his face. Why wasn't this on Memphis News? Leo the 13th, the Pope, blessed this.
A small road in the mountains of Tennessee, a living room in a motorhome,
Oh, y'all blocking my sound and shit.
50-year-old painting blessed by Pope Leo the 13th. This is the true face of Jesus Christ. One of a handful of paintings based on the cloth used to wipe Jesus' face before his crucifixion, known as the Veil of Veronica. Its owner, a 73-year-old man who did crucified and had
the music.
Nah, I can't hear it.
what he had.
Whole video, y'all. This is proof that Jesus Christ lived in Memphis and he died. He was crucified in Tennessee. This white man didn't even want to show his face. Why wasn't this on? The Pope blessed this.
A small road in the mountains of Tennessee, a living room in a motorhome, and a 150-year-old painting blessed by Pope Leo the 13th. This is the true face of Jesus Christ, one of a handful of paintings based on the cloth used to wipe Jesus' face before his crucifixion, known as the Veil of Veronica. Its owner, a 73-yearrod man who didn't want to be identified and had no idea what he had.
Yeah. I can't hear the video playing.
About 17 years. It's been in there.
I hear you. I hear the background music. But I don't hear the TikTok.
I hear the video.
So how does a holy relic go from city to Monroe County, Tennessee?
Now.
Frosty tells us he got it as a present and hung it on his wall 20 years ago. 3 years later, it found a home in this cloth bank bag and was thrown in a closet until police say it was stolen by Kelly Gormley, who tried to sell it to this Madisonville church. The church told the sheriffs made the arrest, and a
He's talking about the picture being stolen.
You know, at first, obviously, it was a big surprise for us that something like this might even, be in East Tennessee. Normally, you'd expect to find something like this in a museum or maybe in Rome, in the Vatican. The painting is now under lock and key in a secret location. Gormley is in prison for theft. Frosty is overwhelmed that a treasure
I don't know
was
what
laying
you got going over there.
I know they really wanted it bad, but I said, nah, I don't think I'll be partnering with it.
Because I hear everything, including the background
music.
music.
For at least 7 years and got his teachings from there about the afterlife. This documentary been removed.
Yeah, no. Disney says you can hear it too. I just can't hear it.
Now you done the opposite. We can hear, but you can't. That's wild.
Jesus, they were staying in Cairo, but Cairo didn't exist back then. Only Memphis existed, and then Alexandria, but it was Hellenistic. He wasn't going to visit there. Memphis was the only city there. It was a religious center. But this church was burnt down 8 times because they did not want nobody to know that he was in Memphis doing a tour, getting teachers about the afterlife. Okay, now the church was in Cairo, didn't develop until the 4th century.
I've
The
noticed.
4th century.
What?
The 4th century would
Well,
be
let me.
300
What?
or 400 AD after
Stop the
Christ.
video.
You see what I'm saying?
I figured you wanted to finish watching it, or maybe Isness wanted to finish
Right.
watching it. Just because I can't hear it,
It,
don't
it
mean she
played
don't want to
twice.
hear it. Oh, did it?
It didn't loop twice. Yeah.
Okay.
But thank you. That was so considerate of you. So sweet.
Whatever. Just because I couldn't hear it, I didn't want to stop it. Like, fuck that. I can't hear it. Y'all can't eat.
What were you
You know
saying?
what? I did notice. Like, I was looking for pictures of their kids, and every picture with the kids in it, you cannot see those kids' faces.
Is they AI?
It's the weirdest shit I've ever seen. I'm like, how do you not have any pictures of your children with their faces bent? They always got their back turned or their head turned. Like,
I don't think it's weird. I think that's something that people do, but I think that they're strategically doing that.
I think that's weird.
They probably, I mean, there's reasons they're not showing those children's faces, whether it's their children. Now, that's the question. Where's the birth record? Did she have a natural, cesarean section? I want to know.
Does it be like Michelle? You ain't never Michael, Big Mike. You ain't never seen a picture of her pregnant.
Well, she came out and admitted that she used a surrogate both times.
Oh, she did.
Yes.
Damn,
She's
Big
never
Mike.
been pregnant.
Now that
Her
is
hole
something.
must have been
That
too
is something.
small. Can you do that?
Well, you can't shit kids out either. I'm sorry.
Nope. Nagazilla. That's diabolical. Come on now.
What? Big Mike and his
That laugh.
Big Mike dropping kid-sized turds. I know y'all motherfuckers.
I never.
Sisters be getting mad at me when I be like, man, that's Big Mike. That ain't no man. They be getting hot too. They be ready to fight. I'm like,
Yeah, because of just because of all the they call it misogynoir.
They call it what?
Where they have like a little misogynoir, or it's like they're pretty much, they like to call melanated women men.
That's the first time I ever heard that term. Now I heard them. I know they like to call us monkeys and shit like that.
Who?
I know they like to call niggas monkeys and shit, but I never heard of
Misogynoir.
Yeah, that term. I have.
So it's just a merger of two words, like misogyny and noir, like noir, the word for black.
And what language is that?
French. Yeah.
Whatever, Jose. Man. What is this?
You crazy.
Did you see my prediction on Miss Charlie Kirk's wife? And
KKK.
This post.
Look,
this post right here. Did you see my prediction? Okay, one final thing. His wife posted this just a few days before. Kind of strange how they're all in black. Mm-hmm. And then she brings up a certain day. What date? And date. What date, Tyler? What date? I wouldn't be surprised if his services are on that date. And if they are, I want you to come back to this video and put in the comments how right I was about it all.
Well, you were right.
Well, you were wrong,
I was just telling you about a lot of things. Mm-hmm. Would you look at that? September 16th. Oh, at 6:30, 3 plus 3 and 3. So a bunch of threes again. You're being played, people. He's alive and well.
You tripping.
Laughing.
Fucking whispering.
And while you're crying. And I didn't mean to say CCC. Because I point that out a lot.
Okay.
I don't want to throw them back in my face. I am against these liars in every way possible. And all I'm trying to do is help you see it. And if you're seeing this for the first time, go watch the 5 videos I've done on all of them and their symbolism. Their 33s and their hand symbols and them laughing at you nonstop. Her fake crisis acting. You really believe that? Do you know any single real human whose spouse would die and would go to the casket with a dead corpse and be petting them and filming that and putting that on social media? Are you out of your mind that you think that's real? Are you out of your mind? You're out of your mind. You know why? Because they are controlling your mind with trauma-based mind control. It doesn't allow you to think logically because emotions override you and you think emotionally. And the logical brain goes bye-bye. Damn it. I didn't mean to say BB. Then up their craws too much trying to expose them that now I'm saying they're stupid lingo. Time to wake up, people. Time to wake up. There's a loving Heavenly Father up there who loves you. And guess what? These people, even though they claim to, they don't. They're against him. They love a little G God named Lucifer. Yeah. You should figure this one out. Oh, and guess what? You don't live on a spinning ball. You don't. It's stationary. It's covered. You've been lied to since you were in the womb, basically. From the moment you got out and they lied to your parents about needing these things, you've been lied to and poked and prodded and poisoned and made to think you're an evolved chimp spinning on a ball in endless, expanding, never-ending space. You're not. You're at the center of creation. You're a divine being. You are way more powerful than you could ever realize. But they're controlling you with trauma. Time to wake up. Please. Figure it out. Do us all a favor. All the ones that are spending time trying to help you, take a minute, do some research. Have a good day. Of course, all this for entertainment purposes. I'm sure that was just coincidence that they were all in black and she put the date of his service in her freaking story, in her page, in her profile. They're mocking you. And I can scream it from the rooftops until I'm blue in the face, but it's up to you to figure it out. It's up to you. I'm leaving the breadcrumbs. I'm making the videos. I'm spending the time. You put in the time. Please. I'm begging you. Have a good day. Entertainment only.
You've been jerking this city around for months. People are dead, cops running in circles, me losing sleep every goddamn night. So tell me.
Did you see my prediction on Miss Charlie Kirk's wife? And
I'm running for mayor.
This Democratic Socialist will probably be the next mayor of Minneapolis. And Socialist Zoran Mondani is likely to be the next mayor of New York City.
We have to continue to elect more socialists, and we have to ensure that we are unapologetic about our socialism.
But they should be apologetic. Socialism always fails.
And so it is that in the heart of the American Midwest, where the rusting skeletons of factories once symbolizing unyielding industry, pockets of demographic transformation are quietly reshaping the cultural landscape, inching toward Sharia-compliant majorities that challenge the foundational principles of our republic.
America, the American government, secularism, democracy, capitalism, these are cancers. Non-Muslims are tired of this cancer. They're tired of the American government. They're tired of democracy. They want to see a new way of life. And as Muslims, we have to understand that we have that new way of life.
Take Hamtramck, Michigan, that tiny enclave swallowed by Detroit's sprawl, where census data reveals almost 70% of its 28,000 residents now identify as Muslim, the first and only such city in the United States. It's an all-Muslim city council wielding unanimous power over decisions that echo foreign theocracies rather than the United States Constitution. Just across the line in Dearborn, Michigan, the beating heart of Arab America, over 54% of the 90,000 souls call themselves Muslim, a concentration so dense it accounts for more than half the city's fabric, with mosques towering over streets where calls to prayer mingle with the hum of Ford assembly lines, signaling a trajectory where Sharia's shadow lengthens with every immigrant wave. These aren't isolated anomalies, they're harbingers of a broader shift, fueled by relentless migration and higher birth rates, as Pew projections warn that America's Muslim population, already swelling to 4.5 million, will double to 8.1 million by 2050.
Hezbollah, bombed the embassy in Beirut, and including many Americans. So I just feel it's quite inappropriate.
You are an Islamophobe, and although you live here, I want you to know, as mayor, you are not welcome here. And the day you move out of the city will be the day that I launch a parade celebrating the fact that you moved out of the city.
Carving deeper enclaves in urban.
This a little crazy, ain't it? Huh? This a little crazy, ain't it?
Hell yeah. It's unconstitutional. It's illegal.
Is they taking over states? Every state is a country, right? So they're trying to take over. They're trying to get their territory established. Trying to take over some states.
In their mind.
Strongholds like Minneapolis, where Somali communities push the metro area's Muslim share toward a robust 2.5% to 3% statewide, with local densities in the Cedar Riverside neighborhood rivaling those overseas outposts of influence.
Mayor of Hamtramck, Michigan, Muslim. Mayor of Dearborn, Michigan, Muslim. Mayor of Richardson, Texas, Muslim. Vice President of the Minneapolis City Council, Muslim. U.S. House Representative, Muslim. U.S. House Representative, Muslim. U.S. House Representative, Muslim. New York City mayoral candidate, Muslim. Minneapolis mayor candidate, Muslim.
Yet, as these transformations unfold in the quiet corners
Gavin Newsom,
in Minnesota,
Muslim.
The federal machinery stirs with countermeasures aimed at fortifying the ramparts against any encroachment of foreign legal shadows. Two Republican lawmakers thrust forth a bold congressional bill, a legislative dagger aimed straight at the heart of Sharia's insidious creep, barring American courts from enforcing any judgment, decree, or arbitration decision rooted in Islamic law or any alien system that dares violate our sacred constitutional rights, a direct rebuke to the creeping normalization of parallel justice systems. And you may recall the Trump administration unleashed Executive Order 14161 on Inauguration Day, an ironclad edict resurrecting the specter of travel restrictions from terror-prone nations, explicitly designed to shield the homeland from the very ideological threats that Sharia embodies.
She is punished and she is stoned to death. And according to the Sharia again, when it comes to women, there must be a hole dug in the earth, in the ground, and she must be covered up to the half of the body.
In the end, it's not about exclusion, it's about preservation that ensures forcing any judgment, decree, or arbitration decision rooted in Islamic law or any alien system that dares violate our sacred constitutional rights, a direct rebuke to the creeping normalization of parallel justice systems. And you may recall the Trump administration unleashed Executive Order 14161 on Inauguration Day, an ironclad edict resurrecting the specter of travel restrictions from terror-prone nations, explicitly designed to shield the homeland from the very ideological threats that Sharia embodies.
She is punished and she is stoned to death. And according to the Sharia again, when it comes to women, there must be a hole dug in the earth, in the ground, and she must be covered up to the half of the body.
In the end, it's not about exclusion, it's about preservation that ensure Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. John Bound reporting for Infowars.com.
This is a little piece of art, really nice memento.
You don't say. You heard what he said. You heard what he said. They gonna be digging holes and putting women halfway up.
Chicks. Sticking their chicks in the holes, huh? Back in the hole, chick, but now.
Talk about you disobedient.
Ooh, I bet you're gonna be submissive now.
That's a cold
Hell
game.
no.
Jeez.
They gonna make you be submissive, obedient. But those are not women. Those are just females. They can do what they want to them. They can't do that here.
Arctic frost. What are you talking
They
about?
want to.
He hits the street, running through the city with 5 feet, punching slabs of
Arctic frost. Arctic frost.
Now I'd like to call the committee's attention to something I'm going to share with you, information about the FBI's that's never been made public before.
Operation Arctic Frost has emerged as the chilling embodiment of partisan warfare.
Arctic Frost was the FBI case opened and approved by anti-Trump FBI agent Thibault. Arctic Frost then became Jack Smith's Elector case against then Citizen Trump and now President Trump. These new records show that Arctic Frost was much broader than just an electoral matter. The case was expanded to Republican organizations.
Thomas Wyndham and Leanna Saylor, they pushed Arctic Frost forward despite warnings from career agents that this might be illegal. The Biden White House counsel's office even coordinated, and we're going to talk a lot about this because these people belong in jail, even coordinated to hand over Trump and Pence's government phones, bypassing the National Archives and the law.
Launched in the spring of 2022 under the watchful eye of then FBI Director Christopher Wray, this so-called investigation was born from the venomous bias of anti-Trump zealot Timothy Thibault, who bypassed protocols to unleash a probe claiming a multifaceted conspiracy to upend the 2020 election.
The FBI takes allegations of election-related violations of federal law seriously. That agent, now out of the agency, Timothy Tebow, was reportedly escorted out of the Washington field office on Friday after, quote, resigning from his post.
What started as a targeted hit on Donald Trump quickly ballooned into a full spectrum assault on the so-called American right.
This was part of an effort by the FBI to go after conservative causes and leaders, including Charlie Kirk at Turning Point, as it turns out, including the RAG of the Republican Attorneys General Association, RGA, sort of the whole of Republican apparatus, the conservative movement. We've never seen anything like this in the history of our country. I don't care, you want to talk about Watergate, whatever you want to talk about. We've never seen anything like this. They were all in on going after their political opponents and throwing them in jail. It's chilling.
All while the Biden regime pretended to champion democracy.
And Jack Smith, not only did they tamper with that and lie to the court about it, but he's now admitted to the court that he doesn't know how that happened. He's only offered a number of possible explanations for how that could have happened. So he's absolutely blown the chain of custody. And again, he has a prosecutor, lead prosecutor in this case, Jay Bratt, who met with White House counsel and a representative of the National Archives several times in the weeks before Jack Smith was even appointed.
Whistleblowers recently cracked open the vault, revealing how Arctic Frost served as the blueprint for weaponizing federal power against political dissent.
Well, I didn't know there was an actual list. I knew that I'd been targeted by the Jack Smith team. The search warrant for my phone that was hand-delivered with sex-armed FBI agents who detained not just me, but my wife, who refused to show me the warrant before they confiscated my phone, who forced my face to look at the phone so they could open it on facial recognition without ever showing me the warrant. And even after they gave me the warrant after the fact, it did not include the attached affidavit that identified the specificity supposedly required by the Fourth Amendment.
A sprawling dragnet ensnaring 92 Republican entities, from the beating heart of the Republican National Committee to the strategic war chest of the Republican Attorneys General Association, and even the grassroots firebrand that was Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA. Trump political action groups, state-level operatives, and a constellation of right-leaning organizations found themselves subpoenaed, surveilled, and scrutinized. And not for crimes, but for the sin of opposing the swamp's anointed Mad King Joe Biden.
American democracy only works if we choose to respect the rule of law and the institutions that were set up in this chamber behind me.
A surge of totalitarian lunacy poisoning the republic.
I like my coffee dark.
John Bound reporting for InfoWars.
These people is out of control. Way out of control. Doing way too much. Way too much. You motherfuckers is out of control. Okay? I need y'all to get on a plane or a ship to get the fuck out of here. How about that? How you said, you ain't gotta go home, but you gotta get the fuck up out of here. I think that concludes my broadcast for the night, ladies and gentlemen. Oh shit, what's this? Are you in here twice? What the hell?
I don't know what I'm doing.
How was you here twice? What the fuck?
Can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can also hear an echo.
You shouldn't hear no
I don't
echo.
know what I did. I don't know what I just did.
You hear an echo? It still got an echo? Oh shit.
Can you hear me?
I can now.
Oh, okay. I don't hear an echo anymore.
Yeah, because I had to kick your other one out.
This thing tripping.
I kicked my first person out. It was your other.
You kicked. Oh, you okay? I see how you are. You didn't kick me out. You didn't unask me from the panel. Okay.
I kicked the other one out because it was echoing, and you just came in another one. I don't understand how that happened. But maybe you switched phones or computer or something.
No, I'm on the same phone, but I was trying to look at something, and then the next thing I know, I was re-entering the studio.
It's like re-entering from two different locations. It's like I'm up here now, but I also have my phone on backstage. So I can interact with the back chat without fucking with the laptop.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I have to toggle screens to go to the chat.
Yeah.
And when I do that, then it kicks me out. It's doing weirdness. I was gonna say something. What was he talking about a minute ago?
Arctic frost. Talking about how.
Oh, that's what I was gonna say. I'm wondering if partisan politics is even constitutional, because I don't see anything about parties in the Constitution. And they are very, very tedious about how government is set up.
Right.
So I think it's some bully shit going on.
How they basically created the party system
to create all this confusion and dissension. Exactly.
and division and shit.
We were all Republicans because this is a republic.
Right.
So, the heck you doing with all this other stuff? And there's not any mention. I need to go read it again.
The Constitution.
Right.
And the Bill of Rights. Exercise your right.
They spend a lot of time and effort looking for caveats to create all this new stuff that they do. This alternate reality.
The multiverse. Marvel.
Right. And just think how they confused our people. Our people back then only knew about Republicans. But then when all those people started, exiting the realm, that's when they start pulling up with this new stuff, Democratic and independent, Native American, all this stuff.
Okay, I got one more. I'm gonna play this shit before I get my ass up out of here. And I'm gonna play it a little faster than normal. Because it's gonna take a minute.
Right?
Hey, we almost broke your AI the other day, player.
Mike Adams, the founder of Bracteon, and today we're joined by a friend and just an incredible analyst whose information I've really come to respect over the years. He has been right about every single thing that we've talked about for the last 3 or 4 years. It's Michael Young. He joins us right now from overseas. I believe he's in Japan at the moment. So welcome, Michael Young. It's great to have you back on today.
Thanks for having me on. Actually, Misako and I have come over to Thailand, looking at similar issues. It's the same story everywhere we go. For instance, dope stores all over the place here now in Thailand. And we went into one of the dope stores tonight, looking at it, and and they had a celebratory little poster there that is 3 years and it actually said, I think, something like celebrating 3 years of weed being legal. I sent you a photo of that. I just sent it to you.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, it's just, they're clearly under attack. That they're attacking Thailand just like they're attacking other places with drugs.
Yeah. Well, our whole world, I mean, human culture is under attack right now by these globalist entities. And I want to ask you to start off with here about one of the other attacks, the assassination of Charlie Kirk. And now we are being told this obviously made up cover story that claims that Charlie Kirk was shot with a high-powered hunting rifle with a 30-06 round that just barely penetrated his skin. Apparently it was found under his skin. And they said that his neck, because he is the man of steel, that his neck stopped the 30-06 round, and that's why we don't have an exit wound. Now, you, as a very accomplished war correspondent, you've seen right up close, you've seen people shot and killed, you've seen people shot and live. What is your assessment, your professional assessment about could a human neck stop a 30-06 round?
That's a joke. You know what I mean? And you know that because you're very knowledgeable about rifles yourself.
Yes.
And I mean, so you already know that, but we're talking for the benefit of people that don't know much about rifles and specifically, let's say the 30-06. My father had one when I was a child, and obviously that thing whoops when you shoot it. And interestingly, Misako and I last year I've told you about this bear hunter in Japan before. We were up at his house. There's a lot of bears in Japan, by the way. A lot of people don't realize that, and they're very dangerous bears. So he had a 30-06. That's what he uses to hunt bear with. And interestingly.
He said his father had a 30-06. I said, so did mine too, player. For sure.
Country boys.
I talked with a woman a couple of days ago, an American woman. She killed 2 bears with a 30-06, right? So I mean, this is a bear rifle, quite literally.
Right. Well, and that round is used to hunt elk. It's used to hunt very large animals, moose, even alligators. Even it can be used to hunt hippos, although larger rounds are typically preferred for something like that.
I would say it's too big for an alligator. Actually, I used to hunt alligators. I'm serious. I mean, the biggest alligator I ever killed was when I was 14 years old. That's funny you bring that up because that's a good thing to bring up. And I killed it with a 20 gauge shotgun, not a 12, but a 20 and a 22. So it was a 22 caliber rifle. And it was over and under, those over and under rifles that are 12 gauge 22, or 20 gauge 22. That's what I shot it with. I shot it at close range. Oh yeah. And I put a photo in it of my first book, Danger Close. You can see me holding the gator tail. I was 14 years old. The gator was bigger than I was. It was 12 feet 3 inches long. And so that was just a 20 gauge and a 22. A 30-06 is, I would say, roughly twice as powerful as an M16, roughly, maybe more.
Yeah.
It's certainly not. It's not even in the ballpark of M16. It's like it's on somewhere. I would say about twice as powerful as an M16.
Well, I looked up the ballistics on it, and the typical 30-06 round leaves the muzzle with about 3,000 foot-pounds of energy, which is extraordinary. I mean, imagine if you were laying on your back on the ground and you took like a steel rod the diameter of a pencil, and you put that steel rod on your neck while you're lying down, and then on top of that you put a 3,000-pound car. Would your neck stop the car from and the rod from going through your neck? No.
I think we know who killed Charlie Kirk. And interestingly, and I'm going to say it, it's obviously Zionist, right? Just like people ask me all the time, or used to ask me all the time, who destroyed Nord Stream? And I'd say what I've said to you many times. It was either the United States or it was space aliens, right? And it's the same with Charlie Kirk. It was obviously Zionists that did it. I mean, let's just get past all the nonsense here, right? In fact, that stage, because the guy on the roof, he didn't take down that stage and get rid of the evidence, right? Just like the so-called Trump assassination attempt. The shooter on the roof, alleged shooter on the roof who was killed, he didn't take down that stage at the Trump day either, right? Or let's say the October 7th event and that's been used as casus belli in Israel. That evidence also was quickly removed. 9/11, the evidence was quickly removed. There's a certain fact pattern here. And, the people that did the 9/11 attack, they didn't quickly remove the evidence and put it in a landfill. Whoever fired the bullets on the day of the Trump alleged assassination attempt, they didn't take down the evidence and get rid of it. And anybody else who fired those shots from a distance or up close, did they take this stage down and that trap door that was on, did they pave over it? Obviously not. Actually, whatever hit Charlie Kirk, if something hit him, these are the type of people that run Hollywood, right? I mean, they can do a lot of things. The actual, if it were a ballistic weapon, which it may have been, it could have come from the stage itself, right?
Yeah, from behind.
It could have been part of the stage. It would be easy to put a weapon in the stage. I mean, that's child's play, right? We're talking serious people here.
Right.
And
people who know how to do things like make pagers explode.
Right, or it could have been in another camera or that sort of thing. But if they had access to the stage, right? Charlie Kirk was saying on one interview that that the Israeli bodyguards are the best in the world, that sort of stuff. I don't know if you saw that video, and maybe they were, but who were they guarding? Were they guarding Charlie Kirk, or were they guarding the Zionists? Right. So I mean, obviously the Israeli security obviously wasn't so great on October 7th, was it? And it wasn't so great when he got killed, or maybe it was. I don't know, but let's face it. Let's just skip to the real part. They're distracting us, and they obviously killed their boy who was running off the plantation.
The narrative, though, has been, of course, that Tyler Robinson was the shooter, even though, as far as I can tell, there's actually no hard evidence linking him to pulling a trigger of any rifle. There's not a single photo or frame of him carrying a rifle on campus, on the roof, off the roof, nothing. There's no muzzle flash of a rifle from the roof. There's nothing. I mean, I would imagine his attorney would tell him to plead not guilty because reasonable doubt seems very likely at this point for him. But the narrative is that they have to blame him and tie him into leftists and furries and transgenders because that will get the American people behind President Trump's war on the left, where he just designated Antifa a terrorist organization and is going to go after the money networks and so on. So it seems to me that this lie of Tyler Robinson being the assassin is what is necessary in the minds of the White House to justify their domestic war against the left. Do you agree with that, or do you have a different explanation?
I've been watching your post. I mean, you're dead on. I mean, it's obvious. I mean, that's not even vaguely hidden. That it's clear. And by the way, it's also clear. And you know, in your X, the things that you're saying are dead on. And there was somebody sent me one of the 3-hour videos that you just did today, but I couldn't watch it because we were out on the streets in Bangkok today researching here. But the things that I've seen that you're posting, I think are exactly on target. They're just trying to put us in a civil war. Now, the narrative for the Zionists is collapsing. That much is obvious. The support for Israel is just going out. I mean, it's going out like on an ice floe, and it's not coming back. Keep in mind, Charlie Kirk was obviously a construct of the Zionists. He was a clear puppet. That's obvious again. He's talked about it many times. And at some point, Charlie Kirk's base was starting to go away. The whole Epstein thing, the Gaza genocide, which is you've talked about so many times, the Iran attack, which is just attacking Qatar, all these different things. His base can't pay the bills while we send them hundreds of billions of dollars. His base can't pay any of their own bills. They can't have families, children, or any of that stuff because they can't afford it. And meanwhile, they expect. No, let's put this into just brass tacks here.
Well, and let me interject. Max Blumenthal is just reporting that the last major wealthy Jewish donor halted donations to Charlie Kirk 3 days before the assassination.
I just saw that.
Yeah.
I just saw that just minutes before we came on. So you got to keep in mind, Charlie Kirk was a big investment for them. And he was the bridge of, because the Zionists are losing a lot of respect. They don't have any respect left, really, actually. They've got wild-eyed supporters left, but those are even going out with the ice floe. So Charlie Kirk was the bridge. He was their puppet. He was their puppet on strings. And like Pinocchio, by the way, Pinocchio, I'm going to publish something on Substack about Pinocchio soon. And I bought a Pinocchio last year or so in a German antique shop just to talk about things like this. Pinocchio, by the way, is the 3rd most translated book in the world.
Really?
Number 1's the Bible. Yeah. And number 2 is probably The Little Prince. And number 3 apparently is Pinocchio, more than Harry Potter, right? I've been talking with an anthropologist about this. Why does it resonate so deeply with people that it would be so far translated? I mean, it's a massively, of course, Disney did their movie in 1940, but the Pinocchio story came out in about 1881, right? And then the book came out in 1883, which I have, right? So it came out in 1883. And so, and then, what did Pinocchio do? Pinocchio was a piece of wood. He may have gone getting ready to go to the fire, but a carpenter said, "Hey, I'll make a table leg out of Pinocchio or this piece of wood." And the piece of wood screams, don't hit me so hard, that sort of stuff. And so the carpenter says, "Wait a minute, this piece of wood has a life in it." So he gives it to a puppet maker. The puppet maker then makes a puppet. And, the next thing you know, as soon as Pinocchio has enough life to him, he kicks the puppet maker and runs down the street and plays victim. The Pinocchio plays the victim and gets the puppet maker in trouble and this sort of thing. He's totally a predator, right? Pinocchio is. Anyway, long story short, what we see in real life in so many forms is puppetry, right? Whether it's various governments setting up puppet governments or whatever, right? Speaking through people and that sort of thing, right? And so Charlie Kirk was clearly a puppet. Sometimes the puppets just stay puppets for the rest of their life. Happy puppet, happy relationship, right? And they basically sold themselves and sold their soul. And then there's other puppets that get a life of their own. Remember, those strings go both ways, right? If the puppet gets big enough, the puppet's pulling the strings, right? And that was happening with Charlie Kirk. He was getting big enough, and remember, Charlie Kirk is only worth something to his Zionist bosses if he can herd the herd that he's designed to herd, right? Which is millions of young people, right? But that millions of young people, they have a soul and a mind of their own too, and they don't like what they see in Gaza, and neither do I, and neither do you, and we don't like what we saw in Iran, and you don't either, I don't either. We agree with the young people in the big time. And the Epstein Island, same story. Charlie Kirk's base that he was designed, and I mean designed, that's the word that I meant to use, that he was recruited and designed to herd, that base was moving away from him. So the strings that are holding Charlie Kirk, are also attached to the herd loosely because the puppet is also puppeting, almost like one of those Russian nested dolls, but it's on strings, right? And the base, Charlie's base, was moving away. So, Charlie's got a choice here. He can't seem to stop them. So what's he going to do? Is he going to get ripped in half? Because if his base moves away, then Charlie is of no use to his puppet master anymore. He'll just become a normal blogger, right? But if he goes with the herd, well, he knows who he's dealing with, and he intimated before he might get killed. Something might happen to him, right? He knew he was dealing with serious people, and that would be Charlie knew all the inside of baseball. He'd been to all the parties and all that stuff. He knew what was going on, and so but he's now starting to move. He's going against Israel. He's going against the genocide in Gaza. He's doing all these things, and now Charlie's in this zone here. He doesn't have the power to actually control the puppet master, and he doesn't have the power to control the herd. So what's Charlie going to do? He went with the herd. That's my assessment of what actually happened, and it got him killed. That's my assessment, right?
Okay.
And I think that's what actually happened. I think the evidence would support or does support that.
Well, I completely agree that the evidence shows that he wasn't killed by a 30-06 round. from a rifle, right? And
No
Tyler
chance.
Robinson is the patsy, obviously a patsy. And if they're lying about the bullet, they're probably lying about everything. But I want to ask, cui bono? Who benefits? And you already mentioned some of the benefits that Israel might experience from this, silencing a voice that was turning against them. And perhaps the Israel-connected wealthy donors really felt betrayed by Charlie, and they wanted to do something about that possibly. But I also want to mention that the Trump administration benefits tremendously from Charlie's death. And you saw that on Sunday with the massive rally, which really turned into a giant political rally with fireworks and everything, which is a very bizarre way to, supposed to have a, like a wake in honoring the life and contributions of an individual. It became like a WWE show for recruiting people to the conservative cause, and it accomplishes a couple of things. Pete Hegseth is talking about now they're going to have a military recruitment drive nationwide in Charlie's name, which is unbelievable that they would exploit his death to send more young men off to die in war. And then on top of that, the Trump administration is able to justify this war against the radical left, a war that will involve extreme censorship from the right wing, right-wing censorship to censor voices that are critical of Israel, such as the Free Palestine voices. So, Michael, speak to that. Isn't it true that the Trump administration derives tremendous political benefit from the death of Charlie?
Oh, absolutely. And they weren't playing capture the flag; they were playing capture the microphone. And no sooner was Charlie dead. I mean, he probably wasn't even cold yet, and they were already talking about who's going to take over the show, right? Ben Shapiro was talking about taking the bloody microphone or whatever that clown said.
Bloodstained microphone, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. These people. It's very clear that, and I've told Israelis this for more than 20 years. I traveled with them extensively in India and Nepal and Thailand and other countries, and they were often, I got along great with them, but I would see how they would abuse people that were like waitresses or taxi drivers or that sort of thing, hotel staff. They were very abusive often. That's why you'll see signs here in Thailand, no Israelis. It has nothing to do with Jews. It's totally about no Israelis, right? And it's been that's been for at least 20 years. Now, in the last week or so, more videos are coming out of Israelis. A lot of the Israelis are up in a place called Pai. It's near Chiang Mai on the way to Burma. I've been there before. That's a place where a lot of the Israelis go, and they go up there and do a lot of drugs. And they've been causing a lot of problems up there, like huge. And some Thais want to kick all the Israelis out of Thailand because of the abusiveness that they, and I've told Israelis, I've said before, people like me from my culture, I'm from Florida, right? I come from a Southern culture. I'm not from Miami. I am a Scots-Irish culture, right? When I see people abusing people that they see as less than them,
come from a Hellman's jar.
And your support base in the United States is people like me. I supported Israel for many years, openly, right? So it's easy to verify that. It was in the open at great cost to me over the years. And now it was obviously an error. I can't believe I ever supported them. This must be how the jab pushers feel, right? I used to support Israel, and then I went to neutral. And when I finally said, that's enough, period, that was the jab pushing days when Netanyahu was pushing the jab and the Americans had to get the jab to go to Israel. I'm like, have fun, Israel, I'm out, right? And since then, it's only gotten worse. They're doing the genocide and that sort of thing. They want to get rid of our First Amendment. The Zionists openly wish to get rid of our Second and First. Who are they, right? According
to Ambassador Huckabee, that Israel is the moral foundation of Western civilization, he said.
That's some pretty muddy ground right there, muddy and bloody. Yeah. Let's face it, Israel, as you know, Theodore Herzl was the so-called father of political Zionism, and he did that his papers in 1896. He wrote them in German, of course, and then in 1897 he came out with that book, right, about the Jewish state, right? And in that he lays out how keep in mind the reason Israel exists is not to go back to the Holy Land. It's because the Suez Canal opened in 1869, and that was called the spinal cord of the British Empire. The British Empire was the greatest empire in all human history, right? And nothing still has topped it, right? And of course, it reached its peak in about 1921, at least its territorial peak in 1921, right? But back in 1869, the Suez Canal opened. There was a lot of British that didn't want the Suez Canal to open because they thought what is now happening would happen, and they were saying it, right? They were, they thought they couldn't control the Egyptians. The French and the British would go to war over the canal and that sort of thing, right? Because the Suez Canal would become the most important piece of real estate on planet Earth at that time, right? And anyway, eventually they did open it in 1869, and then it was on sort of the Great Game Suez chapter, right? And so now we get to the 1890s. Keep in mind, in 1887, the United States did the Dawes Act, where we would, anyway. I'll save that for another time. But in the 1890s, the British were getting really, nervous because they were losing control over the spinal cord of the British Empire, the Suez Canal. They were losing that. So what mechanism did they use to try to get the Suez Canal under their control? They used Theodore Herzl. He was sort of their Charlie Kirk of the day, right? So Theodore Herzl writes the book. He's the father of Zionism. Of course, the Zionists watching this are now having heart attacks and taking out hit contracts on me, right? And they'll say, "We're not a killer. We'll kill you for saying that," right? We're not a killer. Watch out, But Theodore Herzl was used by the British. Now, in 1899, they started issuing shares in a London bank, right? I've got one of the shares. I found it in an antique shop down in Panama City, Panama. I grabbed it and I framed it. Actually, it's a Jüdischer Staat. It's in German, right? And they're issuing in British pounds these shares to take Palestine, the state of Palestine. It's 1899.
And the shares they even say Palestine on the documents.
Right there.
Yeah, it's part of the title.
right?
Yeah, I know they're taking over Palestine.
And it's in German. And so again, that was a mechanism that the British wanted to use to gain control of the Suez Canal.
Right.
Because remember, the Suez Canal was the spinal cord of the British Empire. It's that important, right? And just like now, Panama Canal is that level of importance to us, and China is clearly taking it, right?
So
despite what Trump says.
This is why the UK continues to provide military and intelligence and financial support for Israel to this day. And then the U.S. found its own reasons for wanting Israel to do to assert power over energy in the Middle East, in particular. Not only the waterways, but also energy and the Strait of Hormuz, as you and I have talked about as well. But all that's changing now with the bombing of Qatar and all the Gulf state nations there realizing that the United States can't protect us from Israel. That's changed overnight.
It has. Qatar is a big deal, and the Qatar ambassador down in Panama, he's always wondering what's happening in the Darien Gap and that sort of thing. Qatar has been. I've been to our, I've been to our base in Qatar and in the Fifth Fleet headquarters over in, Bahrain and all that stuff. Actually, Secretary Gates took me there. He took me to the headquarters there in Bahrain, and the admiral there in charge, what was his name, Gortney or something like that. He gave us a briefing and all this stuff. I've seen a lot of the operations over there. It's quite interesting. And so, but let me get to this point. Look at 9/11. What happened on 9/11? We then attacked Afghanistan and Iraq. I spent 4 years in those wars. I spent 2 in Afghanistan and 2 in Iraq, right? Why did we go after Iraq and Afghanistan when they had zero to do with 9/11? And I mean zero with a big zero, not 0.0001. No, it was nothing to do with it, right? And Al-Qaeda used Afghanistan as somewhat of a base, but they launched their attack out of New Jersey, Florida, right? So seriously. And who was Al-Qaeda, by the way? And by the way, Petraeus just messaged me hours ago because I saw him talking with that Al-Qaeda guy, commiserating with him. And I'm like, what are you doing? I messaged to him, earlier, maybe 12 hours ago now. Like, what are you doing with the Al-Qaeda dude? I messaged to Petraeus. And I'm like wondering if he's been, what's wrong with him? He's like mentally off his rocker, right? He's gone completely woke. He wanted the military bases renamed and all that stuff. And he messaged back something like, don't worry about me or something like that. I'm like, they've captured a lot of our time. He was the director of CIA, right? I knew him because, during the wars, I knew him quite well in Iraq and Afghanistan. And then he went off to become director of CIA and I, kept in contact with him. And at times I'm like, what are you doing? You want to rename the Fort Bragg and all this stuff? What side are you on? Anyway, at the end of the day, he was just meeting with the Al-Qaeda guy. It's all over the news now.
The same guy who was designated a terrorist a year ago.
Yeah, and so anyway, when we attacked Afghanistan and Iraq, why did we do that? Because Afghanistan and Iraq border Iran, right? They border. This is very important when it comes to Qatar, Bahrain, UAE, Saudi, the Emirates, and Iraq, actually, right? Because two countries, key countries that border Iran are Afghanistan and Iraq, right? I've been to those borders, both sides of them. I'm like, well, here we are. We got you pictured in here. And if we take Iran or one of the things that often happens in war is a country comes in, they stabilize it with their puppets, right? They make puppets, government in a box is what we were calling it in Afghanistan, literally calling it government in a box, right? And so you come in, you stabilize it, and you raise up an army and you use it for the next bite that you're going to have at the table. And for instance, the Spaniards they talked about this like 500 years ago. They talked about launching from Philippines and China over into Japan, capturing Japan, raising an army in Japan, and then actually capturing China, right? But the Japanese didn't go for it. The Japanese were like, nope, and they kicked all the non-bon out, which is the Portuguese and the Spanish Southern barbarians. But what I'm getting to is this is an old strategy in war. You take a place, you raise an army, you take the neighbors, right? So we took Afghanistan, we took Iraq. I spent 4 years in those places. That was all about raising up and then going for Iran. Notice when we were in Afghanistan and Iraq, it was constant. Iran's the bad guy. Iran's the one causing all the attacks here. Iran's doing this. Iran's doing that. We were doing a lot of atrocity porn, like the EFP bombs and all this stuff. But at the end of the day, if we took Iran, if we took the right parts of it, we would have the Strait of Hormuz, right? The Strait of Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz is up there pretty much, I would say, almost on the same level as Suez Canal and Panama Canal. It is absolutely vital. It's one of the 7 top choke points in the world. Some people would argue, depending on what country you're from and how it would affect you, that the Strait of Hormuz is even more important than Suez Canal, and for some things it would be actually. But the thing is if you control the Strait of Hormuz, who else? That means you can control Saudi Arabia. You can control UAE, the Emirates. You can control Bahrain, Qatar, right? You can control Iraq. Iraq only has 2 terminals out there. Called Abot and Kayat. I've been on those terminals. I went out with the British Navy and was on them, right? That's where their oil goes out. You could control, if you could take Iran, you would have the Strait of Hormuz. You could then, bit by bit, take countries like Qatar. You could take Bahrain, obviously. We got our 5th Fleet headquarters there already. We've got a military presence in all of these places, right? Bit by bit, we could knock them off. It might take 20 years, 30 years, but you could do it, right? It might take 5 years. So at the end of the day, the plan is clearly to take all the Gulf states. The Gulf states know it. You may have noticed that Saudi Arabia is reaffirmed their relationship with Pakistan. Yeah. Remember, Pakistan and Saudi Arabia, they're already like that. They're tight, right? Now they're even more tight because Saudi Arabia is like, wait a minute, they just attacked our neighbor, Qatar, right? We can't keep control of Jason with the chainsaw, Israel, right?
And the fall of Syria, of course, fits right into this plan that you just mentioned. And right now, Trump is talking about demanding back Bagram Air Base. So I want you to talk about the Bagram Air Base, which was originally built by the Soviets in the 1950s, I understand. But Trump is demanding that Afghanistan give it back to him. But you know about the geographic proximity of that airbase to China, not just Iran. So talk about Bagram and why Trump is demanding it back.
right? I've been to Bagram many times. A lot of people watching this have either been stationed at Bagram or have been there a lot themselves. And how many rockets did you take when you were there, by the way? Back when we had control of Afghanistan, I know you remember all the incoming rockets all the time and the mortars, right? So it's not like we ever had Bagram. We had it. It was a major air base, right? And but at the same time, it was always contested. And so it's not like you're going to just come in and take Bagram and not going to take tons of incoming rockets all the time and that sort of thing. But that is all about, of course, a lot of people don't realize this, but China has a border with Afghanistan, right? And the train that goes over to Iran goes up that northern part at the through Tajikistan and all that, right? So you got those northern countries, Tajikistan and Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan, right? And China borders Afghanistan as well. But anyway, they've got that train that goes right on through over to Tehran right now. And so, by the way, that train, one of the reasons I'm back in Thailand is that train allows China to bypass Strait of Malacca, right? Again, Strait of Malacca is one of the most important. Now, it's up there with Suez. It's up there with Strait of Hormuz. Strait of Malacca. Like 2 days ago, I was at the Kanchanaburi World War II in Thailand. People who've been to Thailand know what Kanchanaburi is. That's where the Death Railway was, right? Where the Japanese were building that railway so that they could attack through attack through Burma and get to the British in India, right? For Imphal and all that. But what I'm getting to is the reason the Japanese needed that train was to bypass Strait of Malacca, right? And that was back then, 1942-ish, 3-ish, 4-ish, right? And so it was in that time period, they started in 42. And so, but anyway, I was just at it again. Occasionally, every few years, I go out there and restudy what's going on. This routes and resources, nothing has changed. So what I'm getting to is, if somebody ends up taking Iran, which would be the Zionists, obviously, and this is a big Zionist versus China war. There's different oligarchs involved, of course, the Russian oligarchs as well. So it's not just Zionists versus Chinese, but Zionists versus America, Zionists versus, and they've gone very far and damaged America a huge amount. The Zionists have been hugely one of the main factors behind the invasions of the United States. Even as Trump gives his United Nations, I just watched his speech. I don't know if you saw it, but he's
I wanted to ask you about that. But we'll cover that
clowning, right?
Coming up shortly. But get back to Bagram. Like, what does that give Trump in this effort to try? I mean, because I think it gives him air defense against China while we try to take Iran, which will probably fail, is my guess. But you know a lot more about that area than I do.
And Bagram is easily mitigated. I mean, again, I was on many bases around Afghanistan. I was there for 2 years. So like Kandahar Airfield and Bagram, they were taking rockets all the time. Now keep in mind, in Kabul, the first time I landed in Afghanistan was 2006. I left Iraq and went to Afghanistan. I landed and was walking down the steps and we were taking incoming rockets. That was my introduction to Afghanistan, literally walking down the steps on the airfield at Kabul, at the capital, and we're taking incoming rockets. And so, I mean, that's just, it was like that for the rest of the 2 years I was there, right? And so, I mean, so if you take Bagram is all about going for Iran. That's what this is about, because then you can have air bases there, right? You can have air bases, but it won't be uncontested. Of course, they're going to take a lot of incoming, and people like the Russians can obviously supply all sorts of weaponry and make it. Look, drone technology has increased dramatically since
Oreshnik would just take out Bagram Air Base with a couple of Oreshnik missiles. It's done.
Yep, they got the hypersonic missiles. They've got, but those drones. I mean, they can train. The Afghans are smart. You can train those Afghans out, and they'll fight. I mean, they have buckets of courage. I mean, Afghans come to the battlefield with courage, right? And they know how to fight, and they're very good fighters. You teach them how to run the drones. That'll take a couple weeks, and then the next thing you know, you got drones with AI landing on our aircraft, setting them on fire, right? I mean, this is easy. It's going to be difficult to just go and take Bagram, right? As if we're going to go take some. They can't even take, Los Angeles, much less Bagram.
But even if they do, even if the U.S. Air Force sets up base there, this idea of being able to conquer Iran, which clearly that's the goal of the United States and the warmongers and also Israel. Israel wants U.S. to do the fighting. And now again, Charlie Kirk's death is being exploited by the DOD to recruit young American men to go die in the mountains of Western Iran, probably, I mean, this idea that the U.S. military can defeat Iran, I think it's a fairy tale. It's like transgenderism. It's just this delusional thinking. But what's your take on it? I mean, Iran is not Iraq or Kuwait or even, I don't know, Lebanon. I mean, Iran is a whole different ballgame here. But what's your take?
Well, first of all, as they start a fight here with Venezuela, right? And of course, when I say that, some people say, no, they started it with us, whatever. At the end of the day, we're losing the Panama Canal, which is in our backyard. We are losing it. I don't care what Trump says. I'm down there all the time. I assure you, China is slowly taking the Panama Canal. They are absolutely, not just Panama Canal, they are slowly, intergenerationally taking Panama. Straight up. I've been all over that country. And I spent a year there inside of Panama since Biden was installed. So while we run off and play with the Zionists who are bleeding us to death like a bunch of herd of ticks, right? They're parasitoids. I mean, we're being bled down while they fight. How many countries have they attacked recently? Is it 7?
7,
right?
Yeah.
And so 8
if you include Charlie Kirk.
Right. Yeah. The United States, they've attacked us, obviously, in many different ways. And whether it's drugs or what. But now when it comes to Iran, the problem set for taking Iran is enormous. And first of all, you're not going to be able to get a lot of Americans to hate Iranians, because when you meet Iranians, people tend to like Iranians, actually. And that's a problem for the Zionists, because, generally speaking, Americans and Iranians get along well. And it's hit and miss with Israelis, right? As you can see, and to put it mildly these days. And so that actually is a component of this. But Iran, the problem set there geographically, demographically, remember when you're talking war, these people that are always just counting tanks and counting, ships and all that. They're the most useless analysts that you can see, because they're not taking into account things like, well, let's talk about the Houthis for a minute. We've got this incredible Navy and Air Force and all these sorts of things, and the Houthis had not, right? And they closed the Bab el-Mandeb, right, with their sandals and rockets and drones, right? Because of what? Because of their friends, right? So you have to count the friends, or their allies, let's say. So when it comes to Iran, this is super important what I'm saying now. When it comes to Iran, they have serious allies with train that comes all the way from China. They have serious allies in China. They have serious allies with Russia, right? They have others. And Saudi Arabia is that tight with Pakistan, right? That tight. They are really close. And they just reaffirm that relationship because Saudi Arabia is highly concerned, and they should be, that the United States is going to come for them at some point, because the Zionists are going to want them, right?
Yep.
And so, I mean,
it's part of the Greater Israel Project.
Right. I mean, you could easily see, again, I keep mentioning it, you could easily see the Strait of Hormuz closed at any time, right? And I actually would not doubt if the people who closed the Strait of Hormuz would be the same people who magically made Nord Stream bubble to the surface, right?
Yeah.
Right. And then blame it on the Iranians, right? Because you've already seen the information campaigns precede wars like heat comes with the noonday sun, right? I mean, information radiates from wars before they start, right? And major actions as well. And you can see that the U.S. and the Zionists keep saying that the Iranians may close the Strait of Hormuz. Meanwhile, we didn't touch their Navy. If they're going to use their Navy to close the Strait of Hormuz, why did we not even touch it, right? Because if anybody's going to close it, it would probably be us, blaming it on the Iranians. And then, most Americans would just be like, wow, the Iranians closed the Strait of Hormuz, which they're like the last people on the earth that would close the Strait of Hormuz. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
it hurts them.
Agreed. But I'm more concerned about a false flag in the United States that would be blamed on Iran as a justification for launching a full-blown attack. I mean, it's just like 9/11, right? So,
short of
or October
weapons.
7th. Yeah.
Short of nuclear weapons, we're not going to defeat Iran. And if we use nuclear weapons on Iran, hey, say goodbye, folks, because the Russians at that point and the Chinese, they got nothing to lose. And if we start unleashing nuclear weapons on Iran, I would expect incoming. I mean, that would be it. The fun times are over and your lights are going out, to put it mildly.
Yeah, I agree. But let's suppose that the U.S. believes that they can defeat Iran without using nuclear weapons. Now, again, I think that's a delusion, but we have delusional leadership right now in terms of the military capabilities. So I think Trump is still living in the 1980s in terms of his assessment of U.S. military dominance. And Pete Hegseth he's not qualified for that position at all. But
yeah, he's another puppet.
Yeah, he's a loyalist to the Zionists, and that's why he's there, period. But if the U.S. has this posture of arrogance and sort of overconfidence, and they go into Iran, and then they get defeated, isn't that a scenario that Iran itself wants to see? Because that would then establish Iran as the dominant regional power if they can defeat the United States military.
And keep in mind, Iran would be supported by China and Russia.
Absolutely, they would.
And that's a huge, huge deal. And then they would end up in control of the Caspian Sea. All of the neighbors in the Gulf states would be at critical risk.
Including Saudi Arabia.
Oh yeah, and so, but Pakistan has nuclear weapons. Of course, Saudi Arabia would instantly have them, and that would take all of like one day, right? I mean, and so, and the Saudis are very smart people, they're very sophisticated people, and they are culturally mature insofar as they have tactical patience and strategic patience. But the Zionists, one of the things I've noticed about the Zionists as time goes on, and you get more and more experiences, like in places like Iraq and Afghanistan, or experience I did not have because I was too young, would be Vietnam. We were able to go. The Vietnamese wanted to come on our side. I mean, they were Ho Chi Minh straight up wanted to be an American ally. He was very clear about it. Just like the Japanese wanted to be an American ally. The Americans only know about it from look what they did at Pearl Harbor and all this stuff. The Japanese straight up wanted to be an ally, and they were very clear about it. Crystal clear. And so did Vietnam. Crystal clear. But that's not what we wanted. We wanted to destroy Japan, and we wanted to destroy Vietnam, right? For various reasons. And look how successful we were not. I've been to Vietnam quite a few times, looking around all over the place. And the Vietnamese defeated China. They beat China at their back door, right? They beat the United States, and they beat the French, right? And so we were able to get into that war, lost about 60,000 people roughly, and others, and drained our treasury, drained our prestige and confidence. Then we run off to Iraq and Afghanistan, which the wars the more recent wars that were the more significant, and we lost. I mean, and there's no reason why we should, and we weren't trying to lose. It was clear that we were trying to stabilize Iraq and Afghanistan. That's obvious. I was all over those countries for 4 years. We were trying to, but failed and drained us dry, right? And now we're thinking we can go in. These are people that are delusional. You've said it multiple times. You say it on your ex sometimes about how delusional they are. I mean, it's like you can't make up the level of delusional they are. It's multi-layers.
And I can't think of a conflict after World War II that the United States actually won. And a lot of World War II was due. I mean, the defeat of Hitler. Most of that credit goes to Russia or the Soviet Union at the time, not the Allied forces. I mean, the Soviets paid the heavy price. The Soviets inflicted the most casualties on the German military. By far, it's not even close. I mean, we're talking 20 to 50 million casualties of Soviets at the time. Now, but there's one more thing. Did you see that the new agreement that Iran just negotiated, I think they signed it in Cairo, but I may be wrong about that, involving the IAEA, which says that there's going to be a slapback provision now that if Iran is bombed again, then they are instantly exempt from IAEA oversight and effectively the non-proliferation treaty at the same time. So in other words, what this means is that if Israel bombs Iran again, or if the US bombs Iran, instantly Iran frees itself from any obligation to not have nuclear weapons. And they've got nukes deep underground. They can just, bolt them onto the missiles they already have that can strike Israel, as they proved in the 12-day conflict. So, Iran will have nuclear weapons virtually overnight.
The fuck?
Right. And they could shop for them like in a bazaar. I mean, they've got, who could they get them from? China, Russia,
Pakistan, Russia, yeah, exactly.
North Korea, right?
Totally.
They can make them themselves.
Right.
I mean, we've decades ago, we've reached the point where anybody with half decent engineers can make atomic weapons.
That's right.
That's not hard.
And the Persians are no fools. I mean, some of the brightest mathematicians in
Very
history
smart.
came out of the Persian Empire.
Very smart people. Yeah.
Yeah.
And why don't we get along with them? You know what I mean? We're not natural enemies with the Persians. We're just not, and but obviously the Zionist thing has gone too far. They've assassinated Charlie Kirk. That's clear as day. And we can clearly see it. They were involved in 9/11. That's clear as day. They clearly killed their own people on October 7th. That's obvious, right? They clearly control Trump.
And they assassinated the leadership of Yemen, and they assassinated nuclear scientists in Iran, and they bombed first responders and doctors in Lebanon with Patriot. Yeah. I mean, it goes on and on.
Right. I mean, the people now that still support Israel and Zionists, that's become about as cool as saying you believe that babies should get 86 jabs or something, right? I mean, it's like, we've long passed that point where it's acceptable to cheer genocide in Gaza. Everybody can see it for what it is. It is genocide, period. And it's only about that gas off of Gaza, controlling Suez Canal, the Indo-European, the normal routes and resources. It's about routes and resources.
Yes.
Ben Gurion cannot ever build it right. It's about routes and resources. That's why Israel even exists. Israel exists only because of, keep in mind, the company that was formed, the colonial company, there was a Jewish colonial bank. Anyways, it was a Jewish colony. I've got the share. I'll send you actually, I'm going to put it on my Substack tomorrow. But it's one that I have on my wall in my library, actually. It's an 1899 share that was issued.
Ever since he said Porky Pig, I can hear what he's talking to and this spit up. He said, no. He just did. He said, that's all, folks. Make you want to do something like this, huh?
Love you, yeah, and I don't love who I am.
She slapped the damn blood clot. Ain't never seen a blood clot. Whoa. Her face swelled up like that. She busted something in her damn face. That's why I said y'all shouldn't be doing that. Like, for real. No, you couldn't slap me. Because first of all, I ain't gonna be letting you slap me like that. Cause I've done got slapped enough by my mom. Like I said, she was a slapping king, so I know how that shit feel. But for real, I've never seen nobody get a blood clot slapped out. Damn! What the blood clot?
I want to see that one more time.
I'm sorry. She slapped her so hard, the girl that slapped her started crying. Damn!
Let's take a look. How am I supposed to love you when I don't love who I am? How can I give you all?
Damn, she slapped the damn blood clot. Ain't never seen a blood clot. Whoa. Her face swelled up like that. They
don't make Becky's like they used to.
That's why I said y'all shouldn't be doing that. Like, for real. No, you couldn't slap me.
I couldn't see it.
Because first of all, I ain't gonna be letting you slap me like that. I've never slapped by my mom.
Especially when he got.
Like I said, she was slapping too. So I know how that shit feels.
That's
but
all,
for real,
folks.
I ain't never seen nobody get a blood clot slapped out. Damn! What the blood clot?
She about to take her face off.
I'm sorry.
That was rough. Sheesh. What the fuck? What is this?
Okay, what is this?
How many quarters make $1? Like 16.
Boy, if you don't go sit your dumb ass down somewhere.
No nigga left behind ass.
Lord have mercy. Well, you thought it couldn't get no damn worse than this.
16 quarters?
Don't ever go work in the store.
That is
ever take your black ass to work in the store. Don't ever be a damn cashier at nobody's store, okay? That's what I'm going to tell you.
You be doing too much, player.
How many? So as you see this video of Kamala Harris, all right, on one side you got her, just a regular picture, right?
Yeah.
Neck looks normal as anybody's, right? And then this is a live video of her on TV in the background as Joe Biden gives a speech. And you can see her neck is clearly something wrong with it. Many of you think that this is a mask.
My neck.
All right. The whole body is a mask, okay? Because underneath that mask of this whole body is a reptilian.
Oh,
all right. And that's why the neck is bulging like that. But they try to show they could have cleaned it up, but her neck would have been like huge. So they don't care. They look, they do this now on purpose, right? They do it on purpose because pretty soon they're gonna let you know that they're here. But when they let you know, all right, they're gonna be entrenched in society. Like right now, they just in your government. They've taken over the government, all right? Your presidents and all of that stuff. They done took that. Your world leaders, if they not, they look, man, the alien invasion been happening. We live in a dome underwater, fam, all right, on a planet called Tiamat, at the bottom of Tiamat's ocean. This was created by the Anunnaki, all right? But the Anunnaki didn't realize when they made this dome on Tiamat that there was intelligent life in the water, in the ocean of Tiamat. They didn't realize that.
Role player. You gonna bring your ass to the army. Get up. It's called a trap. You gotta go fight. Come on.
My ex cheated on me, so I barbecue and ate his dog.
Oh no.
Hey, that's nasty. That's worse than that raccoon.
Oh. What the fuck?
Remember that raccoon?
What
the?
My ex cheated on me, so I barbecue and ate his dog.
He African.
She look Haitian now.
Oh yeah, there we go. That's so African.
I don't know if I want to see this. Oh.
Welcome y'all to Dr. Yakan's forum.
Pull her away. What rabbit hole is this?
Suerte, señora. Suelta la niña. Suelta la niña. Suelta la niña. Suelta la niña. Suelta la niña.
Suelta la niña.
Suelta la niña.
Let it go.
When you take my child from me, dog, you gonna have to put me down. Sorry.
If that's his child.
Right. The way that child was holding on, looked like a bug.
Stinky freaks.
That is. Hey man, what the?
That's what Charlie was made of.
It ain't playing
Yeah, eater.
For those of you who took the shot, and for those who are contemplating taking the shot, you were promoted to. The FDA classifies a vaccine as a drug, right? Yes, sir. So you were promoted to a drug. So people became drug pushers without knowing it. Every celebrity, every politician who got up there talking about, hey, I took it, you should take it too. You are a dope dealer. Sir, ma'am, you were promoted to, you were told it was safe, you were told it was effective. But let me go ahead and bring up Mr. Fauci. Oh, here we go. Let's get it. Hold on. Let's get it.
Talk about it.
I felt some heat out here. Mr. Fauci, you made the statement that none of these shots will prevent transmission. You also stated that none of these shots will prevent you from getting the virus. So you're telling the people to take a shot that will not prevent you from getting the virus and that will not prevent you from transmitting the virus if you do get it. So my question to you, Mr. Fauci, is what the hell are we taking? What will be the purpose, guys? The ultimate agenda is two things. One, profit, which we all know is the pharmaceutical companies and agencies' middle name. The word pharmaceutical comes from the Greek word pharmakia, which is in the Bible. Pharmakia means sorcery and or witchcraft. So when we are fighting against the pharmaceutical evil, not every employee is evil, but the system itself, the sorcery and the witchcraft, is what we are fighting against. Does that make sense? I'm saying this last point here, which is you are now and have been experimented on. Number one. Number two, the medical professionals, those of you who did not do your due diligence to really dig, and you just listen to Fauci, you are being experimented on. I'm sorry to tell you this. The Johnson & Johnson shot has aborted fetal tissue from aborted babies from the retina as well as the kidney cells. Johnson & Johnson, you playing too much. Johnson & Johnson, you had over 25,000 cases of cancer, racking up to over $4 billion of lawsuits. Why should we trust you when you can't even get talcum powder right? Why should we trust Moderna, the youngest one in the group, ain't never created no vaccine, and this is not even a vaccine? How can we get, these some gangsters, man. Y'all gotta understand this. We are getting banged on by institutions. Say that. At high levels. So we ain't got nothing on them. For those of you who took the shot, for those who took the shot, and for those,
I think it's about time for me to talk about this, right? Just because you are melanated and you have a dark complexion does not mean I automatically gotta fuck with you, because I don't. Talking about we need to stick together. Man, I don't need to stick to you. I don't need to stick to you, bro.
Yeah, I covered
I don't care what color your car is. Because on the inside, the driver could be the devil himself. Y'all must forgot all skin folk ain't kinfolk. Y'all must forgot that the fallen angels, the Nephilim, came down and made it with women. Y'all must forgot that Noah had a cursed seed named Canaan.
All right. Hey, what the fuck? Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that was.
What are your favorite chocolates?
I love so many different chocolates. Like what? Cadbury. Ooh, good. I like a Kit Kat. Cadbury. How about Baby Ruth? Baby Ruth. That's a good one. It's got nougat. Nougat. Who knows what? Who knew?
How about Kisses?
Kisses are great.
Trifling biscuits. Nah, man. This is mad.
I'm going to tell you a story about when Italian Americans fought the KKK in Ohio. 1924 in Niles, Ohio, a bunch of Italian immigrants, along with Irish, Slovaks, blacks, and Jews, went toe-to-toe with the Ku Klux Klan. I mean, in the streets. They, shut it down. The Klan was on a power trip. After World War I, they exploded in popularity, especially in small...
She mean they fought the Moors.
We have a man who everybody hates. We hate him. His mama hate him. His family hate him.
Oh, shit.
The white police hate him. The regular white men and white women hate him. This is a man who is hated by everyone. The only solace that God made for him was us. And when he...
Them nasty bitches was farting in an orange juice container. Oh, yeah.
Disgusting. Comes to us and can't get any sanctuary at all, then he don't have no life. Then they win, because what they want to do is to destroy him and make us think that we are better than him, so that we will help the enemy destroy our own man that God gave us. We have the best man on earth. Everybody want him. He look better than everybody. He's stronger than everybody. He is the best, the wisest, and the most beautiful. Now, of course, many of our men have been treated.
Did you say real women don't fart? That's a lie.
By the enemy too. We have a man who everybody hates. We hate him. His mama hate him. His family hate him. The white police hate him. The regular white men and white women hate him. This is a man who is hated by everyone. The only solace that God made for him was us. And when he comes to us and can't get any sanctuary at all, then he don't have no life. And then they win, because what they want to do is to destroy him and make us think that we are better than him, so that we will help the enemy destroy our own man that God gave to us. We have the best man on earth. Everybody want him. He looked better than everybody. He's stronger than everybody. He is the best, the wisest, and the most beautiful. Now, of course, many of our men have been tricked by the enemy too. We have a man who everybody hates. We hate him. His mama hate him.
Oh, shit. It's a hit.
Damn.
Y'all want to know something that nobody's ready for in 2025 except for those who already seem to fucking know it? Black people, they are the aboriginals of every continent. Dark-skinned people are the aboriginals of every continent. Native Americans migrated over the ice bridge from Siberia, that would be Asia, and became what we now know as Native Americans. Yes, they lived off the land. Yes, they knew how to give back to it, so therefore they should be considered indigenous. But the people who were on that land before them and the ice bridge even formed were Black people. Black people also built pyramids on every continent. That's why there are pyramids on every continent. The Buddha was a dark-skinned man. The Chinese, we have a lot of trouble denying that we come from melanin. We do. We've tried. We have not succeeded. The difference between us and every other group is that we can admit to the fact that we came from melanin. Why can't everybody else? It's not erasure to say that Black people were the aboriginals of every country. We're not saying you didn't exist. We're saying you came after. What's so hard to understand? Y'all want to know something that nobody's ready for in 2025 except for those who already seem to fucking know it? Black people, they are the aboriginals.
She trying, you know, she trying.
We are now in a state of a great deception, where facts are not facts and reality is perception.
I'm gonna swallow my pride. Say I'm sorry. Stop pointing fingers. The blame is on me. I wanted the life, and I want it with you. It could feel the same. So never let it go. You gotta believe. Give it a love. No, I don't believe I lost her middle.
I just heard this quote that it said that if you ever start to miss me, just remember, I'm as far away as you pushed me. I just heard this quote that hit hard. It said that if you ever start to miss me, just remember, I'm as far away as you pushed me. I just heard.
They said the afro was legal. Am I right or wrong? That's right. That's what they said, it was legal. We can sport an afro. All right. This man, there's a lot of brothers here. This man here has got an afro. This is an afro right here. Or somewhat of an afro. It's not big, no. But they want us to wear a skin head. What they call it, high and tight. High and tight. It's not my culture. Am I right or wrong? They come over here, they get, all right, a Vietnamese girl. She called me a nigger. A nigger, Vietnamese girl. I know it's not part of their language.
I heard this quote that hit hard. It said that if you ever start to miss me, just remember, I'm as and everything far away.
Nobody tell me that's part of their language, but I'm gonna go over here. The beast, you know that. See, we go over here, we fight. Okay, we fight to defend the water, we drink, the land we grow our food on, and our way of culture. We also fight to protect Rockefeller's foundations. We fight to protect J.P. Kennedy's foundation, all these different kind of foundations that the black man can't partake of, you understand? And then we go back, we're continuously harassed. It's not necessary. This ain't what we heard. This is what we know. See, we've seen it from
Bob Marley and Stevie Wonder.
That little Asian chick, lesbian too,
was supposed to go on tour. Bob Marley got knocked off by a German. They don't talk about that, and they didn't put it in the movie. He had put on a pair of shoes that had a nail in it, and the CIA put cancer on that nail. They were able to put poison, which is cancer causing, right? They shipped him to a doctor in Germany. They shipped him to a German doctor.
Most unpopular St. Louis American, aka Brother Downtown, standing next to one of the biggest Vacos in the world. Just left out of there getting a donut. This little part is the most St. Louis's part of downtown. Open up that door to the outside and let some air in. You got these right here. He's called the Paul Brown Loft. It should be called the Paul Brown Get Down. I remember when they first started lofting down here, had to make 3 times the rent and all kind of provisions. Now they let anybody live down here. So you gotta be careful. If somebody in St. Louis say, "Yeah, I stay downtown," they trying to say they fancy. You gotta be like,
look at this shit here. Look.
This shit got to stop.
Hey, y'all,
Ain't shit funny about that shit. Boy, Daddy need to cut that motherfucker bad ass up. Wow. Ooh, oh, boy, up there. That was y'all ass.
JJ either drunk some shit or what? Cause she too into the music.
And this is why y'all always wonder why I'm always talking about our culture, our people. You always talking about black people, the bad shit we do. Yeah, because this is the root of the problem. We got to get to the root of the problem. This is what's been setting us back. Passing down fuckery to generation after generation. And it's still going on. The white man ain't do this.
No cap.
The white man ain't got nothing to do with grown-ass adults in the black culture passing this shit down to these little girls. And if they supposed to be the future, this is the kids that's going to lead? I think not. We're doomed. This is what keeps setting us back 200 years. No matter how many rights and all that shit we get, no matter how far we make it, if we keep doing this shit, this is 5 steps backwards. And y'all be mad at me. Yo, it's not, the music ain't got, Liz, like, they got this shit down packed. The little girl right here on the left with the juice in her hand. Look at her whole face. She got that shit down packed. The little girl in the middle throwing up the middle finger. She licking out her tongue and all of that shit. Sad, disgusting. This is disgusting, and y'all get mad when people look at us like fucking animals. This is disgusting. It's the village shit is no longer here. Like, we threw that shit out the window years ago. And that's the problem. You got this dumb motherfucker who recorded.
What a
You hear what he's saying. You got the mother who's letting them, oh, my kids is turned up. Like, all of this shit. It's people like us that's against it, but it's a lot of motherfuckers that's egging this behavior on. And this is what's going to keep us fucked. I'm going to keep talking about it until we realize we are the problem. We the problem, not the white man, not the systematic racism and all. We are the fucking problem that keep holding us back. And when I don't know when y'all going to get it.
Got the ghetto gospel. Oh yeah, got the.
That shit is crazy, man.
Caroline, it does appear to be sabotage with the escalator and the teleprompter. What is the White House going to do about that?
Well, Jesse, that's definitely what it appears to be to.
Remember when that clip kept cutting out? It was fucking his voice. The teleprompter wasn't there, and then they started fucking his audio up.
Caroline, it does appear to be sabotage with the escalator and the teleprompter. What is the White House going to do about that?
What you talking about?
Well, Jesse, that's definitely what it appears to be to.
I'm on this other tab, scrolling through IG. I ain't see you.
Stop sitting here saying men ain't the prize or men ain't a fucking trophy. Yes, the fuck they are. Yeah, they are. Who the fuck sit here and wait years to get married? You ain't on that man, right?
Tell us.
You ain't wait on nobody else. Oh, okay. Who the fuck have to drop down to their knees and propose? Not you, bitch. Go propose to yourself and be by your goddamn self if you feel like that. Stop being one-sided when it comes to these men. The more you sit here and say men ain't the prize, men ain't the motherfucking trophy, is the longer you gonna be fucking single, bitch. You one of the ones that want to be married oh so bad. And you wondering why you attracting gnats. Why you attracting bad bugs in your motherfucking life?
Please tell me she ain't got blue contacts in her. Why you sit up here talking shit with blue contacts? And that ain't your real hair neither. But I feel you what you're saying.
Like,
keep talking.
Well, keep talking the right kind of stuff.
You're basically saying
like,
men ain't valuable. What way they ain't, bitch? You both are. Women and men. Valuable as fuck. Stop being one-sided and making it seem as if men ain't valuable. You wouldn't be sitting here wanting to fucking marry them. Hello? You wouldn't be sitting here trying to produce kids with this motherfucking man. Hello? You wouldn't be sitting here waiting 20 years for a motherfucking ring, for a commitment. I'm not saying men ain't valuable, because yes, they are. They are a trophy, are the prize. And so are you. One thing you will not have is a husband if you continue to say that fuck shit out your red ass mouth. Change that. They are the prize. And it ain't no pick me. Bitch, that's some real ass shit on my side. Stop sitting here saying men ain't the prize or men ain't a fucking trophy. Yes, the fuck they are.
You messed up. Y'all can deliver that yourself. I don't give a damn. Y'all can write me up. Shit, write me up. I ain't worried about it. Man, y'all listen to this. So my daughter's school called me, right? They say she's sick. They need somebody to come pick her up. My job tell me, oh, you don't have no PTO. You can't leave right now. Let me make this clear. It ain't gonna ever be a time when my daughter need me and I don't come through. I don't care about no PTO, no ABCs, no 1, 2, 3, none of that. When they call me and say my daughter needs me, I'm on my way to come get her. Y'all deal with that. Fire me, write me up, do whatever you gotta do. I'm going to get mine. Damn, that. You messed up. Y'all can deliver that yourself. I don't give a damn. Y'all can write me up.
That's
shit,
right.
I
ain't worried about it.
Brother, see, that's
he get 5 of the year. That's 5 of the year.
Right. That's not the father of them 3 little girls in the back of their car dancing the sexy red.
Talk about sexy
Have you or a
red.
loved one been affected by a motherfucker that ain't shit? If so, you may be entitled to a large lump sum of a I don't give a fuck, because you ought not to be running with their funky ass in the first place.
Right.
Have you or a loved one been affected by a motherfucker that ain't shit?
Why does no one talk about how hard it is to find a guy that genuinely likes you when you have surgical enhancements?
We did tell you. We did too. Every time we tell y'all to do something that goes against what y'all want to do, we either sassy, we hating, we hate ourselves, we hate our mama. It's why are men always in women's business? This is why. As soon as it goes wrong, y'all pull that, oh, nobody told me, I didn't know. Y'all play dumb like y'all didn't know. Y'all knew, you just didn't care. And that's fine. Y'all don't have to. Just stand on it. Men who are serious do not care about BBLs. And we have unanimously expressed this multiple times, telling y'all that they don't. Most of the people who have these BBLs live in these high-risk, fast life, nightlife lifestyles. So no dude who's serious is going to sign up for that. No dude's trying to be at a club every weekend. Sorry, that's what BBLs generally represent, because that's who normally has them. Y'all have this weird obsession with thinking men are desiring these BBLs. All the podcasts that y'all complain about, or the podcast bros that talk about them wanting women that cook, women that do all this other stuff, and y'all say y'all don't want to do it, which is fine. Y'all ain't never seen none of these men sit on this podcast and say, why can't girls get BBLs? Why they don't want to get BBLs? You've never seen that, ever. But again, y'all have this weird obsession that y'all need to get checked out for that keeps talking about these BBLs. Nobody cares about these but y'all. Every time I see these street interviews and these videos, the men are like, natural. And there's always girls in the comments talking about, they want BBL. Why would we lie? Why would we say we don't want something? Y'all think we got a BBL quota? Actually, in a Discord for the car community, there's 500 plus people, and there was actually a girl in there who was gonna get one. Guess what all the men were like? No, you're fine, you're good. Don't get. Every man saying no. You know what the girls in the Discord were saying? It's her money. it's her body. Rest of the girls, believe it or not, they were literally inquiring about it like it was a commercial. They were like, how much is it? How long does it take? Where are you going to go get it? These are more girls signing up to get it, literally lining up to be next. I don't want to hear nothing about men wanting BBLs. This is proof that this is y'all. I work in houses and I never see a married woman with a BBL ever. I think I might have seen it once and she was like Colombian, which that's, please stop acting like y'all don't understand things. Y'all do what y'all want to do and that's fine. Just stand on it. You focused on enhancing certain body parts that were already getting attention. Now you want someone to genuinely look at you. No offense, this is just what happens when you take the shortcut. You're like, I'll just get this quick surgery, bypass everything.
The man said,
as women, we have no idea the weight that a man carries. And the more and more that I talk to women, the more and more I believe like you really are clueless about that. You think that it's just him just taking care of you. But the truth is, there is an unspoken expectation that if it ever comes down to it, he has to give his very life to protect you. That's the silent contract that men live under every single day. And this is crazy.
Day.
He walks out into a world where he doesn't know if he'll come home. Not just because he has to protect you, but because he's expected to fight, endure, and to sacrifice for any woman who is threatened that is in his presence. He is expected to sacrifice his own life. And yet, when he does come home, he comes home to many of you who are draining what is left of him. And then you expect him not to complain or to have a problem about it. Do you understand what that does to a man mentally and emotionally? When his entire existence is around what he gives, but he rarely receives the nurture, the respect, the peace, the safety that he is desperately longing for. It chips away at his soul. And listen, men don't crumble, ladies, because they're weak. Y'all got to stop saying that. You have to see things for what they are. They are crumbling because they've carried the sword for so long, and you have not been willing to bandage their hands, let alone tell them that they don't have to die on the sword for you in order to receive love and to keep getting your love. Love your man, refill him, remind him he doesn't have to die for him to be worthy of you. As women, we have no idea the weight that a man carries. And the more and more that I talk to women, the more and more I believe that you really...
Most unpopular St. Louis American, aka Brother Recollection. I'm standing in front of some world famous pile of bricks right now. Everybody that had a little error in time and a piece of something up out of there, whether it was a piece of woman or a piece of chicken. Sometimes you're
we know the truth now here. The original people of Mississippi were named Choctaw Anumpa, right? The culturally assimilated Native American or YT Indian is called a Choctaw. It is a cultural assimilation of Choctaw Anumpa, right? Choctaw Anumpa is Hebrew, people. The mounds was named Ishki, not Ninawaya. Ninawaya is a Native American word. The real name for the mound, the creation mound of the Choctaw Anumpa, is Ishki, the great mother, the mother goddess. These words are really Hebrew words if they turn into English. Wow. We know the truth now. We know the truth now here. The original people of Mississippi were named Choctaw.
That's nasty word.
Let's stop acting like it's not true. We all know that there's a lot of women out here that have their men trained when it comes to barely getting sex from them. It is so true. It is men out here that have been with women for years and they had sex with their women in years, but they take care of the household. Boy, that's some selfish stuff right there, baby. That's selfish right there. That's selfish. That's crazy. That's crazy. I don't even know how you're putting up with that. I don't. Unless she has health problems. I feel like, baby, if you ain't got no health problems going on, baby, there are no excuses. There are no excuses.
There ain't no excuses.
To not have intercourse with your partner. That's crazy.
Yeah,
all right.
Health problems.
So I'm gonna ask y'all a
are
question. What do y'all think is a good amount for someone to have intercourse with their partner per month? I'm gonna say minimum 20
every
times.
day.
Minimum 20 times, baby. It's more than 20 days in a month. All right. And also, what do you all think that
Just skip
the
a day every
cutoff
once
time
in a while,
should be when you get to a certain age to
like
stop
that.
having intercourse?
I'm
Because,
on
baby,
the
I'm going to
album
say
every
there is
day.
no cutoff time. As long as your things still get wet, as long as his things still get hard, baby, and there are no health issues going on, there is no cutoff time, baby. Get with the program or get lost.
Yeah.
And I want you all to like,
Hey,
comment,
yeah.
and share. Because I want to get everybody's opinion on this. How many times do you all think someone should have sex with their partner per month, and what should be the cutoff time? You heard it here first. Yeah. Baby, let me tell you something. Let's stop acting like it's not true.
You know, a lot of white people think black people commit more crimes, but the truth is black people are convicted of more crimes. You want to know one reason why? Because once you're locked up, you can legally be turned into cheap labor. You don't think America would pass up an opportunity to continue our tradition of slavery and involuntary servitude, did you? I was told.
Hello, Americans. So, had several of you DM me. Had a lady stop me in the gas station in California yesterday, and I had my buddy call me this morning, all with the same question, wanting to know what I think about Candace Owens and what do I think is going to happen to Tyler Robinson. Now, I'm going to break this down on balls, so hang out with me for a minute. But I think Candace Owens is on the right path. Candace is angry. Candace is emotional. Candace was closer to Charlie, arguably, than anybody else other than his spouse. And she ain't going to let this go. Now, I know a lot of people are like, Candace is crazy.
Chocolate.
So guys, get this right. After hundreds of years, the Cherokee Nation recently ruled and acknowledged past exclusion of freedmen families, descendants of people once enslaved by the tribe, promised citizenship in the 1866 treaty. Then later,
They was calling Dr. Sabi when we was in St. Croix. He was the witch doctor.
Oh, if you rooting for Trump, right, and you ever get in a debate with a Democrat donkey, I don't give a fuck if it's in a barbershop or online, and they get to bumping they fucking soup coolers about January 6th, just tell them shut up, right? And bring this up. Because they'll never tell you about this day when the fucking Capitol was bombed. Yes, I said it right. Bombed by a group of women. One of them was Susan Rosenberg, right? She did 16 years for this shit. And you want to know who pardoned her on his last day in office? Bill Clinton. Yeah, that fucking guy again. Fucking donkey. Pardon the lady for bombing the fucking Capitol. Now, look, this is the kicker. After she got pardoned, she came home. You want to know who she worked for and helped get finances for? She worked with them.
All my homies were calling me paranoid because I locked up my car. We just came back from vacation. Who's paranoid now? Look at this shit, bro. I told my
damn, they still stole you.
So I'm gonna say it loud and proud. Marriage is not for men. A woman tried to hop in my DM the other day and she was upset because I put a post up saying that marriage don't benefit men. It don't benefit men. First of all, half of y'all don't even know how to be wives, or the bulk of y'all don't even know how to be wives. Y'all don't know how to cater to a man. Y'all don't know anything about being a wife. Y'all selfish as hell.
My algorithm on some shit, ain't it?
How men expect women to act nowadays since they're the prize.
Hell, you done programmed it to do
This
this.
is so far from the truth. This is so far from the truth. And it's not okay
I don't know what you
to
mean
put
by
this
that.
kind of narrative out there.
You talking about 'cause
People
the shit I
are
like and
afraid
say?
of letting black people build.
So I want y'all to go back and
They're
watch
just
that
giving
video
you more of what you
saying that
want.
white people will not allow black people to build their communities up because they are afraid of retribution. I used to think that, but then I started thinking a little bit more. White people literally cannot function outside of the delusion of white supremacy. This is what I mean. So psychologically,
It's better than mine.
experiences a cognitive distortion, they can either become very solemn or very violent. Usually it's violent.
Yeah, my shit is.
You ever notice how white people react when you try to remove them from the delusion of white
What?
supremacy? Or from the delusion of white cultural
Except for
sentiment?
algorithm
Or from the delusion
and
that white
feminism.
people created anything? See, I really love this creator because she is a model minority who utilizes her model minority status in order to intercept and deconstruct white supremacy. And when she does that, what happens is that usually there are a bunch of
genuinely stupid. And TikTok, you can't get me this time because I'm utilizing the textbook definition of stupid, which is to behave as if though you are in a haze or stupor. So yes, stupid. Poorly educated, usually Caucasian people who did not pay enough attention in class to purchase a minute of their time, but they want to tell me about what it means to be black. Let's continue. So yes, there are some white people who are afraid of retribution. There are other white people who literally cannot function unless they are under the delusion that white people are superior. Here's the reason why though. Because those people are usually poor white people. The white people who were usually in the most competition with enslaved black people and black people in sharecropping.
About this shit 2 days ago, dog. We at Walmart. Open carry is for real, dog. He just got done talking to the sheriff about the shit, man. About this shit 2 days ago, dog. We at Walmart. Open carry is for real, dog. He just got done talking to the sheriff.
I'm gonna tell y'all some crazy stuff about growing up mixed with a black father and a white mother, German to be exact. My mama made it seem like my daddy didn't want nothing to do with me my whole life growing up.
What did
I'm a country girl. My daddy country is bumpkin.
What did
But I remember my daddy pulling up every chance he got. And I still remember my daddy pulling up every chance he gets. Where's my mama? I'm going to tell you something. If you ever have an absent father, please take the time to reach out to him and find out what the fuck happened. Instead of accusing him and treating him feel like he wasn't there for you, please open up your eyes and realize that man was trying to be there and the mama just would not allow him to. I'm the type of woman that can remember my mama not allowing my father to be there. But my dad did not give up. He wanted me to know I was a Patterson standing on Big P. And he's still here. I can call my daddy right now and say, Daddy, I can't make my rent. Can you help me? That man gonna make my rent. My rent $3,000.
New Orleans.
I can tell him my kids need something. That man gonna help me with my kids. Let me call my mama. She gonna call me every name in the book, but a good mama. My daddy don't ask no questions. He just helped me whenever it need to be done. And I'm gonna tell you something. We don't give men enough appreciation. I'm gonna tell you something. I love my daddy. There's not a bitch in this world touch my daddy because I'm telling you, I'm coming for a while. I'm gonna go to jail, my daddy. I'm gonna tell y'all some crazy stuff about growing up.
Fuck, who talk behind my back? Cause the bitch knew better than to let me hear.
You got bottom titties.
It's bigger than your top hair.
Say it again.
Mixed.
Oh, come on, man.
Tiny hats, man. You know.
That's not logic. Like, how the fuck did that happen? I thought these supposed to be bigger than those, but those are bigger than these.
She got
Why do people?
You got a bra on these, but don't have a bra on those.
Titties and the bottom was bigger than the top.
I'm confused.
Fuck, who talk behind my back? Cause the bitch knew better than to let me hear.
How the hell your bottom pair is bigger than your top pair?
Is that my girl?
Yo, girl.
Dank. The girl that I watch. Dank.
That's that bullshit. Y'all be condoning this shit. Y'all be cheering this shit on.
I thought these supposed to be bigger than those, but those are bigger than these.
There's probably 1,000 women in their comments like, "Go,
you
girl,
got a bra
you
on
do
these,
it.
but don't have a bra on those.
Fantastic," and all this other shit, lying like a motherfucker.
You know, Dank the most, the one that fell.
Better than to let me hear.
Oh, that's not her.
Oh, I actually find
she got a bottom pair.
The big mustache.
Most unpopular St. Louis American, AK.
Call me and pick me. I don't give a fuck.
I'm not even getting out of bed for this one. Is this you, bro? Bro, your ass is barely over that railing. I can rest my cock on that railing. Really? Now, come on, Deshaun.
I made up this game. Y'all just play along, all right? All of this applies to Gen X. If you had a bike crew growing up, you owe me a like. If you ever had chicken pox and they put that pink lotion on it so they'll stop itching, you owe me a like. If you ever rode on the back of a pickup truck on the freeway, you owe me a share. If you had a trapper keeper, you owe me a like. If you ever played with a slinky, you owe me a like. If you wore LA gear, you owe me a like. If the first car you learned to drive on was stick, you owe me a share. If you ever played lawn darts, you owe me a like. If you had a boom box, you owe me a like. If you ever saved a quarter for the payphone, you owe me a share. If you ever drank out the water hose, you owe me a follow. If you ever had a beeper, you owe me a like. If you ever had a note pinned to your chest so you can buy alcohol and cigarettes at the store, you owe me a like. If you know at least 2 songs from Schoolhouse Rock, you owe me a like. How many of these apply to you? Put it in the comments. I made up this game. Y'all just play along, all right?
You didn't like Chubb. You ain't like Chubb.
This shit didn't look right. Looking like this is like a piece of some shit you cut off the meat before you eat it. You know, man.
At least you're a good sport about it.
Nobody want to see
that booty.
So the ladies' favorite word for men today are narcissist. Narcissist is the trending word. No matter what the argument is, the men are narcissists. So I, being the investigative content creator that I am, baby, I went and looked up the word narcissist because I wanted to get a true definition. And I seen this image pop up, behaviors of a narcissist. Lack of empathy for others, has a strong desire for attention and admiration from others, consistently has problematic relationships, and has inflated sense of self-worth or importance. Wait a minute now. Isn't it always the women online complaining about how none of their relationships are working? Because it's the men. But the men be in relationships sometimes and they be happy, but y'all don't. That sounds like constantly being in problematic relationships. And then the overinflated self-worth. Everybody's a 10. Nobody's
I
told her to shut up.
Average because I'm a 10, right? And then on the other side, not having empathy for others. Girl, I'm gonna do what I want to do because this is my life to live. It don't matter if it hurt him, F them kids. Y'all see strangers struggling and don't care, right? And it is mostly women that be online.
I don't know about them strangers. Stranger danger. Look at these motherfuckers.
What is them? Chinese?
Japanese.
If someone
LA
places their phone face down while talking to you, they are more than likely hiding something. This is called concealment behavior, a subconscious sign that they don't want you seeing a part of their life.
All right, nigga, I haven't seen enough.
It's getting personal.
I ain't getting personal. I'm finna get my ass up out of here. I said that shit an hour and a half ago.
Right?
I got the tumbling down IG.
We didn't even do AI because I want to know if AI knows if Trump and Erica had some relation.
What AI?
Anyone?
Doom
Not-
show.
Not Enoch, because he don't know.
Enoch might know. That is a conspiracy one. Let's see. There you go with this shit. Enoch on AI crap. Enoch, we about broke that motherfucker.
He on something.
John with the type O blood.
And Jeffy. What about Jeffy?
And his name was John Doe with the type O blood. And he was going to see little Jeffy.
From Kentucky. Was he from Kentucky? Or?
Philadelphia. Was it
Okay.
Philadelphia? Yeah, it was Philadelphia. By Geno's and some cheesesteaks. Now, how you going to form this question? I'm gonna do a couple of these before I get the hell up out of here. And you're gonna have me running down this damn rabbit hole.
Has the Donald and KKK ever been intimate?
What kind of AI gonna be like, what?
Is there any rumor, any truth to the, I don't know. You're the AI expert.
Well, I ain't.
Tell it, if it don't tell us the truth, you're gonna break it.
There are viral rumors and online speculations regarding connections between President Donald Trump and Erica Kirk. But these claims remain unsubstantiated and primarily fueled by recent events and social media discussions following Charlie Kirk's assassination. The rumors often center on unverified allegations about Erica Kirk's past nonprofit work, supposed ties to Trump and Jeffrey Epstein, and alleged scandals involving child trafficking in Romania, none of which have been confirmed by any official investigation or credible news organization. Recent interactions. President Trump and Erica publicly connected due to the joint appearances at memorial events for Charlie Kirk. Trump spoke highly of Erica's intelligence and character during these events. Spread of rumors. Some online sources allege that Erica Kirk was banned from Romania due to supposed nonprofit irregularities, and social media posts claim links with Trump and Epstein, but all such allegations are unverified and have been repeatedly fact-checked without any confirmation of wrongdoing. Additional gossip centers around behind-the-scenes footage and public gestures such as hugs and comforting moments between Trump and Erica at memorial events, but these interactions are explained as public solidarity during a highly emotional period, not evidence of deeper rumors. Conclusion: there are no confirmed or credible reports of such. Let's see.
Well, there's obviously a possibility. She probably broke him off for that position. The way he hugged her in that pageant, that was creepy.
Well, that's kind of creepy. What the fuck? No, not this.
And why were there so many coincidences between Charlie's situation and that movie?
Ooh, good question. I'm finna ask the same question to Enoch. I sure am. Let's see what it say.
Is Enoch a medical AI or what?
It's both, I think. God damn it. What did you just say? What was that last thing you said? Don't forget.
I said, why were there so many coincidences?
Yeah, the movie.
Snake Eyes.
Yeah. Oh shit.
And are people getting October 14th off?
I don't know. Was it Snake Eyes or Snake Eyes? Snake Eyes, wasn't it?
Yes.
Stay out gonna be like, get your ass on somewhere. Many users and commentators have identified eerie similarities between Charlie Kirk's assassination and the plot of the 1998 film Snake Eyes due to coincidental overlaps in names, circumstances, and locations. Though there's no evidence of direct connection, like it's not going to tell you. At all. That's just not going to happen.
I think it also had similarities to the movie called The Omen with Damien.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
I don't remember that movie. I watched that shit so long ago.
Me too. Yeah, they playing in our face. I'm tired of them.
Uh-huh.
I could be doing something positive.
What's stopping you?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
What's stopping me? Because everybody's talking about CK.
That don't mean you got to tune in.
That's true. You're right. You're always so right.
I'm just saying. You just want to be nosy.
I guess I don't want to seem out of touch.
I'm asking Enoch that shit. It's supposed to be the conspiracy AI. Yeah. Oh, we're taking a sweet ass time again. Like, oh, it's you again.
And don't forget to ask about 3i Atlas supposedly is sentient all of a sudden and non-coincidental or whatever.
There are no references or rumors mentioned. Donald Trump and Eric Kirk.
Enoch be tripping.
Uh-huh. What the fuck? I can't paste. What kind of shit is that? I clearly copied.
Oh, since that's Enoch, does it know about the Book of Enoch?
It'll take a lot longer than Perplexity. He says, "Go say that's your book." I'm gonna ask him, "What's my name again?" I'm gonna say John Doe. They said yes. I'm familiar with the Book of Enoch. Can you hear that?
Sound like a dog.
What?
It sound like a dog or a cat.
You didn't hear that reading that. You said it sounded like a dog?
What was
you didn't
it?
hear that was a thing reading.
You burped?
No, it was a thing reading the damn. Yes, I'm familiar with the Book of Enoch. It's an ancient Jewish religious work attributed to Enoch, the great-grandfather of Noah. The text is not considered canonical or whatever the fuck it is. I don't know how to pronounce that by most Christian denominations, but it is part of the canon of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church and is considered sacred by many Christians in Africa and the Middle East. The Book of Enoch is divided into 5 sections, written over a period of several centuries, and provides details about the fall of angels, the origin of evil, and the coming judgment. So yes, it knows about the Book of Enoch.
Oh, okay. Well, ask it. Can it make a working clock that a working calendar and clock according to The Book of Enoch.
Oh shit.
Like, can it give us a little diagram? Also, is that the same as the Mayan clock? I mean, calendar.
Oh, there go that message again.
Oh, snap. Oh, whippersnapper.
Message cannot be sent. Please check your internet connection and try again. That is some janky shit. Now, why you do that, Enoch? You wasn't doing that. Like,
he messy.
this shit perplexity say the current calendar based on the Book of Enoch is 364-day solar calendar divided into 4 identical quarters, each lasting 91 days. Each quarter consists of 2 months of 30 days, followed by a third month of 31 days, with the years always starting on a Wednesday. The day Genesis said the sun, moon, and stars were created. The 4 extra days at the end of each quarter. Intercalaria, whatever the fuck. Making a change of seasons and past days. Oh, and feast days. I'm tripping. Structure of the Enoch calendar. Days.
Oh, ask it, what is the true year? What's the true year right now?
Oh, it just continue to Enoch. It said a true year is reckoned as year 6114, which corresponds to the Gregorian year 2025.
6114.
Bullshit. These motherfuckers. I said, who are the Clovis people? The Clovis people are a prehistoric Native American culture that lived in North America around 13,400 to 12,750 years ago during the Paleo-Indian period. They are famous for the distinctive Clovis points, which are expertly fluted stone spearheads used primarily for big game hunting, especially Columbian mammoths and other Ice Age megafauna.
So they had magical spearheads. Megafauna was huge. Oh, but they were huge too. The Clovis people.
Yeah, so how big are these spearheads? They don't put them next to the spearheads. They don't put them next to nothing to compare the size of them and shit. So
the ones I seen were kind of small. Level, they're called level wise.
Oh yeah. You gotta ChatGPT 5. Man, you trying to have me ask these long ass questions? Your ass better start typing that shit up. What the fuck?
Well, I put it in the back chat. You could have just copied it.
Oh, you did?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there it is.
Did you ask if the Clovis were Negro people? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, are Negro people really us, or were they somebody else?
What did I ask that on? That was Perplexity.
Because they're trying to make make Negro.
It's gonna say no.
People have been finding old books. I don't trust the books, but anyway, the books are trying to say that the Negroes were some type of black people, not Indians.
The Clovis?
No, Negro people in general.
Oh.
So like they were Romans. But I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know.
So it basically doubled back. The closed people were ancient inhabitants of North America whose physical characteristics link them genetically to modern Native Americans, not to any African or Negro population. See, these AIs are programmed to say African Negroes are African.
Right. So then you have to go in.
How it's planned, it says not to any African or Negro population. Negro in quotes. Why would it say both?
Because it's trying to allude to the fact or to the falsity that Negroes are Africans. Right?
Then they say DNA analysis of the only known Clovis era human remains, a 1-year-old boy found at the Anzac site in Montana, shows close genetic relationships primarily with indigenous peoples throughout the Americas, especially in Central and South America. So Clovis are genetically linked to Olmecs?
Right. Mayans, Olmecs. So it sounds like we went back and forth between these two lands. Because 13,000 years ago, that's way before 300 years ago when the Mayans were in Mesoamerica, South America, wherever. Can you ask it, where was the true or the first place known as Ethiopia? Was it in Africa or in America?
So there's no direct genetic link established between Clovis people and the Olmecs. Key points. The Clovis people dating back to about 13,000 years ago are among the earliest known inhabitants of North America, are genetically linked primarily to Native American populations descended from Asian migrants.
Oh, no. That's a damn lie.
Right.
Asian migrants are, according to their documentation, they're no older than 7,000 years old.
It seems like they're just playing with numbers, because in the next part it say the Olmec civilization, on the other hand, emerged much later, around 2300 to 1200 BCE, roughly 3,000 to 4,000 years ago, in what is now southern Mexico. Seems like they just dropped a 1 off the Clovis for the 13,000 and made it 3,000 years ago. When I bet you it's really the Clovis people are basically the Olmec people, and those civilizations date back 13,000 years.
Right.
See what I'm saying?
Right.
Like the Olmecs wasn't, they may have been around 3,000, 4,000, or 1200 BCE, all the way from 13,000 years ago, and probably farther back than that to develop the technology and the mapping of astronomical shit.
They had to be.
You know what I'm saying? So far older than that. I think they're just playing with the numbers by like dropping ones. Like how's it such a similarity?
They're as old as time. They're really all just one people, one stock of people, but they're just naming the time zones that, these different people lived in.
They trying to mix it up. They trying to
separate it. They're trying to separate it
and throw you off the trail. When they tell you those people dating back 13,000 years, and they took the one off that motherfucker, and they said the Olmecs are only roughly 3,000. You mean 13,000? Stop playing games.
Exactly. They're as old as time because they are. The word Olmec, it don't mean rubber people. It means old. I mean old niggas. But there's supposedly another culture that's ahead of the Clovis. And I forgot the name. It might just be the Natufians.
That motherfucker, the burn land bridge is false. Is a false theory.
You said that?
That's what I told it.
Okay, yeah, you got to train it.
Right, it says the Bering Land Bridge is a well-supported scientific theory. Okay, well, a theory.
It's not an absolute. A theory is a hypothesis.
Is a theory absolute? A theory is not absolute. I'm done. I'm done. Getting off.
Yeah, me too. Sleepy time.
It sure is. It's 2 hours later here than where you at. Quit crying.
My eyes are literally watering through my glasses. It's ridiculous.
All right, I'm finna dip. Right off and hanging with you. Right off and hanging with me. Shout out T-Dub.
Good night, Tim. He's still with us. Tim's still with us, and he 3 hours ahead of me.
No, he ain't.
What? I thought he was.
Nah, he in Michigan, ain't he? Detroit. What up, though? You say time for him to get up. You been up.
I can't do it. I cannot do it.
It was 3 viewers. Who was that 4th viewer came creeping in here? I be seeing that number jump every once in a while. Say something. Hit the like. I'm gone.
All right, 1.
Huh?
I said 1.
Oh shit, you hood. This nigga hood. Where my shit at?
I want you to make like you got a light switch and turn them haters off, 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 turn them haters off. I'm into paper flipping, you know money getting. I'm a hustler by nature, them niggas counterfeiting. Damn, them boys be hating, my niggas watch this. I turn them haters off like they got a light switch. Yeah, it's back to this, y'all niggas can't factor this. Boy, we about to blow, kinda hard to keep your candle lit. Just take a fall like Jones Jr. from a Tarver hit. Or get mangled, your Wawas can't fuck with bits. You heard me, nigga, now gon' get. Oh, you a gangster now, oh, you done flipped the script. The way you moving along dirty, you get your head. In them thoughts you thinking, you better not try this shit. And when you see me, nigga, respect the boss. Fuck these pussy ass haters, nigga, just turn them off. Turn them haters off, turn them haters off, turn them haters off, man. Turn them haters off, turn them haters off, turn them haters off, turn them haters off, turn them haters off.
Turn them haters off like a light switch. It's young Slim Ho. Get it right, bitch. Sleep all day. I work the night
Damn,
shift.
now I gotta
got pills, got green.
slide in here real quick and be like, what up, Captain? What up, Captain Crunch? What's the word? Before I dip out on you, I just want to jump back on here and say what up. About to bounce. You know what it is. Playing a little something as I get up out of here, though.
Drop. With the blades going chop. Why you hating? Stop. We pack more pumps than shells. I'm on fire like the chronic in the L. Whatever you need, I got it for sale. I gotta get this mail. I play the game by the newest rules. Why y'all niggas making the same foolish moves? Niggas trying to stop me, I'm hockey. Give them the St. Louis blues. Anything I want, it will happen. Till I die, I'm still backing. Ladies, I ain't a player, I'm coaching like Phil Jackson. We keep male, drove dope and females. Choking like I was the one coaching Spreewell. What you do, Slip? I still be on that Luke shit. Till my whips like a W.A. Ruthless. Private pay escapades, let's do this. Smoking blue shit. Going chop. And the whole saying stop. We in the hot spot. Smoking no chronic. Mixing yak with my hypnotic. Yes, sir. We getting paid. Riding Escalades. Private party escapade. Rolling Escalade, y'all. Private party escapade, y'all.
We live lavishly, keep it all gravity. Bristol stuff and work, it ain't body cavity. Take it flight, we sleep tight. Let me tell you a story like Dolomite. Consist of 4 hoes, 2 of them dice. You know I'll pimp right. So I got them freaking each other with me in the mix. Never forgetting about one another. Boy, they turning them tricks. I got it now, I'm gone with it. Boy, I'm one of the realest. This game's going down in a major way. Over here, take it over right now. Don't think your shit is unsinkable. Cause all you can be touched, I'll do the unthinkable, man. Don't make me rush. Mr. Bowling Ball, nothing like the peanut butter clutch of the super sport burning the clutch. This game's been connected, so I inject it. Don't you disrespect it. Look, kiddo, I'm Big O. Come through smoking the grow and draw in a meadow. Hey, players, just that simple.
See the blaze going chop. And the whole saying stop. We in the hot spot. Smoking no chronic. Mixing yak with my hypnotic. Yes, sir. We getting paid. Riding Escalades. Private party escapade. Rolling Escalade, y'all. Private party escapade, y'all.
I keep the game at a certain momentum. You don't wanna see me get them. I spit film so like them. And that's what's fact. We on a need to know basis. No need to show faces. When you hear us faculating, that means somebody cracked the date. Any words, 90% chance you get smacked for hate. Should've been procrastinating. We put the hip to the knot in the dro in your pocket. Ain't no time to waste. Time to throw the game in place. Down for that paper, killer for them haters. Slide on my
never Captain Save 'em. I'm at the light going chop, chop, chop. And them blades won't stop, stop, stop. Now you know we at the hot spot, spot. Look at them hoes going drop, pop, lock. You know me, Mr. Pop is calling.
Alright, I'm just going ahead and
yeah, I heard
play that shit real quick.
Going chop, chop, chop. And the whole saying stop, stop, stop. We in the hot spot. Smoking on chronic, mixing yak with my hypnotic. Yes, sir. We getting paid. Riding Escalades, private party escapade. Rolling Escalade, y'all. Private party escapade, y'all.
I plotted many ways to get the paper, and how you do that? I had to dodge and evade haters. How you keep that? Stay on some shit that's major. Favor for a favor, holler at a player. I plotted many ways to get the paper, and how you do that? I had to dodge and evade haters. How you keep that? Stay on some shit that's major. Favor for a favor, holler at a player. It's on empowerment. Let me keep it rockin' non-stop when I do what I do, bringing new style going buck wild. I can't keep it mild, so place me on top of the pile. Bearcat, have a coke and a smile and shut the fuck up. We act up, haters need to back up. Don't make me have to break your back up. Oh, don't call your back up, I'll just back up. Then we can clash. Then watch us get off in that ass. You seen the Mr. Lyrical Warfare and the dancing fair, so you niggas better beware. Look, chief, I'm carnivorous, I eat beef. So if we beefing, it ain't even until one of us no longer breathing. Over petty reasons, in the killing season, shit turns sour, we clocking dough by the hour. Your whole existence get devoured. I found many ways to get the paper, and how you do that? I had to dodge and evade haters. How you keep that? Stay on some shit that's major. Favor for a favor, holler at a player. I plotted many ways to get the paper, and how you do that? I had to dodge and evade haters. How you keep that? Stay on some shit that's major. Favor for a favor, holler at a player. Don't get at it, let them have it, I don't play no games. Cause a static, raising havoc, toss them off in the flames. Automatic pistol play, I will bust these things. You niggas slack, it's a shame. Now who's to blame? I guess you thought you could grab it, but guess what, player? You never had it. When I rip, I spit mad shit that turns into platinum shit to get the grip. Now I'm taking trips to where hoes do backflips to get the chips. Give my nigga daps, hit any player by the snaps. What's the haps? This world carries a cold chill. I'm on this money for real, no time for tricks with cheap thrills. I think not, I keep it hot, flows coming non-stop. Man, I rock any stage and never forget. Haters hate, fakers fake, and takers take, so keep an eye on them snakes. I plotted many ways to get the paper, and how you do that? I had to dodge and evade haters. How you keep that? Stay on some shit that's major. Favor for a favor, holler at a player. I plotted many ways to get the paper, and how you do that? I had to dodge and evade haters. How you keep that? Stay on some shit that's major. Favor for a favor, holler at a player. Somebody better get him, dog. He ranked #1, low down, pistol toting, son of a gun. Don't give him a run, but I must warn you, I ain't gonna stop until I get it done in one. Don't cross me, off feet, top speed. Carcass in the back, but a pistol harvest. I done made it out the darkness, heartless, reckless, and helpless. I can't believe it, this hand who dealt this. Fuck that miss, then I'm trading it in. Pop the trunk, let's see how many CDs we can dump. In the fact I trust, it's the fact I pump. There's no other way for me, I'm lost in insanity. This game is branded me, so I strike with vengeance and watch the game by inches. Infiltrate the trenches and keep all my senses and watch my money grow endless. I plotted many ways to get the paper, and how you do that? I had to dodge and evade haters. How you keep that? Stay on some shit that's major. Favor for a favor, holler at a player. I plotted many ways to get the paper, and how you do that? I had to dodge and evade haters. How you keep that? Stay on some shit that's major. Favor for a favor, holler at a player.
Listen to hits still run, nigga know how. They blow it out and the kids
kids to your smile. You take the front, I take the back. You grab a pump, I grab a Mac. I'm finished. Show these motherfuckers what it is, fat, and what it is, blood, and what it is, cuz, and what it is, thug. Tell this motherfucker up. Can you imagine something similar to that thug ride? Damn, it's been a while. I guess it's time for me to get it right. It's time for me to go up the level of my flow. Name Mesto, go hard from the get go. Whoa, watch out, close your mouth, keep your lips sealed. What you saying, how you moving, fuck around and get you killed. That's the game, and I know how to play it so real. Don't get mad, cause I say what I feel. Got them killers in the clique, nigga, fuck real. No time for talking, get at you with something you can feel. For putting my business all in the streets. So put him on the hit list and serve him a death wish, yeah. Keep on running your mouth. If I don't go hash down, listen to hits, still running your house. And clean it out from the kids to your style. How many hits will it take to set you niggas straight? Stomping through the kitchen while I'm trying to bake my cake. While I'm starving, you eating good on the fat plate. You gonna play like me with it, and I'm not trying to get a taste. You got it fucked up, boy, you got me fucked up. I'ma show you how you gon' get it for trying to set me up. Wet 'em up, 1, 2, 3, it'll be me. 2, 3, 4, breaking down your front door. 5, 6, you and your girl's brains keep mixed. 7, then ride off in the wind and keep on belly yellow. Cause once you cross me, you lost me. And if a nigga trip up you and yours, you should all feed. Beware of how real gangsters get down. If you can't keep it real, then motherfucker sit down. Don't need to listen to the hook real good. If not, you gon' get popped for talking to the cops. Keep on running your mouth. If I don't call hash down, listen to hits, still running your house. And clean it out from the kids to your
Now what you know about drama? 44s and llamas running up in niggas' cribs and taking out their mamas. That's real drama. For running off at the choppers, my boppers to drop me. I ain't gotta touch a nigga, I promise. Back to the numbers, yeah, niggas getting ate up. Better get your weight up instead of being haters. 9 million on the side of a player. So watch how you talk when you get your crib sprayed up. 10 killers with me and you know we all cater. Old school's looking like a project parader. Everybody got on black and gray like the Raiders. And we came deep like the Mexico natives. Why you talking shit if you came back and play up? When I ain't around, you start acting like the greatest. You know them hoes you fucking with, they wanna have my babies, wanna be my ladies, and they all pay me.
Keep on running your mouth. If I don't call hash down, listen to hits, still running your house. And clean it out from the kids to your style.
You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. Don't drink that water out the Mississippi. I heard that shit get filthy, filthy. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. Don't eat that fish out the Mississippi. I heard that shit get filthy, filthy. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. It's real dirty, man. This shit is so serious right now. These cats looking at me fearing this right now. All that hating shit, nigga, that's gonna stop now. This ain't the 90s, you niggas way behind me. In the lag, Burgundy is where you find me. Diamonds out the window, getting dough, pimping hoes, nigga. That's what I've been on. You ain't in my zone, but stay away from me, homes, cause I flash the chrome. Right there in your face, and leave your ass with a fuck face. In the cold case, you niggas stuck, dawg. I throw your ass in the Mississippi. Yeah, nigga, it gets grimy and real filthy. Look, this shit is real good around here. You motherfuckers better check it before you disappear. Look, cat, I raise you niggas like your roaches. Yeah, nigga, I'm a coach, bitch. And I got hoes on the team to get paper. Get it for a young player that love living major. Don't drink that water out the Mississippi. I heard that shit get filthy, filthy. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. Don't eat that fish out the Mississippi. I heard that shit get filthy, filthy. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about.
Don't drink that H2O. Not the douche you hold. Me and my niggas smoking hydro. Guzzle cold 45 double malt. Getting money, power, respect is vital. Getting dirty on riders. My idol never feared death. I bet when you boxed in, you sweat. Wondering what's next. Shit check. Souls of faculty folks in bullet holes. Knife wounds exposed. We cut clothes. Glad rap you hoe. Sounds as we close that trunk lid slow. Begging and pleading. What the fuck, for? We told you now you about to know. Don't drink that water out the Mississippi. This shit's filthy. The surface is filthy.
Don't drink that water out the Mississippi. I heard that shit get filthy, filthy. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. Don't eat that fish out the Mississippi. I heard that shit get filthy, filthy. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about.
All right, I'm gone.